Hey all, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Yeah, somebody says, what's taking them so long? That's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know, but I think just judging from the judge, I think we're going to be used to kind of a leisurely start time like this. But at least it looks like most of the attorneys are there. I don't see Blue Steel there, Brian Steele yet next to Thugger, but I'm sure he's around. So hopefully they'll get started soon, and it's going to be the first witness, the police detective, Mark Belknap, Atlanta Police Department. They spent like an hour, but maybe longer, yesterday afternoon arguing over his testimony, the scope of it, and again, the prosecutor is not is not properly disclosing the slides, like the exhibits or slides, that demonstratives that they're going to be showing to the jury. She's required to give that to the defense attorneys ahead of time, and it sounds like one problem is so many defense attorneys. I mean, there's 6 sets of attorneys, and apparently some got them and some didn't. But the judge threw out some of the slides, that kind of thing. It's just kind of a mess. I think that's going to be going on through trial. But some people were pointing out, like some reporters were saying, that the judge is always like yelling at the prosecutors, like, "This is the last chance." Oh, it looks like they're starting here. Still don't have sound, but he never actually does anything. He just yells at them, and just like they keep doing it, and it just keeps happening. Um, so I still no sound from Law and Crime, but I'm sure they'll get that on soon. I am gonna step out for a minute. Got to go grab a coffee, but I'll be here on the live. I'm not as distracted today. Feeling a little bit better too, so it'll be fun to watch, see how his testimony goes, and especially how the questioning from the DA happens. Oh, there's Blue Steel. There's Brian Steele coming back. He's got his laptop. He had a day yesterday. Somebody was because you see so many opening statements and closing arguments. You can get a little. The lawyers are such theater nerds, but federal prosecutor was once telling me, "Hey, it's like the only fun part of being a trial lawyer is when you get to do the opening statement and in closing arguments." But I think some trial lawyers have fun with exams, like especially cross-examination. Like personally, for Mark Belknap, who's coming up today, I mean, it's going to start out a little slow. They're going to do his credentials and set it up. But what I'm really looking forward to is the cross-examination. And I think there's a chance that they don't even get to that today, because his direct exam is going to be several hours. But to me, it's going to be really interesting to see, first of all, just who goes first on cross-exam. Is it going to be Thugger's lawyer, or there's the other guy, the lawyer who went first in openings represents the client who's charged with the most counts, so it kind of makes sense that he goes first. But the cross-examination of the detective is obviously, I think, going to be the most interesting part. So it should be an interesting day. I'm doing a live interview with CBS Chicago at 8:20, which is in an hour. This is Pacific time, my time. So I'm going to be doing that. But I've got this set up on my other computer, my iMac. That's why my screen might look a little bit different than normal. It's a wider view, but I'll be able to leave it on the entire time. So, and I'm definitely planning at being around my desk so that when they do take breaks, like lunch breaks and stuff, I can go on and talk. And I'm also talking to Jewel and Joseph, some of the reporters who are at the courthouse. I guess some of them have various things to do podcast wise, but I'd love for them to jump in to the live, like during one of the breaks or something, and just kind of give us a feel for like what's it like at the courthouse, like how many people are there, that kind of thing. Like, give them some attention and make you guys go follow them, go follow them and stuff, because they're actually at the courthouse doing great coverage. So I we still don't have sound, but the way it works, like the second they actually go on the record, Law and Crime Network will turn on the sound, and I've got the volume cranked up here. So I'm actually going to step out and go get a coffee. I'm going to be right back, and we are going to talk, and it's going to be an interesting day of testimony. Again, it's Mark Belknap in Atlanta Police Department detective who's up. I'll look forward to it. So see you guys soon.
Mr. Botts and Mr. Sharp. Where's Mr. Botts? Is he? Okay, no problem. Oh, no problem. All right. Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard. Good morning, councils. All right. Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Hingerty. Good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Masters, Senior and Junior. Good morning. All right. Mr. Nichols and, Mr. West, I should say, Miss Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey and Mr. Garner. Good morning, councils. And then, Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams. All right, good morning. All right, ladies of the state, good morning, Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love. Good morning, Garner. And Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown, good morning, sir. All right. So I named them all of our jurors are here, is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, okay. In considering the latest matter that we took up last night in regards to a dual purpose limiting instruction, I've had the state as well as the defendant's proposed instruction. I've also had a chance to take a look at our case law that has been cited for the proposition before, as well as the cases that Mr. Harvey gave me yesterday, United States versus Jett, U.S. versus Hawkins, and United States versus Perry. I've had an opportunity to take a look at those particular cases, and I'm going to instead give a variation of the expert witness jury instruction, as well as the credibility of witness instruction, and that comes from our Georgia jury pattern instructions 1.3130 expert witnesses and 1.3110 credibility witnesses. I'll read those. You're about to hear testimony from a witness who may be qualified as an expert. Testimony will be given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Let me go ahead and I'm going to put may be given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Experts are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You're not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of any expert, like that of all witnesses, to be given only such weight and credit as you think is properly entitled to receive. And then I will tell the jury, the jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witnesses' manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means of opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability and improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. I will give that in combination before Detective Belknap testifies.
Question, Your Honor.
Yes.
Will we be giving a similar limiting instruction before every expert witness? The reason that I ask is that we will not be using Detective Belknap today as a fact witness, and the reason for demarcating the testimony is, of course, to comply with the court's concerns regarding dual purpose witnesses.
It's your choice as to whether or not you're going to do that. Who are you calling to begin with?
We are calling Detective Belknap.
Okay, and he's going to just be a fact witness?
An expert witness.
He's going to be an expert witness?
Yes.
Okay, well, I will give that particular instruction. Any issue? Counsels for the defense?
Well, yes, you would object to you giving.
Of course.
That pattern charge as opposed to the charge that we suggested coming directly from Jackson and then following it up at the end of the testimony at the end of the case with the credibility.
Mr. Harvey, I've taken a look at all these three cases. They're not binding on me. They're persuasive authority. Perry is even though it's an 11th Circuit case, it is persuasive authority, but I'm not going to follow that. I believe that given what's going to be testified to in this case, The expert witness testimony as well as the credibility witness testimony will cover that. So I'll note your objection, sir, for the record, and let's move on.
Thank you. And by the way, the Court of Appeals has just rejected a pattern charge in White versus Stevens.
A pattern charge as to what?
Well, just the fact that a pattern charge is acceptable, and I'm objecting to this particular pattern charge. I just want to say that the Court of Appeals says just because it's a pattern charge doesn't mean it's good.
Ordinarily, because it is not tailored, that's the issue. And it also depends upon what's been presented in the case. So I may tailor it accordingly depending upon what is testified to. But given this issue, I believe that should cover it. So for the time being. I'd like to call the jury, Mr. Steele. So
I'd like you to add one sentence, if you don't mind, to what you're going to charge the jury over objection.
As to what, sir?
Whether
As to what, expert or the credibility witnesses? The pattern jury instruction for experts is 1.3130 and credibility witnesses is 1.3110.
so it's at the end of the second paragraph.
Of what? Which one?
Trying to tell the end of the second paragraph, 1.31.30.
That's expert testimony.
Like the Supreme Court should say whether any witness is an expert is solely for you, the jury, to determine, based upon the law that I will give you more fully at the end of this case, because this is not going to be the only charge that affects this witness or experts. And without saying that you're going to charge them later as well, I think that you're leaping the gap. That's my objection. Or suggestion.
And Your Honor, the state would object to that if we're not going to do that with every expert witness that's being called.
Yeah, I'm good, Mr. Steele. I'll note your objection. Summon our jury for me, please.
All right, for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Good to see all of you again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the case. The state prepared to call its first witness?
The state is, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before this witness is called, I'm going to read you an instruction, okay? You're about to hear testimony from a witness who may be qualified as an expert. Testimony may be given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Experts are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think is properly entitled to receive. You, the jury, must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability and improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Call your first witness, please.
State calls Detective Mark Belknap.
Summon Detective Belknap, please. Detective Belknap, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I see. State, spell your first and last name for the court, now into the microphone, please.
My name is Mark Belknap, MarkBelknap.
Good morning, Detective Belknap. How are you?
Good morning.
Detective Belknap, would you start off by introducing yourself to the jury and telling them where it is that you work currently?
So, good morning. I'm Detective Mark Belknap. I'm employed by the Atlanta Police Department.
What is your position with the Atlanta Police Department?
So, I'm a detective in our gang unit.
How long have you held that position?
I've been in the gang unit since 2012. I'm sorry, I've been in the gang unit since 2009, been a detective in the unit since 2012.
Prior to working as a detective in the gang unit, did you hold any other positions at the Atlanta Police Department?
I did.
Would you tell the jury about them?
So I started out in 2005 in our police academy, graduated and became a patrol officer, initially assigned to Zone 6, which is our patrol zone that covers East Atlanta, the east side of the city.
After that time, where were you transferred in the City of Atlanta Police Department?
So after a couple of years on patrol, what we call the watch, I served for a couple of years on a field investigations team, or a FIT team. Essentially, we do plainclothes and undercover work within the patrol zone, often responding to crime trends within the zone. These may be burglaries, robberies, narcotic sales, things of that nature. We did that for about 2 years.
Were there any differences between your responsibilities as a member of the FIT team and your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
There were.
Would you explain those to the jury?
Relevance.
That objection, sir? Mr. Steele?
Relevance, yes.
Overruled.
You may go ahead.
As a patrol officer, our primary responsibility is responding to calls for service. If someone calls 911, needs assistance, we would then respond and answer that call. And they also do proactive patrol, things of that nature, attempting to deter crime by officer presence. As part of the field investigations team, we did more investigative style work. If crime was occurring, as I mentioned before, burglaries, robberies, things of that nature, we would attempt investigative work to determine who may be committing those crimes, why they may be happening, and where, and attempt to intercede and stop those crime patterns or trends.
Now, in both your positions as a patrol officer and your position with the FIT team, did you have an opportunity to regularly interact with people in the community as well as people that you were investigating?
I did.
And did all of those interactions result in someone's arrest, or were some of them non-custodial type interactions?
Particularly as a patrol officer, the vast majority of contacts that I had did not result in anyone's arrest. And even on the FIT team, we often interacted with the community through community meetings to be able to hear firsthand from the community what their concerns were in particular neighborhoods. And so oftentimes our interactions had nothing to do with arresting anyone.
After you worked on the FIT team, what other positions within the Atlanta Police Department did you hold?
So as I mentioned earlier, in 2009, I was transferred to our gang unit, initially as an officer in that unit. I worked as a patrol officer assigned to the gang unit for several years and then was promoted in August of 2012 to detective and have remained in the gang unit since that time.
Let's talk a little bit about the gang unit and your qualifications for being an investigator within the gang unit. What training did you get before being assigned as a patrol officer to the gang unit? as it relates to gangs?
So the initial training that we get is in the police academy. We have a fairly short course, introductory course to help us recognize criminal street gangs and potential criminal street gang activity. After that, the next gang training that I got specifically would have been in 2008 as part of that field investigations team. I took 2 classes in particular that year. One of them was a criminal street gang strategic operations course. The purpose of that course was to provide some information on the recognition and identification of gang members and gang activity, but also to help us plan operations to combat criminal activity in places where they were committing crime in a particular community. So those may be leveraging resources like probation and parole officers, how to set up tactical operations in a way that's safe for the officers that are involved. Sometimes using plainclothes or undercover officers in order to be able to observe and interact with gang members. The second course that I took in 2008 was an advanced gang prosecutions course. That course focused more on understanding our state's gang statute, our state's gang law, and the application of that law to crimes committed by gang members, understanding what was necessary to prosecute those crimes, and how to identify and recognize whether a crime was in fact in violation of that law.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, Mr. Steele. Turn your devices on. Just Mr. Steele. And turn your devices down, please. Gotta hold the button and talk in the microphone. Hold on. Function check. Right, hear me? Okay, all right. Okay, you have to hold yours down in order to speak with it. Okay, all right, okay.
Your Honor, will the court give its ruling?
I sustain, I should say, I'm not ruling.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe I completed answering the question.
Okay. Now, when you spoke about leveraging resources such as probation officers,
Objection to repeating the direct, that just asked the question, object to the form.
when you spoke about leveraging resources such as probation officers, during your training that you received during the strategic operations course, would you explain to the jury what that entails and why that is important?
Sure. So dealing with criminal street gangs, inevitably at some point, some will be arrested, and at some point, they may be placed on probation as part of their sentence. And as part of their probation, oftentimes there are specific criteria, specific rules that they must follow as part of their probation, including things like not congregating or associating with other gang members, not participating in criminal activity, things of that nature. In order to address gang activity, it's often helpful to work with probation officers to help report those things that we may observe that may be violations of their probation, in order to keep them on track with probation, or to the extent that they may not be willing to follow probation, open up the door for potential violation of their probation.
Prior to working with the Atlanta Police Department, had you any training or any education as it relates to gang activity or criminal street gangs?
I had some.
Would you explain that to the jury?
So I have a degree in sociology from Emory University. I graduated a long time ago. I guess I'll put it on the record in 2001. During my study of sociology at Emory, I had the opportunity to take a class on juvenile delinquency. And it was taught by Dr. Robert Agnew, who's one of the country's foremost experts on juvenile delinquency. As part of that course, we studied delinquent peer groups and street gangs, as well as other aspects of juvenile delinquency throughout the semester-long course.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and has been provided to the defense as State's Exhibit 1, lowercase alpha. It is a curriculum vitae. May I approach, Your Honor?
You can,
Thank you.
start and show the defense counsel.
It has been provided to the defense, and it has been previously during a separate hearing.
And updated or changed since you last provided that?
I can state that it has not, and Your Honor, I'll ask the witness to do so as well so that the testimony is reflected in the record.
Okay, all right.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1A, do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae.
And if I may, grab. There's a bigger font, so.
Yes.
Do you recognize
I do.
1A?
I do.
Has it in any way materially been altered since the last time that you provided it to the state?
No, ma'am.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the curriculum vitae that reflects your experience in training and education?
It is.
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 1A.
Any objection to States 1A?
Going out to the jury, yes, sir, not for the record.
States 1A will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have one objection.
What's the basic objection, Mr. Harvey?
There is a sentence in the proposed exhibit that I would like to address before that.
It's not going to go to the jury, so can we deal with it another time, sir?
Sure.
Okay, all right, okay. I'll make a note to do that.
Detective Belknap, you told the jury, once you completed your education, your undergraduate studies, did you immediately go into law enforcement?
I did not.
Tell the jury what it is that you did.
So I worked for several years in private security, mainly at nightclubs around the city. kind of a post-college job for a few years until I decided what I wanted to do with my life and join the Atlanta Police Department.
And working in private security and nightclubs around the city, does that give you the opportunity as well to interact with members?
I sustain the objections to form.
While you perform your duties as private security, did you have any opportunities to interact with members of the community as well?
I did.
And were those in confrontational situations or various types of situations?
Various situations, and working in nightclubs, you can imagine there were occasional conflicts, but one of the things that I did professionally in that capacity was really worked on ways to provide customer service more so than anything else in that security environment, which we were very successful at.
To become a law enforcement officer with the City of Atlanta, are you required to be post-certified? And by post, I speak of the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council of Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Have you remained post-certified during your entire time with the Atlanta Police Department?
I have.
Once you were assigned to the gang unit, did you receive any further training as it relates to the identification, the investigation, and the practices of criminal street gangs?
I did.
Would you tell the jury about those trainings?
Sure. So arriving in the gang unit, we essentially got a lot of on-the-job training initially, but I also got connected with several intelligence meetings that are held in jurisdictions around the state, particularly around the metro Atlanta area. I began attending the Gwinnett County Gang Intelligence Meeting. They meet monthly, and I went fairly regularly, even early on. And those meetings typically will have two components. The first would be a training session, someone coming in to offer some sort of training on some aspect of gang recognition, identification, or prosecution. And then the second part would be an intelligence sharing session where investigators working a variety of cases can bring those and present them to the group and ask for assistance going through those and looking for investigative leads or maybe tying cases together across different jurisdictions. So I got a lot of early education there from some very experienced gang investigators. And after those first couple of years, I began getting more formal training and attending more courses as well. In 2012, I went through our state's 40-hour gang investigators course, which is taught at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. That's a week-long course that covers essentially all aspects of gang recognition and investigation, including history of street gangs, recognition of street gangs, even practical exercises in decoding gang messages or gang language, as well as information on the law as it pertains to street gangs and applying that and testifying in court. Other training that I received over the years, I've been able to attend for many years the Georgia Gang Investigators Association Annual Training Conference. That again is a week-long training session, and it has multiple sessions by gang trainers and experienced gang investigators or prosecutors from around the state and even from all over the country who come in and teach on specialized topics within this world of criminal street gang investigations. And I've attended that for many years. I've also had the opportunity to attend the National Gang Violence Conference in Los Angeles, California. That's hosted by the California Gang Investigators Association. And it again has speakers from all over the state of California as well as the country, and has a focus on West Coast gangs, which has been very helpful to developing my knowledge and my understanding of criminal street gangs. The last several years, I've attended the World Gang Summit, which was hosted by the National Alliance of Gang Investigators Associations, and it brings in a perspective nationally and even internationally to the world of gang investigations and recognition.
Has the training that you have received during your time with the Atlanta Police
Rap Shit is back for season 2, babe. And so are we.
That's right. It's your sister, Jessie Woo.
And it's me, Zach Campbell, honey, announcing new episodes of Chat Shit. And this time we got visuals, honey. And you know me and Jessie be cutting up, right? Season 2 of Chat Shit premieres on Thursday, November 9th. So make sure you check us out every Thursday after those end credits roll on Rap Shit. You can watch Chat Shit on Spotify, Max Radio YouTube channel, or Max YouTube channel, or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
surprise you, but oftentimes we develop a rapport or kind of an ongoing relationship with some of the gang members here in the city. I mean, I've even had the opportunity to mentor a couple of young men who were either close to or in gang life in an effort to help them find another path, a better path for them. So a lot of our education may actually come from the gangs themselves. Additionally to that, I do a lot of my own reading and research. I try to stay up to date on the current criminology and sociology research as it pertains to street gangs. And I also regularly communicate with other investigators and officers within my own department, my own unit, as well as around the metro area, around the state, and even now in a network around the country to continue that education and understanding of current activity with gangs. There are a variety of places that this training and experience comes from.
Have you ever taught classes on criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity?
I have.
Would you tell the jury about those classes?
Sure. So I'm a post-certified instructor, which means the state has put me through a training course to allow me to be an instructor. And I now teach a variety of courses on criminal street gangs, from initial recognition and identification courses to courses about investigating gang activity, as well as best practices around preparing gang cases for prosecution. I serve as an instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association in several classes that we teach, including a basic gang investigator certification course, as well as our intermediate gang investigator certification course.
Do you ever teach persons other than law enforcement officers, for instance, prosecutors, about gang activity?
I do.
Tell the jury about that, please.
So oftentimes when teaching, especially within the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, we're teaching not only to law enforcement, but also to prosecutors and corrections. And we actually co-teach, and we'll often bring in prosecutors to serve as instructors as well within those courses. Additionally, I've had the opportunity to present on gangs to a variety of community groups over the years who wanted to know more about criminal street gangs. One example is Grady Hospital. Hospital technicians often are treating patients who may have been injured by way of gang activity, and they had some concerns about ensuring that.
Yes, Your Honor. The detective is not offering the testimony or the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. You may go ahead, please.
So in treating patients that may have been a victim or potentially involved some way in gang activity, they wanted to ensure that they were able to protect both the patient that's being treated, as well as deal with any issues that may arise as family and friends respond to the hospital after an event would happen. So in an effort for patient care, I've done some training for them. I've also done gang presentations for groups that deal with refugees. Oftentimes refugee communities may find themselves with an unstable social environment around them, an unstable living environment that unfortunately often breeds criminal street gangs. And so groups that provide services to refugees oftentimes will want training to help them intervene and dissuade young people from joining or being involved in street gangs, and to help the community respond to that in a way that's healthy and good. So not only in law enforcement and prosecutors, but I've also had the chance many times to share gang information with members of the community who are helping to solve this issue.
When you are interacting with prosecutors, what is it that you are attempting to train prosecutors on that you feel will in any way be useful to prosecutors?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Excuse me. So one of the things that we realized along the way of working with prosecutors on criminal street gang investigations is that oftentimes we expect prosecutors to understand what we're seeing on the street gangs the same way that we see it. The reality is that oftentimes we are on the street or in the middle of investigations on a daily basis when prosecutors may handle a wide variety of cases, some of which may involve gang activity, some of which may not. But at any rate, it's important for prosecutors to understand what we see as investigators, what we're looking for in our investigations, and what evidence may be available to present in court at such time as there's a prosecution presented.
Do you have an estimate of how many criminal street gangs you've investigated during the course of your law enforcement career? And by investigated, I mean led the investigation, been involved in the investigation, or assisted in some other way.
It would be a rough estimate. It's certainly dozens and likely over 100 different gangs or groups over the years.
Would you tell the jury what your responsibilities currently are as a gang investigator?
So my responsibilities as a gang investigator at this point honestly encompass almost every aspect of gang investigations. I and others in my unit respond often to crime scenes where gang activity may be suspected, either as a victim or a suspect. We conduct investigations ourselves within our unit, which means we may actually carry out interviews, recover evidence, and actually do the investigation of the crime itself. We also support other units within the Atlanta Police Department and even other agencies around the area. So if a specialized unit like our homicide unit, our robbery unit, burglary, things like that, if they have a crime they believe may have some tie to gang activity, we may support their investigation with any information or intelligence that we have to offer, as well as participating in their investigation with them. And then I'm also, within my assignment at the gang unit, co-assigned with the United States Marshal Service Southeast Regional Fugitive Task Force, and also with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, their statewide gang task force. So between those two assignments, I investigate gang activity, not only in the Atlanta area, but also around the state, and also am often involved in seeking fugitives who are wanted for crimes in connection with criminal gang activity.
Can you tell the jury an estimate of how many gang members that you've come in contact with or interviewed over your years with the Atlanta Police Department?
At this point, it's thousands.
I'm sorry.
At this point, it's thousands.
And when you do come in contact with gang members or alleged gang members, what is your purpose of speaking with them?
Well, it certainly depends on the situation. As I've stated, sometimes we're arresting gang members. Sometimes we're arresting them for warrants that they already have. Sometimes we're making probable cause arrests where we've witnessed a crime, we've had a crime reported to us, and we're making arrests at that time. Other times, particularly when I first started out as a gang officer, I didn't know a lot about gangs. And one thing that I did as a patrol officer, I continued as a gang officer, is I like to get out and talk to people. I like to talk to people who are not suspected of crime, who are just members of the community, who lived on my beat. I like to talk to people who I thought may be connected with crime. There's no reason for me not to have some relationship or knowledge or rapport with them if we're going to be interacting on the street. So I did the same thing with gang members. Oftentimes, as a new gang officer, I'd ride around, and if I saw somebody wearing some indicator of gang activity or doing something obvious, stop and talk to them. Stop and ask them questions. And what I found was that oftentimes gang members would be very forthcoming. They were very proud of their gang affiliation or proud of that association. And
Your Honor, I would like to respond.
Hold on. The objections, confrontation clause, right? Okay, all right.
Your Honor, the confrontation clause is not implicated when we are not offering the information for the truth of the testimony that is being offered.
Overrule the objection, Mr. Steele. Overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
You may go ahead. Please.
so gang members will often be very forthcoming about their affiliation and their activities. Some would not be, and that was fine too. We'd go on about our business. But over time, developing those relationships becomes important as a police officer in doing our job.
When you received information from these various sources, be it community members, people who may have been affiliated with criminal street gangs, do you always take that information at face value and believe it as factual?
No, certainly not.
Do you take any efforts or any steps to corroborate the information that you gained during these encounters with various members of the community?
Overruled.
We absolutely do.
And what kind of steps, could you tell the jury a little bit about them, do you take?
And again, this depends on the case. The goal here is that, especially in getting out and having conversations, is that I have conversations with multiple people. So we start to get different points of view from different people and starting to see where those things line up. But we also have the opportunity to investigate and see if what we find through a criminal investigation actually matches up with what we're hearing from either a community member or even from a gang member themselves. We sometimes will monitor jail phone calls. We will sometimes monitor social media. We will go through incident reports and look at incidents that have happened over time to see if those are consistent with what we're being told by who that person may be. We've engaged in wiretaps, court-ordered wiretaps of phones during our criminal investigations. And we, of course, again, share information amongst investigators around the metro area and, of course, around the country.
What use do you have with jail phone calls, social media, wiretaps, and things of that nature as it relates to criminal street gang investigations?
Well, gang members are just like the rest of us. They communicate with people. They communicate with them over the phone. They communicate with them via social media. Oftentimes, their communications are going to include communications about their gang or about their gang's activities. So those are our sources where we can find some of those communications that may shed light on our investigation.
Earlier, when you spoke about encountering people in the community, you said if you see someone wearing a particular color or doing particular things.
Repeating the direct.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele. She's just pointing out time and place. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. And doing a particular thing. And you said that you get out and talk to them. Do you get out and arrest them, or do you get out and do stop and frisks, or what is it that you're doing when you see people wearing a particular color?
Now that's leading. Okay, so you can rephrase that one.
When you get out and speak to them, is it solely for the purpose of making an arrest?
Objection, yes, and answer.
Overruled.
No, ma'am.
Would you elaborate a little bit?
Sure. In law enforcement, we call these field contacts or field interviews. They're non-custodial, and essentially, it's just like I'd have a conversation with any one of you on the street or anybody else on the street. You can approach someone, hey, how you doing? Do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? And then you just engage in a conversation. My style was always to introduce myself and try to do so in sort of a disarming way so they understood that I'm not here to hassle you. I'm not here to arrest you. I'm not here to give you a hard time. Just want to chat for a minute. Once you get over that initial thing, a conversation is potentially going to happen if the person's going to have that conversation. But it's literally just to stop and chat and talk with someone who's free to leave at any time during that conversation.
In the course of your duties as a gang investigator, are you also tasked with protecting potential gang members or alleged gang members?
Absolutely.
Does the interaction that you have in the community with people who are gang members and non-gang members alike in any way lend itself to your ability to protect gang members?
It does. Quite often our interactions with gang members are not only when they've committed a crime, but oftentimes when they're the victims of a crime. And it's important to me personally as a law enforcement officer, they understand that we are going to pursue criminal investigations
Overruled.
where they are the victim of a crime, just as we would if they committed a crime. And oftentimes it is within that context that we're communicating or talking to a gang member.
Would you tell the jury the type of information you seek to gain during your interaction with people that you believe may be criminal street gang members?
Sure. So it can be things simply to understand more about the gang identifier that I believe I'm seeing. If I'm seeing something that I think may be an indicator of gang activity, I may ask that person what that particular thing means to them. It could be that what I'm seeing is not an indicator of gang activity. But if they say that it is, then what I would then attempt to learn is more about the gang itself, what their understanding and their participation in the gang is, and what their interaction and participation in the gang consists of.
Do you also seek to learn about its member structure, ranks, rivalries, etc.?
Absolutely.
When you receive the information from your contacts on the street or your colleagues at BPD, do you ever share the information with other agencies?
I do.
And for what purpose do you do that?
The purpose is always to help further other criminal investigations that may involve the same people or groups.
And along those lines, do those other agencies share information with you?
They do.
How is it that you and other law enforcement agencies engage in this information sharing that you're speaking about?
One way that we do that, I've mentioned to you earlier, which is attendance at gang intelligence meetings, which are hosted in several places around the metro area, as well as around the state. That's one forum whereby we all end up in the same room together and can discuss or share information that we believe may be relevant to the group as a whole. Also, through the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, we may also distribute intelligence or intelligence requests to the membership around the state in an effort to spread that more widely. And beyond that, we also develop our own personal relationships and connections. We get to know each other across jurisdictions or even within our agency over time. And so therefore we have people we reach out to that may know a particular area or a particular gang in case we need some specialized information.
Now, have you ever been called to aid in or execute a search warrant?
I have.
And as it relates to criminal street gang activity, would you tell the jury how many search warrants you've been a part of since you have worked with the gang unit?
I couldn't count. I mean, it would be dozens and maybe even hundreds at this point.
What type of information would you typically gain from the execution of a search warrant as it relates to a gang investigation?
So as with any criminal investigation, a search warrant is a tool that may allow us to uncover evidence of an underlying crime. That could be evidence of a weapon or other item that may have been used in the commission of the crime. It could allow us to recover the proceeds of the crime, what was maybe taken or stolen during a particular crime. Other types of physical evidence that may be available. More particularly, in gang investigation, when we secure a search warrant, we may be asking additionally to search for evidence of a criminal street gang as well and a person's association with a criminal street gang. That could include things like clothing, attire, gang rosters or books of knowledge, written documents about the gang. That could include photographs, digital evidence, a variety of things that may indicate whether a particular crime was what we would say participation in a gang's activities. There may be some gang connection to the crime itself. So a specialized gang investigator, excuse me, may be asked to help with drafting or writing a search warrant to include an explanation for the judge as to why we're seeking additional evidence, particularly related to a gang.
Is it common for sworn law enforcement officers to seek out your expertise in identifying gangs and gang members?
It is.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity?
I have.
How many times?
Over 25 times.
Do you know what jurisdictions?
I do.
Would you tell the jury?
In Fulton, Newton, and Cherokee counties.
Your Honor, at this time, state tenders Mark Belknap as an expert in the field of criminal street gang recognition, investigation, identification, and practices.
Same objection.
Any counsel wish to avoid our Detective Belknap?
No, Doctor, just for legal reasons.
Okay, I'll note your objection for the purpose of the record. At this point in time, hearing none, the court will designate Detective Belknap as an expert in criminal street gang recognition, investigation, identification, and practices.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, are you aware of the legal definition of a criminal street gang?
I am.
Understanding the court will give the law to the jury that it is to employ, but what legal definition of criminal street gang do you employ during your investigation?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So Atlanta Police Department uses the same definition that comes from our state law, and that is that a criminal street gang is any organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons.
Contemporaneous jury instruction that you give the law.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule that at this point in time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll give you the law related to that you'll apply the facts and evidence as you determine them to be once a case is submitted to you.
So Detective Belknap, would you tell the jury what definition you employ during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It's a criminal street gang is any organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, who participate in criminal gang activity.
Now, what is the definition of criminal gang activity that you use during your investigations?
So,
Overruled, please, and there'll be a continuing objection. Thank you.
criminal gang activity is defined as the commission, the attempted commission, the conspiracy to commit, or the solicitation, intimidation, or coercion of another person to commit any of a number of crimes that are listed out within the act. Without going through all of those completely for you, they fall broadly into 4 categories, and those are crimes against persons, crimes against property, firearms, and narcotics. There are some additional charges listed out that we can investigate, which include things like recruiting someone to join a street gang, trying to prevent someone from leaving a street gang, attempting to keep someone from testifying against a street gang, attempting to help someone escape from custody, and some other things like that, particular to criminal street gang investigation.
Now, the group of 3 or more people that you mentioned to the jury in the definition that your agency employs, do they have to commit the crime together in order to be charged with or prosecuted for criminal gang activity?
I sustain objections to that.
So would you explain to the jury how it is that you make a distinction as a gang investigator between a crime that is committed solely for personal reasons versus a crime that is intended to further the interests of a street gang?
I'm an overrule the objection. Mr. Steele.
You may explain.
You may explain if you can remember the question, sir.
I can, would you like me to?
It's a big question, Ms. Love. I don't know if we can break that down at all.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
I can rephrase that question. As a gang investigator, do you consider every crime committed by a gang member criminal gang activity?
I do not.
And in what circumstances would a crime committed by a gang member not be considered gang activity? Just give the jury some examples.
That's not beyond the ken of the jury.
Overrule, Mr. Steele.
If we believe a particular crime was committed by any member, what we're looking for is to determine whether or not that crime was committed as participation in a particular gang's activities. Certainly, a member of a gang could commit a crime that may have nothing to do with the gang itself. As an example, if a gang member is at home with his wife or girlfriend and they get into an argument, not an argument over the gang, just an argument over, some household chores or whatever relationship problems they have, and it turns physical, that person could be arrested for domestic violence battery, something of that nature. Unless that crime had something to do with the gang, it would just be a crime committed by that person, separate from the gang's activities.
How do you determine, or what do you look for in determining whether a crime is in furtherance of a particular criminal street gang?
One of the important things we have to understand is what the gang's activities are. We may know that a person's a member of a gang, but we need to understand what the gang does. What are their criminal activities? So once we understand that, we may look at a variety of factors during our investigation. We'll attempt to uncover the motive for the crime as the perpetrator saw it. We may ask questions of the victim. How did the victim perceive this crime? Did the victim perceive this as some act of retaliation by a criminal street gang? Or did they perceive this as being something having to do with them being a member of a rival gang? We may look at the location where this crime has happened. Gangs often will control turf or territory for the purpose of committing crime, and so they will then commit those crimes in their area where they feel like they may be safe from prosecution or safe from rivals during the commission of their crimes. We may also look at with whom they commit these crimes. Obviously, we're talking about a group of people, and they're working together for a purpose, and they're working together for a reason, the same way any other group of people works together. So if they're working with other gang members to participate in these crimes, that may be an indicator that a particular crime is going to be part of that gang's activities.
When you first started out as a patrol officer with APD, did you observe signs of what you thought were criminal street gang activity just during your daily work?
Objection, this is so vague.
Overrule, Mr. Steele.
Could you ask the question again?
Yes. When you first began working as a patrol officer with the Atlanta Police Department, you said that you familiar with criminal gangs and criminal gang activity? We'll start there.
I had some familiarity with criminal gangs, yes.
And as you conducted your responsibilities with the Atlanta Police Department, were you aware of criminal street gangs in the city of Atlanta? at that time?
I was aware. I would honestly say that I probably missed a lot of stuff early on, even as a new police officer. But during the course of my career, I began to recognize and notice criminal gang activity more so than I had in the past.
You said you probably missed a lot of stuff. What do you mean by that? What are you talking about?
Your Honor, I don't even know what you were talking about. I object.
Relevance, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it as to form. You can rephrase.
Yes. Did you always recognize signs of criminal gang activity when you started out as a patrol officer?
Objection, yes.
Oh,
Well, it's hard to say. I only suspect that I miss things now because I know a lot more than I did then. And looking back, I likely just didn't understand connections, didn't understand identifiers that I was seeing and things of that nature early on.
Were you at the time that you started with the police department familiar with larger criminal street gangs in larger jurisdictions like California, Chicago?
I had some familiarity, yes.
And did you see in Atlanta those kind of gangs when you first started out?
I did not initially interact with those types of gangs in Atlanta.
What, during the course of your time as an investigator with the gang unit and with the Atlanta Police Department, what type of gangs have you found to exist in the city of Atlanta? And compare them, if you will, to gangs that might exist in, for instance, California.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase it. Break it down.
Breaking it down, are you able to describe for the jury the types of gangs that you have encountered during your time as a law enforcement officer?
I can.
City of Atlanta.
I can. There are many different types of gangs, but there are really three categories that we typically look at as far as criminal street gangs that we see here. And those three categories are traditional, non-traditional, and hybrid street gangs. And to your question, I've seen all three of those types in my time working with the Atlanta Police Department.
Would you explain to the jury what a traditional street gang is in your words?
Sure. So traditional street gangs are going to be gangs that you may be familiar with even from television and movies and things of that nature. These may be West Coast Bloods and Crips. It may be, folk gangs like the Gangster Disciples from Chicago, other blood sets from up in New York and New Jersey. But those traditionally styled gangs, what distinguishes a traditionally styled gang is that they may be national or international, but aren't necessarily. It's really more about the structure of the gang itself. A traditional gang will have a strict hierarchy or structure with leaders who give orders down through that chain of command. They may often codify the rules of the gang into what we call a gang Bible or a book of knowledge. They'll actually write down maybe an oath, a pledge, a way to identify other members through a call and response type interaction. They may have coded language that members will use to hide activities. They may have codes that they'll use as ways to identify each other and communicate. They wear particular sets of identifiers, which may include things like wearing colors, like flags, gang bandanas, things of that nature. They may make clothing or jewelry, or all types of things that they can wear. But again, the main thing to understand about a traditional gang is that structure, that consistency, and that sort of rigor around that gang. Non-traditional gangs are sort of on the other end of that spectrum, and these are the types of gangs that I initially saw in Atlanta and likely didn't recognize for what they truly were. Non-traditional gangs are typically neighborhood-based groups. In Atlanta, traditionally, those groups were often based around our housing projects, and so they may have had much looser affiliations. There may not have been a leadership structure at all. It may have been that some older members had more influence or got more respect, but there wasn't necessarily a strict, chain of command with named ranks and a method by which you would move up that chain of command. They'll have specific identifiers, but they may have less identifiers than a traditional gang, and those identifiers may change. Because they're local, because it's their own thing, if they want to rebrand and sort of change things, they don't really have anybody to answer to. They can change those identifiers kind of as they will. And members of those gangs may be allowed to leave the gang. If they move out of the area, maybe there's not an expectation that they continue to participate in the gang's activities. If someone moves into the area and gets to know or becomes friendly with members of that group, they may be adopted into the group, even though they're not from there. But it's a much more loosely structured organization, even though it still meets the criteria for being a criminal street gang, based on our statutory definition.
Overruled.
Based on our definition of a street gang and the activities that they participate in. So that's
Before you go into the next portion of your response, I want to show you State Exhibit 1 and ask you if you recognize State Exhibit. We have provided the exhibit to defense counsel, and I would ask that he be required to pose the question to the court.
Yeah, what's your question, Mr. Steele?
When was state's exhibit number, and I'm being told it's 2, but I'm being
It's
told
1.
1 also.
Because we have 1A is the other thing that was admitted, the CV. So this is 1.
Okay, thank you. When was it originally created is my question, in order to make the objection, not this one, but the original.
When you cross him, you can ask him that question, okay? All right.
Then I maintain my objection.
Okay, that's fine. If your objection is noted, in addition to what was heard. Yes, go ahead. Mr. Sharp?
Then we have a few.
Yes, you may, sir.
And I'd also like to add, 24-4-4A is implicated by state's 1A.
All right, sir. So noted. Overruled. States 1 is admitted for purposes of the demonstrative aid.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
Yes.
Thank
You may publish it.
Your Honor, this is just for the record, not to go out to the jury.
That's correct, sir. Demonstrative aid doesn't go to the jury, sir.
I'm going to give you a clicker and ask that you utilize the State's Exhibit 1 as necessary to explain your testimony.
Okay.
So would you go ahead and start with the first part of what has been listed as State's Exhibit 1 and talk about that with the jury?
So one thing we haven't discussed yet is what you now see on the screen, which we call the gang triangle. This is a graphical representation of what our gang investigations are seeking when we're investigating potential violations of our Street Gang Act. What we're looking for is evidence that a person who is employed by or associated with a criminal street gang has
Let me ask you this. Does the Atlanta Police Department have criteria to identify or confirm gang members?
We do.
Would you explain those to the jury?
And I'll just make a point that may just be semantics. We don't typically use the term confirming gang members. Our goal is to, when we can, identify whether someone is a member or associate of a criminal street gang as it relates to our investigations. And so in order to help us do that, we use a 6 criteria system that was developed in California over 30 years ago, has been used since that time all around the country in this effort. The first criteria is when someone self-admits membership in the gang. The second criteria is when that person is identified by an informant with previously tested reliability. The third is when the person's identified by an informant who is previously untested or has previously unknown reliability, but that information is independently corroborated. The fourth is when a person resides in or frequents a known gang's area, adopts the style of dress or mannerisms or other distinguishing characteristics of that gang, and associates with other known gang members within that context.
Detective Belknap.
I'm sorry, I've given them time to write.
Okay.
Yeah. The fifth is when a person's arrested several times in the company of other identified or known gang members for crimes consistent with that gang's activities. And the final category is when someone shows some signs or indications of being associated with the gang, but doesn't meet one of those other criteria, we may categorize them as a gang associate. And for us, the way that we teach this and the way that we employ that, is that the person associates with them within the context of the criminal activity of the gang, not just that they know the gang member or maybe family or something like that. It's that they associate them within the context of the gang's criminal activities.
John, may we close briefly?
Yes, Mr. Steele.
All right, everybody.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, does a person have to meet all of the criteria that you just explained to the jury in order to be considered a gang member or associate?
They do not.
Overruled, sir. Overruled, sir. No speaking objection. No speaking objection.
It's not done, can it?
Overruled, Mr. Steele, and do not speak your objection again.
You may answer.
They do not need to meet all the criteria.
Traditionally, when you're talking about a traditional gang, are there particular ways that gang members join a gang?
There are.
Would you tell those to the jury?
There are three typical ways that someone joins or becomes a member of a criminal street gang. The first one is to be beat into the gang. That means the prospective member endures a physical beating of some generally set duration of time by some number of the members to gain or be initiated into the gang. The second way is to be blessed into the gang. That may be someone who has some sort of family or relationship tie with people in the gang. They may have done something for the gang, committing crimes for them or things of that nature. Sometimes it's a financial commitment. There are a variety of ways that someone avoids the beat-in process or avoids another initiation process and is just blessed or granted membership within the gang. The third way is to be sexed into a gang. This is typically for female members where they may endure having sex with multiple members of a gang or a member of the gang in order to gain admission into the gang.
In your experience during your time as a law enforcement officer and through your training and education, what have you determined to be the motivators for persons to join a criminal street gang?
Yeah, in conversations with gang members, you'll hear, and we have heard, a lot of different reasons that they give.
One at a time. Okay, and I've heard two other from Mr. Matthews and Mr. Steele. Okay.
Your Honor, my response is that this is something that has been personally observed by a person who's not even an expert by the court, on which he has based his opinion. So it helps form the basis of his opinions. It's not a confrontation clause issue. I believe that there's no objection.
I'm overruling objection. I'm overruling objection, Mr. Sharp.
Go ahead. Would you explain to the jury what you learned during your time as a gang investigator have been motivators, or what motivates people to join a criminal street gang?
So oftentimes I've heard people cite reasons, things like to have a sense of family, maybe to have protection, relationship, and things of that nature. And as I've gotten further into this field and had more in-depth interviews and more in-depth conversations, and certainly a lot more observations, essentially what it boils down to in my experience most of the time is the pursuit of money, power, and respect.
Approximately how many gang members are there in the city of Atlanta?
We've identified over 3,500 gang members within the city, although we believe, based on FBI estimates, that there may be as many as 10,000 or more within the city. The FBI has also stated that they believe there.
Hearsay and confrontation clause. Your Honor, this is.
I overrule the objection.
You may go ahead.
And the FBI has stated also that they believe there may be as many as 40 to 50,000 gang members in the metro Atlanta area.
And based on your training background and experience, what sort of crimes are gangs and gang members responsible for in Fulton County?
They're responsible for a variety of crimes, everything from property crimes, auto thefts, burglaries, entering autos, stealing things out of cars, shoplifting, burglaries, things of that nature, also including armed robberies, carjackings, shootings, and up to and including murders. Additionally, narcotic sales, probably the most common crime that we see from gang members, the distribution and sales of narcotics.
And how does the distribution and sales of narcotics tend to further the interests of a gang?
For most of our criminal street gangs that I've investigated, their staple crime is the sale and distribution of narcotics. It provides income to the members and to the gang itself. And that's often the motivator for gangs to control a particular turf or territory, is to have a place to conduct these activities. So that's oftentimes a primary crime and forms sort of a foundation of what the gang's activities are.
Is there any significance to the word respect in gang culture based on your training and experience?
There is.
Would you explain it to the jury?
So in the context of a criminal street gang, the word respect might not mean the same thing that it could mean to you or to other people. Criminal gang members really define respect more honestly as being feared. Being respected means that they are feared by people of the community who may not testify against them as a witness to a crime, may not be willing to report a crime if they're a victim. It means that their rivals respect them in the sense that they'd be afraid to retaliate against them or do violence against them. So it sort of protects them from a potential crime from a rival gang. And it really is focused around that fear that's projected out to others around them.
And does that fear or that respect in any way insulate them from repercussion for their activity?
Yeah, that's the purpose of it. That goal of money, power, and respect is to increase their own reputation, increase their own ability to retaliate and do violence to the extent that it keeps someone else from being able to do violence against them, and therefore they can do what they want to do, which in the context of criminal street gangs is conduct criminal activity.
And what are the ways that criminal street gangs gain respect?
Really within gang culture, there are sort of two ways to participate in gang activity. One is sort of colloquially termed banging, and the other one is hustling. Hustling is earning income for the gang. That may be selling narcotics, it may be stealing, it may be doing robberies, things of that nature, but it's earning income, it's bringing in money and funding that then benefits the gang as a whole. Banging is sort of the other side of that, and that's doing violence on behalf of the gang. That may be violence committed against other gang members, rival gang members, maybe as retaliation or maybe as a proactive act against a rival gang. It could mean responding to some slight, some disrespect that was issued to the gang by engaging in a fight or shooting or something of that nature. But those are sort of the two ways that we see this happen. And oftentimes within the gang, there may be people designated on one side or the other. Someone who's doing more banging, who's doing more, may not be expected to be on the street corner and sell narcotics. And likewise, someone who's bringing in money, they may be using some of that money to continue to support those who are doing the violence and the protection work for the gang as well.
And how does a gang member gain respect within the gang itself?
So in order to gain respect within the gang, you've got to be successful at one of those two aspects of gang life. Either you're bringing in money for the gang or you're doing violence. And honestly, violence is probably the main way that gang members move up within the gang.
Is the term payback in any way significant in gang culture?
It is.
Would you explain to the jury how?
Payback is crucial to street gangs. If you're in the criminal world and if you're pursuing that respect as a level of protection, then if someone does something to you, whether something violent or even something just disrespectful, a failure to respond to that begins to erode that sort of wall of protection you built by building this reputation. So in order to maintain or even to establish a reputation, in gang world, payback is a must. You've got to respond violently, and you've got to respond in a way that's significant enough to head off any future potential response to that. So, yeah, payback is essential for a gang member if they want to preserve that reputation and preserve that protection that they tried to build through that violent reputation.
And what about answering back as it relates to payback? What are some of the ways a gang or a gang member might answer back?
So oftentimes, as you can imagine, this begins this back and forth, particularly between rival gangs, where a gang is in some way insulted or disrespected or victimized, and then they respond in kind against the rival gang. And that gang then now has to do the same thing. They've got to respond as well. And so then they will respond and answer back and respond to that violence with more violence themselves. And this is sort of the foundation, the beginning of gang wars. This is where these things come from. And they can often carry on for quite a long time, but it starts this back and forth where no one wants to back down and lose what they've gained.
Earlier, you began talking about the difference and the different types of gangs, and you started out with traditional, and then you went into non-traditional. Is there another type of gang that you're aware of?
There is.
Would you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So that third type of gang is a hybrid street gang. So as you know, the word hybrid simply means a blend of two or more things together. You've likely heard that term in the context of, say, in current times, a hybrid car. It's a car that is powered both with an electric motor and a gas motor. Hybrid vehicles have both. They can be driven by a battery. They can also be driven by gasoline, but it's one car. Those two things are blended together into that vehicle. So hybrid street gangs blend the elements of two or more types of other street gangs. The types of hybrid gangs we typically see here in Atlanta, which began emerging around my time of coming into the gang unit in 2009 and 2010, are these hybrid street gangs. And what those are typically a local gang, a local non-traditional gang that has now aligned itself with a traditional gang. So they now have a relationship, and what we often see is an actual formal relationship with a traditional gang from somewhere else in the country. We see this in relationships between our gangs and Chicago gangs, New York gangs, LA gangs, and other places. And that hybrid part is that those local gangs will begin to adopt those identifiers for the traditional gang, but they will also retain and continue to use the identifiers that they have for their own local gang as well. They'll begin to blend those two identifiers together. They may also engage in the leadership structure within that traditional gang, but may still have their own structure locally within their local group at the same time. This was a very new thing for us in 2009 and 2010. We had not seen this before. And in gang culture, in the past, traditional gangs existed in one neighborhood in one place. That's the only place that they were. They didn't expand outside of that. They didn't have other locations that existed. And what we started seeing was these traditional gangs, essentially adopting a franchise model, where they would go to other places and form partnerships with local gangs that were already established in a particular neighborhood or territory, and partner with them and essentially franchise them to be a part of their network. And we've seen these traditional gangs build out national networks all over the country, not just in Atlanta, not just in Georgia, but in other states all over the country, where they have these relationships, share information, resources, and personnel, and operate towards common purposes.
When you talk about operating towards common purposes, how does starting or sharing a franchise model of a gang, how does that further any purpose of the traditional gang or of a hybrid gang or of the people who are members of either or both?
So if your gang exists in one place, in one neighborhood, that's all the turf that you have, particularly if you're a narcotics selling organization, but no matter what kind of crime that you commit, that's the limiting factor in your ability to earn income or earn money for your gang or earn reputation. The only way then to grow or expand is to move into other areas. You've heard about these things from the past where you'd have these gang wars between rival neighborhoods or gangs that were trying to take over somebody else's turf. So that's one way to do it. You can go in with violence and expand your territory and take over for somebody else. You kill everybody that's there, everybody chasing them off, and now you've got more territory. But maybe a less costly way to do that in the terms of human life is to offer a financial incentive to someone, to understand that there's a mutually beneficial opportunity to connecting with another group. It happens all the time in business. We, of course, see this every day when companies merge or do business together. Gangs have adopted that same model. It's more of a criminal enterprise model where they're doing business with other gangs, often in formal partnerships and sometimes simply as alliances where they just work towards the same purpose. But it expands their ability to make and control money and territory, building that reputation and power and money for the gang.
Looking back at the demonstrative that's on the screen, how does the gang triangle assist or aid in your investigation and pursuit of investigations regarding criminal street gangs?
I treat this almost as I guess it's a way to say it's almost like a heart check during an investigation. If we're looking a heart check. Sure. If you're looking at an investigation and you're trying to determine if gang activity has occurred and it may be a violation of the state's gang law, again, what we're asked to do is find a connection between all three elements. I keep a picture of this up at my desk. I keep it around me so that it's present when I'm doing my investigation. So I ensure that my investigation is seeking to find find that link between each element of this triangle. So it's a good reference point for a gang investigator to be able to focus on meeting all of the required elements or pursuing evidence of all the required elements of a potential violation, rather than missing one or even sometimes two of these and actually believing you got a gang crime when you really don't.
Now, as we go through the next slide in your demonstrative aid, you click to the next one.
Yes, ma'am.
You've already given to the jury the definition of the criminal street gang that you utilize. And as we go forward, we talked about the criminal street gang elements and identifiers. Looking at the criminal street gang elements and identifiers, how are each of those implicated in the gang triangle that you talked about?
This is just a more streamlined look at that.
Ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
And going on further, what are cliques or crews or boys as it relates to non-traditional gangs?
Sometimes these less formal groups will refer to themselves, or have in the past referred to themselves by more casual names like that. They won't refer to themselves as a gang necessarily, but they may call themselves a clique or a crew or boys or whatever it is.
And the existence of a criminal street gang that you have on the screen right now, would you talk a little bit about the evidence that you would look for in determining whether one does exist?
We take as our guide what the law says potentially could be evidence of a criminal street gang, which includes things like a common name or common identifiers, which include signs, symbols, tattoos, graffiti, attire, or other distinguishing characteristics.
During your time as an investigator with the city of Atlanta, have you heard of the gang or have you heard of a group called Raised on Cleveland?
I have.
Would you tell the jury when you first encountered that group?
I first heard of the gang Raised on Cleveland likely in late 2009 or early 2010.
And would you describe what that group, how that group identified itself? What were the identifiers that allowed you to recognize it?
Sure, and I believe we have a demonstrative for this. So the gang Raised on Cleveland, we began observing in the Cleveland Avenue area, the area surrounding Cleveland Avenue in Southwest Atlanta. We believe the gang was formed in 2006 or 7. As I've said, I came in 2009 and began interacting with them shortly after that. And we have identified over 100 members or associates of that gang through the extent of that investigation.
Is there a shortened name for, have it on the next slide, for that group?
Sure. So they called themselves Raised on Cleveland, but they also referred to themselves as Rock Gang or Rock Crew.
And do they, go ahead.
I'm sorry, within gangs, oftentimes, especially as they grow larger, there may be subsets or crews or cliques within the gang itself, smaller groups of people who are maybe closer or tighter within that larger organization. So you can imagine an organization of over 100 people, there's certainly going to be sort of subgroups within that. Within ROC, a couple of those were Young Crew, which they called Young Brew, and we'll explain a little bit more about that in just a minute. And also another one called Young Loyalty. Raised on Cleveland was one of the earliest of those gangs that I told you earlier called hybrid gangs. They were a local group, obviously Raised on Cleveland. They're saying we were all from Cleveland Avenue area. They're all from that area. But we began seeing them and observing them picking up the identifiers that we would traditionally associate with gangs that are associated with the Bloods. They started wearing red bandanas. They started using the number 5, including in 5-point stars. They started using their own hand sign. Again, that's a local thing, this single hand sign. They would get tattoos with the gang's name, ROC or Rock Crew, things of that nature. And they would add in, along with that, those 5-point stars or the number 5 or adding in red accents to their tattoos particularly. They would tag up the area in their community with the gang's name and with some of these same identifiers we associate with the Bloods. And of course, tagging that was meant to disrespect rival gangs, including the Crips, which are of course the sort of mortal enemy of the Bloods. They began wearing, of course, red bandanas, also custom clothing for the gang itself, which incorporated both their local identifiers and those national traditional identifiers, including some shirts that said, "So what we blooded," announcing that they were associated with the Bloods. And they began taking on other blood gang identifiers, including those for a particular blood gang called Sex, Money, Murder.
Now, were they associated with any other gangs within the city of Atlanta?
They were. Two gangs they associated with were from the Cleveland Avenue sort of greater area, which were Red Cartel and Creek City. And they also formed an alliance, a partnership with 30 Deep, which was based in the Mechanicsville neighborhood.
Now, how are you all able to determine, or in your opinion rather, was Raised On Cleveland, that group that you named called Rock Crew, was that a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Basis.
Not the unintended jury.
All objections, Mr. Steele.
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled, Mr. Sharp.
And how is it that you are able to classify, what is it that forms the basis for your opinion that Rock Crew was a criminal street gang?
As shown on this previous slide, these are some, it's an overview of the identifiers that we saw that matched up with what the law lays out for us can be evidence of a criminal street gang. In addition to this, we investigated many incidents that were determined to be related to the gang's activities, actual criminal activity, criminal behavior by the gang.
Now, you list on your slide rival gangs, and you have a couple of names. Would you explain to the jury what that is and why those names are there?
They had two main or sort of important rivalries in those early days. One was with a gang called Young Clique from the Thomasville area in southeast Atlanta. Young Clique notable because they were one of the earliest hybrid Crip sets in the city. And both of these areas are served primarily by South Atlanta High School. So we saw numerous instances of conflict between these two neighborhoods and between students from these different areas who now were aligning with the Bloods and the Crips and saw each other as enemies or rivals. Famerica was a gang from the west side, and that rivalry was potentially, really, there were several places that rivalry came from. One was based on that association with 30 Deep. 30 Deep had a long-standing rivalry with these West Side gangs, with a West Side gang called the Fam. They routinely had shootings back and forth between Mechanicsville and between Simpson Road and Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard, between those two neighborhoods. 30 Deep and Raised On Cleveland formed this partnership together. And what we observed happen in response to that was that the Fam then partnered with Young Clique. And those two gangs formed a combined partnership that they then called Famerica. That name, this is a longer story than I think you were wanting necessarily, but that name was adopted because the Fam was another hybrid blood set on the west side. YGC, as I told you, was a hybrid Crip set. They found reason to partner with each other in spite of those differences, but neither one of them wanted to drop their colors, so they began flagging the American flag. So that therefore it had both the red and the blue in their gang identifier. So those rivalries began to grow as these gangs began to connect with each other.
Would you tell the jury some of the ways that a particular criminal street gang, Rock Crew, for instance, might display their colors?
Sure. So as an example, they began wearing red bandanas. It's sort of the classic gang identifier, is wearing your gang's color as a bandana or other form of clothing.
What about hand signs that you talked about?
They also begin to throw hand signs, and this one that you can see, I'll try to make it, is this, which is a CK, which stands for Crip Killer. And they additionally had their own identifier, which is this diamond or triangle shaped hand sign that Raised On Cleveland used.
Both by having tattoos as a means of identifying oneself as a part of the gang or
I did. And we began to observe, here you can see one example of a rock crew tattoo, ROC, and then crew below that. Also in this picture, you can see that the person in the picture has a red bandana tied to their waistband.
And were there any other instances of tattoos displaying one's affiliation that you've been privy to observe and see during your time as an investigator?
There were, and here's another example of an ROC, a rock crew tattoo. But as Rock Crew went from being a local non-traditional gang to this affiliation with the Bloods, we began to see their identifiers changing. We began to see members tattooing themselves with things that initially were very subtle, but we began to discover were actually more traditional gang identifiers, including incorporating that color red. Chuck Taylor tattoos in varying colors can be an indicator of gang activity, certainly is not always. And as you can see here, this Smile Now, Cry Later face tattoo, also the two masks are wearing red bandanas on them. So you begin to see things like that. These were subtle sort of indicators there may be more going on than just this local neighborhood gang activity. As we saw these tattoos evolve over time, we began to see these. So this is a Rock Crew gang member who's tattooed this word all the way down his forearm, and it says Believeland. They're from Cleveland Avenue, but it says Believeland because Blood gang members typically and often will disrespect the rival Crips by avoiding the use of the letter C. So they replace the letter C with the letter B. Sometimes they'll replace it with an X, or if they're writing it, they'll cross it out. But in some way, they will disrespect the letter C in order to show disrespect to their rivals. So we saw Rock Crew gang members begin to reduce their use of the letter C, including in the word Cleveland, which is their territory, by calling it Believeland. And then this phrase below that says "peed up" or "get beat up" is also a reference to sex, money, murder, which this demonstrative will go into in a little bit more detail later.
Now, when you're talking about gang clothing, what type of articles would you see during your investigation? Or gang tagging, let's start there.
Okay, so this is an example of a photographic tagging that I took. This is from Mount Zion Road, Hateville Road, which is in that Cleveland Avenue sort of neighborhood or that area. And as you can see, ROC is right there at the top. It says RIP Trey, but then there's a red 5-point star there below that. That's often an indicator of gang activity. Bloods represent the gang with the color red. And the number 5, which I'll explain a little bit more in a minute, it'll often represent the number 5 with that 5-point star.
Before you go on, ladies and gentlemen, you okay? You want to take a comfort break?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess for about 10 minutes. So we'll come back at that point in time, and then we'll make some plans for lunch or our continuation for the afternoon, okay? Remember the admonitions I gave you earlier, and we'll be in recess about 10 minutes. All right. All rise. All right, Jerry's left us. We'll see you all in 10 minutes.
What's up, everybody? This is an old iMac that I've got the screen on, so you can tell it's not a very good screen. I might see if I can switch over to my MacBook, but kind of a boring morning this morning. I mean, we're finally getting into like the point of the testimony. I mean, so I saw somebody comment in the chat just how tedious qualifying an expert is, and the fact that the fact that this is the first witness to start it off, like the first witness that they're hearing in the first testimony is like all this kind of boring court qualification stuff, which is really standard for expert witnesses. But also, as I raised in the chat, it reminds me of there's a judge in LA federal court who does not have time for the witness qualifications. He'll make both parties, both sides will stipulate to, okay, this is the expert's qualifications. And then he'll just read the stipulation into the record and qualify the attorney. It was actually or qualify the expert. It was actually the judge who did Vanessa Bryant's lawsuit against LA County over the Kobe Bryant crash photos trial. So that was a really high profile one. But I've seen some other cases that he's done where he just does not have time for the expert testimony stuff. And he's so kind of uptight about things that, you know, the standard rule is, and I know they're doing it in this case, is that witnesses are not allowed to sit in the courtroom and hear testimony from other witnesses. But Judge Walter is so just, he doesn't want to waste any seconds, and he gets so annoyed at downtime in a jury trial that he tells the attorneys that, like, right before the other witness gets off the stand, it's totally okay if the next witness comes into the courtroom and hears like the last few minutes of the testimony. He actually like orders them to do that because he gets so annoyed when the witness gets off the stand and it's like, okay, we got to go get the other witness. And it's like 2 or 3 minutes go by until the next witness gets on the stand. He's like, and I mean, it's not a lot of, I don't see a lot of other judges do that. And I think some people are like, wow, Judge Walter is so uptight about stuff, but it's like his trials run so much better than everything else. And his point is that this is a jury. These are like 12 people, usually more because you've got alternates, who are like forced to give up their days and come into court. And, you know, Judge Walter gets a big salary. All the attorneys in front of him are paid to make court their full-time job. So they need to be like working overtime to make sure that the jury gets the best experience. And especially when you hear some people say that like the vast majority of people, maybe not the vast majority, but like most regular people in society, their only real experience with the courthouse is jury duty. Or like if they maybe pay like a traffic ticket in municipal court, but you know, not a lot of people have experience with like being on trial for felonies or something. Their only experience in seeing judges and attorneys work is when they get called in for jury duty. So to have courts like, you know, just wasting their time and not giving a good impression, you know, it's bad. I definitely have a lot of respect for the judges who like want to keep the trains running on time and not waste any time at all. I don't think we've really seen like a lot of like wasted time this morning. It's just the kind of tedious questioning of this guy, and it's like, okay, what's the point of this? Because I mean, in a case like this, I was kind of wondering who would be the first witness, because it makes sense that it's a police detective, because they say that, you know, ideally like a plaintiff's attorney or the prosecutors want to call a first witness who is like setting the scene, who kind of sets the stage and describes the overall scene. So in a big sprawling case like that, it's like, who is that other than a police detective who can put this stuff together? But you know, somebody was asking if this will be the only witness today, and I mean, it's hard to say for sure, but I think so, because I'll be kind of not surprised if they don't even get to the cross today. But it seems like by this afternoon, like within a couple of hours, perhaps we can get to the cross. But I don't know, it's going so slow, and I'm also wondering if he's going to be one of the detective who helps lay the foundation and gets the song lyrics in as evidence, because that's going to take forever. I mean, he could be on the stand for a couple of days if he's going to be the detective connected to the song lyrics. So, you know, somebody asked if the court staff is unionized. I should ask the Atlanta Journal Constitution reporters. I'm going to try to get them on the stream to ask them questions like that. But just the fact that it's Georgia, it's like probably not, you know. But who knows? Yeah, and frankly, I'm just like, again, when I was looking at the overall case, I was like, I just don't think, I've said this before, that I don't think this is a case the LA DA's office would bring. But just this testimony about gang stuff. I mean, I tweeted out on X that a clip of the detective talking about, you know, power and respect and how you get these things to try to, you know, facilitate your violence or whatever. I'm like, no, he's not talking about the gangs within the LA County Sheriff's Department, because that's the big thing in LA County related to gangs. I mean, obviously there's criminal street gangs everywhere, and I've covered plenty of prosecutions, like federal prosecutions involving them. But kind of a big issue for a long time is that there are actually like gangs within the LA County Sheriff's Department. Like they all have matching tattoos, they work in the same sect or something. And there's been a commission that actually had a bunch of public meetings that like explored all this. So when just all this talk about criminal street gangs, it's like you can kind of apply that to like a lot of different things. It's like, dude, when you look at the definition of all this stuff, it's like, you know, the cops are kind of a gang, and especially the LA County Sheriff's Department like actually like has like gang sects within the Sheriff's Department. That, yeah, I don't know. It just, when I was hearing that testimony, I was like, you could apply this to like so many groups of people, you know, but you're applying it to Young Thug and rap music. And I don't know. I think it's going to get more interesting there. But see what else. I bet they'll be longer than 10 minutes, but you know, I'm hoping we get into something a little bit more spicier. But I think that's always how it goes with expert testimony is as we get more and more into it, it'll get more interesting because he's going to get into more relevant testimony, in particular about the case and what he's found in specific with this. But I was wanting to check with, I mean, the trial's going to be going on for so long, but I was wanting to check with some of the reporters who are on scene, see if they can join us maybe for the lunch break or something, just to kind of talk about how things are going in there. But I mean, especially like if I was on scene, I mean, I can't imagine covering like every single day of this trial in person. It's just too, and especially a witness like this. Like if you're writing daily stories on it, I mean, right now I would feel like you don't even really have a story. But what else is going on? I mean, it's hard to say whether his testimony is going good or bad. You know, it's just kind of slow going. But it does just amaze me that this case is just going to go on for 6 months. I mean, it seems like it's going to be hard for the jury to like get their head around this. I mean, somebody was talking like 700 witnesses. They're 400, 700. They're probably not going to call that many. I saw last night that they were already saying that these gang experts that they want to. That all the gang experts they want to have testify, maybe they're not going to have them all testify or something like that. So I don't think we're going to see that many witnesses. But I've covered trials like involving 50 witnesses where the judge has like recommended that the lawyers provide pictures of the witnesses, like enter them as evidence. So at the end, the jury can like be reminded of who these people are. It's like, how are they going to remember all these witnesses? Will you be writing about? Yeah, I'm not. Somebody asked if I'm going to be. Oh yeah, Jewel Wicker. Yeah, I've talked to Jewel about coming on and talking because she's been covering this case for a really long time, so she knows all the background on it and can talk about, you know, the pretrial issues involving the witnesses, that kind of thing. So yeah, everybody give her a follow. Yeah, I haven't written an article about the case yet. I do want to do something on the rap lyrics and the use of it because I think this is going to be used like to the max here. It's kind of a unusual use of rap lyrics. Like it's just not that actually unprecedented though. And actually I was reminded of this is years ago now, like 14 years ago. But does anyone remember Dalla? He's an up and coming rapper who was killed in LA. And it was tied to Atlanta. The guy who was charged with killing him was from Atlanta, but he went on trial for murder in LA County, was actually acquitted. And a big part of his defense was bringing in Dalla's own rap lyrics because he was claiming self-defense. So all the lyrics that Dalla has written about him carrying a gun and things like that, that was a big part of his defense. So I was looking at that last night and I was like, man, I should call this guy's lawyer. I mean, the lawyer who did that case for the guy who killed Dalla and got him acquitted and talk to him about use of rap lyrics. He probably has a really good perspective on it. But it's hard to compare like case by case because the use of Young Thug's lyrics here it's like different than how they were using it in Dalla's case. But I mean, even in the Tory Lanez case, I've mentioned this on in some interviews that the jury in Tory Lanez's case never actually heard about any of his lyrics, but the judge made it clear that if Lanez testified, he thought that the lyrics, any lyrics that he's written about Meghann or the shooting would be admissible. And Tory's lawyers in their post-trial motions actually cited that, said that it was that it was wrong of the judge to say that, and that it was the reason Lanes didn't testify, and they were trying to use it as a reason to get a new trial. It didn't work. But I mean, just the judge made it clear that if the lyrics are like written about the crime, he thinks that they're relevant. So I think that's the same logic that the judge in the Young Thug case applied, but there's just so many more lyrics than just, I mean, I think Lanes, I mean, I'm not even sure, Lanes doesn't even really deny that he wrote all those songs about shooting Meghann. I mean, the songs are pretty clearly about that, whereas these lyrics from Young Thug that they're citing, I think Young Thug and other people are saying that it's a lot more subjective than just, oh, clearly it's about this crime. Brian Steele got into that in his opening statement yesterday about the different reasons for, or the different songs that they're using, and some of the problems that the prosecutors are kind of overlooking when they do that. But let me see if I can bring up some clips here. But yeah, because I didn't want to just do a story that just kind of has some quotes from opening and is just kind of like every other story out there. But I definitely want to do a collection of like my videos about it, and then do something bigger on the rap lyrics issue. I think that's interesting. Yeah, let's see how long they take to get back in here. Oh, looks like their camera's back on. Okay. We can grab that here. Close up on Thugger here. Oh, here. There we go. Must be so boring to just have to sit there all day. I mean, I guess it's better because he's in custody, so I mean, it must be more interesting than. But I just know that at least around California, I mean, the word from the court clerks and stuff is that doing trials with defendants who are in custody is so much more of a headache than people who aren't. And I mean, the way they get treated at the jail too. I've heard the Fulton County Jail where he's at, it's just horrible conditions. But I mean, he probably has to wake up at 5 a.m. or something, and they give him like a bologna sandwich and an apple and take him to the holding cell to wait for court or get changed or something. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the process is, but it's not fun, I don't think. And being a reporter, especially just being able to watch this online, it's a pretty big luxury. But this is just like kind of slow, tedious testimony. Hopefully we'll get into something soon. Because I mean, I definitely think that the case has like so many like defensible positions in it. He has a good lawyer. I mean, they all have good lawyers. I thought, well, the woman who gave like the 6-minute opening statement, who's representing the 19-year-old, obvious, like I don't want to say she's a bad lawyer, because when you look into the background on that, apparently she's being paid like $15,000 through a public defender wage, and she complained a couple months ago and asked for more money or something, or didn't get it. But I mean, all the hours that she has to put into that, and then I mean, her client is kind of the least exposed of them all, in that he's already serving life in prison, and it's only one conspiracy to commit RICO charge. But man, it is just depressing that this country has a 19-year-old in prison for a murder he committed when he was 15, and he's just going to be there for the rest of his life. Like, we're just warehousing him for the rest of his life. It's like, gosh, that's totally depressing. But, and I'm not sure how, I mean, obviously Thug is the focus of it. So, but I'm not even sure where Roderick, the 19-year-old, is in the courtroom. I'm not sure I could point him out. But I mean, his lawyer had, it was like a less than 6-minute opening statement. But I thought all the other opening statements were really good. And you can tell that like all the lawyers are like ready to fight. Like, I mean, you've got Thug's lawyer, Brian Steele. Everybody saw all the quotable stuff from him. But the first guy who went was really good too. You had the Krispy Kreme donut guy. He was so animated. And then the guy after him I thought was really good too. And they're all like, they've all got their own cases. I mean, especially during the cross-examinations of these witnesses, things could get really interesting with 6 attorneys doing that. But like, one of my biggest questions for the attorneys on this would be how much are they working together on this? I mean, are they coordinating at all? Because obviously they're just supposed to represent their own client's interests. But when you have a case like this, you've got to kind of work together to, especially in the cross-examinations on things like who's going to go first and who's going to ask this, and should you have them ask this and then somebody can follow up later with that. It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's why all this gang testimony, I'm like, this is so like old fashioned. It's like 2023. It's like, yeah, no, exactly. And it's like, okay, so what about the cops who like patrol around with their matching tattoos and guns and gosh, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. It's like, oh, it's a militia. Okay, are we getting back here? So I think, I'm not quite sure how the courtroom's configured, but we'll talk to some reporters when they get in. No sound yet. Need any sound yet, guys?
And let me go ahead and call them out at this point in time.
All right, so jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, all that rushing around for me is now tell you that it's time to go to lunch. What do you think? Some of you, most of you look very disappointed. Okay, so I'll take that we made the right executive call. So what I'm going to do is release you all for lunch at this point in time. We're going to come back for 1:45, and that should give you plenty of time to take a little bit of respite and have some lunch. I'll just remind you of your admonitions that we've spoken about continually. Please don't discuss anything that you heard at this point in time, as that would be inconsistent with the court's directives. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch, okay? Detective Belknap, we'll have you back at 1:45 too, sir, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, sir.
I bet they have something. They'll probably talk during the break. I saw that this happened in the conception.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. You can please be seated. You all are welcome to take lunch at this point in time. We'll see you back at 1:45, okay? We'll be in recess.
Atlanta. You know, I obviously I'm not gonna like fly out to Atlanta and like stay there for 6 months to cover this trial. But I did have a friend, God, a longtime friend. We were like really good friends in 6th grade, and she lives in Atlanta. She messaged me on Instagram because she's been seeing my coverage, and she said that if I want to come out to Atlanta for some of the trial, I can absolutely stay at her house. Like she and her husband, they have a new little baby, but she works at like the Department of Fish and Wildlife, but she's been in Georgia for years. She went to University of Georgia. Like I think she got her PhD there in wildlife biology or something. So I'm like sometime over this next 6 months, I should try to get out to Atlanta and see the courthouse. That'd be fun. But that break kind of took me by surprise. I wanted to, hopefully have somebody lined up to like join us for break. See if maybe Jewel can join us. I know Bryson Paul, who's covering it on Twitter too. He is arranging like a Twitter Spaces that we're going to do Friday after the trial. He invited me. It's like him and Jewel and I think maybe the AJC reporters and some other people who are covering it. So I wanted to kind of do some talking, discussion during the break. It kind of caught me off guard, but I did just have an appearance on CBS Chicago that I wanted to clip out and play, post onto my YouTube, but I think they've already posted it on their YouTube. So I could bring that up and play it for you guys right now and try to get some other stuff going. Because I don't want to stop the stream, but I also, I don't want to just live stream Law and Crimes content. That's kind of shitty to just like steal their content onto my live stream. But let me see here. But again, I just think it's going to be kind of an uneventful day. I mean, this testimony is just like, okay, so what do you say? 1:45 Atlanta time, they're going to be back. And he'll probably go for, I mean, he's been going until 5 or 6, but it's like, dude, you can't do that to your court staff. And then also the jury. They can't keep him that late every day for a 6-month trial. He's going to have to get some more set hours. So I wonder if we're even going to get to any cross exam today. But for me, if I do like make a trip out to Atlanta, which would just be fun, just to go out there and meet all the reporters, like try to meet Brian Steele in person and like just see the courthouse and everything. I frankly think it's like easier and your coverage is better when you're just sitting at your desk and the whole thing's right in front of you and you've got like 3 screens. You can record on a phone and clip out stuff on Twitter. But it would be fun just to see it all in person. But it's kind of just like, when would I decide to go? Because you obviously need to plan it a little in advance. And it's not like you can just pick the day that, oh, Lil Wayne's going to testify, which, by the way, I'd kind of be surprised if he actually does testify, but he might. And it would be awesome to be there for it. But then again, days like that to actually get into the courtroom is going to be kind of crazy. I need to talk to the other reporters about what is the media room actually like? Do you need credentials for that kind of thing? Because, I mean, it sounds awesome, but just the logistics of doing it, it's like, what are you actually getting out of it? Well, I don't know. I'd get a lot out of it. But again, it's like knowing my luck, I'd probably plan it for a day where I'm there for like the gunshot residue testimony or something. But let me see if I can pull up that CBS clip. Pulling it up here. There it is. I just signed up for the professional StreamYard. I don't have the logo on my streams anymore. This is what I did this morning. They talk for a few minutes before they get.
This is at the center of a racketeering or RICO trial. Jeffrey Lamar Williams, known professionally as Young Thug, accused of leading a violent.
Sometimes
names in
the
modern
commentators-
rap. But now the Grammy-winning Atlanta-based
I do,
artist is at the center of a racketeering or RICO trial. Jeffrey Lamar Williams, known professionally as Young Thug, accused of leading a violent street gang alongside other artists associated with his record label, who faced additional charges such as murder and armed robbery, many of which settled with plea deals. To break down the latest, a friend of the stream, court and legal affairs reporter, Meghann Cuniff, joins us now. Meghann, thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
So if you could help us catch up, a lot going on here, always is with a RICO case. The core of the indictment here, the accusation is that Young Thug's record label, YSL, is a front or is simultaneously a violent street gang in Atlanta?
Exactly. I think they'd say simultaneously that he is leading an organized crime syndicate, that he acts as a record label, but actually works as a criminal gang in the Atlanta area. So, you know, like you said, RICO cases are always big, and I think sprawling would be a good word to describe this. And I did see the New York Times describe it as epic too. And I think this is an unprecedented prosecution for Fulton County, and it's also an unprecedented prosecution for the hip hop world to have a rap star in a record label basically on trial like this.
Yeah, it's such a well-known rap star, and the New York Times is pretty staid in its use of adjectives. So yeah, calling it epic says something. You've covered a lot of high-profile cases. This one took nearly 10 months to sit the jury. Am I right on that? 10 months to sit the jury?
Yeah, and that was so highly unusual.
I've got a question just beyond that, but I just wanted to make sure I had that fact right. 10 months to sit a jury. Then Young Thug's lawyer filed for a mistrial on day one. You've posted some interesting quotes from both the defense and the prosecution in this case. What do you make of kind of, I guess, what's turning out to be kind of a mess right out of the gate?
Yeah, it did start off not very smoothly for the prosecution. And I think a lot of the times in trials, we'll see mistrial motions made that maybe don't have the best chance of being granted. And it's the defense attorney's way of kind of preserving the record and making sure that their objections are preserved for perhaps some kind of appeal. But what was so unusual about this mistrial request, 20 minutes into the opening statement, was that the prosecutor herself, while she objected to the mistrial, she did acknowledge that perhaps the jury could get an extra instruction and be told that, what she's saying and what's being presented on the screen in her opening statement is not evidence, to try to make up for the fact that the defense was complaining that some of the things she was putting on the screen were not accurate. Just to have that kind of fumble right out the gate just seemed unusual, and also perhaps a sign of things to come.
Yeah, may not portend things very well. This is a lot of controversy over prosecutors using Young Thug's lyrics against him as evidence. We've actually seen that here in Chicago, where rap music is also taking the spotlight in the murder trial of Clayton Weekly, known as FBG Duck. Some legal experts and other musicians condemn this tactic. It does seem like a slippery slope. While others say, hey, you do a diss track, someone ends up dead. I mean, if that's, it's a gold mine of circumstantial evidence. Thoughts on this? How it's going to play out?
Yeah, like you said, it's a really controversial use, but it also has a lot of precedent to it. And I saw it in the case of rapper Tory Lanez when he was convicted of shooting the other rapper, Megan Thee Stallion, in Los Angeles. The jury never actually heard his rap lyrics, but the judge made it clear and told his lawyer that if Tory were to testify, any songs he's written about Megan or about the shooting would be fair game. So there is actually a lot of precedent for lyrics coming in that are connected to the crimes. It's just in this RICO case with Young Thug, there are so many lyrics coming in, and I think the defense is arguing that there are real tenuous connections between the alleged crimes and these lyrics.
Yeah, I mean, because in knowing what he raps about, you could almost take any lyric from any song and say, this has, I mean, because RICO is so broad. I mean, we're not talking one incident, one person, so on and so forth. Interesting how to see how that will play out. Before I let you go, the first witness was taking the stand today. Prosecutors have lifted hundreds of other possible witnesses from other rappers, music execs, police, and more. This is topic A in Atlanta, but really has national ramifications for fans of the genre and those in the game, which employs tens of thousands of people.
It does. This is a closely watched case within the hip hop industry and beyond, and just the use of the RICO statute. And then, of course, this was going to get so much attention no matter what, but it's kind of added another layer of intrigue and perhaps attracted some viewers that might not have been paying attention to this case otherwise. Is that Fulton County, Georgia, and RICO that's the same county and the same charge that former President Donald Trump is facing for his alleged election crimes in Georgia. So I think a lot of people are looking at this prosecution as kind of a window into how the prosecution could proceed against President Trump. So I think it's a little unusual for some people to think of Young Thug and Donald Trump both facing the same charge in the same county, but it's what's happening right now. And it's really brought another layer of intrigue to an already pretty interesting case.
Yeah, interesting. And just a side note here. So RICO, when people typically think RICO, that's usually federal level charges. Is the Young Thug case, is that also a state court issue? Because, the Trump case is obviously a state court, and state courts, the county v. a certain person don't usually do RICO.
Yeah, it is definitely a state court prosecution. So I have experience covering a RICO case in federal court in Los Angeles against the Mongols Motorcycle Club.
Right.
That was definitely a federal case. I've never experienced a RICO prosecution in state court. So that's unusual. And I think it just says something about the aggressiveness of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, that they're willing to take on complex cases like this.
Yeah, remarkable. And always remarkable insight from you, court and legal affairs reporter Meghann Cuniff. Thank you so much for your time. Let's stay in touch on this one.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You got.
There we go. Let me see. I'm trying to record that right now and get it on my my own site. But let me see. See if we got some more content for you. I can replay my interviews from yesterday. If you guys were tuning in yesterday, you probably saw these, but I also spoke on Scripps News and Live Now from Fox about opening statements, and both are pretty lengthy, and they get into some footage of the case and everything. So let me put that on.
High-profile trial against rapper Young Thug began in Atlanta today. Prosecutors in the defense with opening statements in a case with some wide-ranging implications. The trial itself recessed pretty quickly due to a missing juror, but let's look at how this case is unfolding. Young Thug is a chart-topping rapper and a key player in Atlanta's hip-hop scene. He started a record label known as YSL, short for Young Stoner Life. Prosecutors have filed charges telling a very different story. They allege that YSL stands for Young Slime Life and is a gang affiliated with the Bloods, and that Young Thug oversaw and ordered a whole slew of crimes. YSL is frequently mentioned in songs by Young Thug and other acts on his label. The defense argues that the lyrics are just meant to portray a gangster image, but prosecutors won a key advantage earlier this month. The judge in this case ruled that rap lyrics can be used as evidence at trial. Adding to just how broad this case's effects could be, these RICO charges alleging organized crime are the same ones that former President Trump and his associates are facing. Like the Trump case, the YSL case is unfolding in Fulton County, Georgia, in Atlanta. The same district attorney, Fonnie Willis, is leading the case, and it's unfolding in the same courthouse. Court TV's Julia Janae has been covering the YSL trial for us and has a recap on day one.
Winter's on its way again. The state argues that Jeffrey Lamar Williams, who goes by the name Young Thug, that his music collective, YSL, is actually a street gang that has carried out crimes ranging from intimidation and theft to murder for the past 10 years. 6 defendants are on trial, and prosecutor Adrian Love claimed in front of this jury that the Grammy Award-winning rapper Young Thug operated as the gang leader.
YSL, they moved like a pack, with the defendant Jeffrey Williams as its head.
The prosecution in their opening referenced song lyrics that they say are going to be used as evidence at this trial, which has drawn the attention of music enthusiasts and free speech activists who say these charges are targeting protected art. The defense for the YSL members argue those music lyrics are not a confession to any crime, and they lodged several objections during the state openings. The presiding judge clearly frustrated at delays in what is already expected to be the longest trial in state history.
This is stuff we could take care of before our jury comes in, and that makes you all, lessen your ability as advocates and lessen our ability for this jury to go ahead and get this case seamlessly.
All of the defendants in this case have pleaded not guilty as the jury gears up to hear defense openings discrediting this RICO case. Reporting in downtown Atlanta, Julia Janae with Court TV.
Folks, this is just the latest high-profile case in the hip-hop world, as rapper Tory Lanez was sentenced this summer after being found guilty of shooting fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion in 2020. So let's bring in Meghann Cuniff to analyze this latest case. She's a legal journalist who joined us during the Tory Lanez trial and others, which she covered extensively. And she's also covering the YSL trial. Meghann, good to have you back. One of the things that I want to focus on here, this is another closely watched trial involving a well-known rapper, Young Thug. And there's a pretty big development leading up to today where the AJC reported that the judge is allowing for rap lyrics to be used as evidence in this case. Give me a sense of how big a deal that is.
That was a really big deal. Obviously, it's pretty instrumental evidence in the case. And then just legally, there's so much controversy surrounding the use of rap lyrics in criminal cases like this. There was actually a new law in the last couple of years in California that really increases the burden for prosecutors to be able to bring that evidence into trial. And it's the Artistic Expression Act this was aimed at in California, and they specifically talked about rappers and rap lyrics in California. However, it didn't outright ban the use of rap lyrics in criminal cases, and we saw it come up in the case of Tory Lanez after he was convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. Prosecutors brought up his lyrics during the sentencing because he'd written actually an entire album after the shooting that included lyrics directed at Megan and describing the shooting. So prosecutors were able to bring that into sentencing. And while we never heard about the lyrics in trial, the judge did tell Lanez's attorney that if he testified, the lyrics that he'd written that prosecutors said were about the crime would be fair game. So while it's certainly a controversial decision and there are a lot of restrictions on this nationally, there also is some precedent for the use of rap lyrics. However, what's going on in the Young Thug trial is on a much larger scale. There's actually 17 different songs that the judge has approved lyrics being brought into trial on. And we heard some of them in opening statements today, but certainly not all.
Yeah, I want to focus in on this just a bit because, there's been a long history here of rap lyrics being used as evidence and a strong campaign from rappers, from First Amendment advocates, scholars, etc. There's even been a push for some legislation protecting artistic expression. Myself, I've gone through amicus briefs where scholars have said, hey, this is just braggadocio lyrics. You know, they're talking about, you know, this is fictional. This isn't real. Has this movement had any significant impact in how cases against rappers are being tried?
I think it definitely has. I think we've seen some limits on it. I mean, especially in California, and then just prosecutors on themselves being more mindful of this. But I do think a lot of people are kind of dismayed at the amount of rap lyrics, and then even just that any rap lyrics are being brought into the Young Thug case at all. Lawyer just commented to me that you know, we don't take country music for verbatim, literally. Why are we doing it with rap music? But I
Johnny
think
Cash has been brought up a
feel
bunch. Yeah.
prosecutors just feel that they can prove the connection here, because the judge was pretty clear that they needed to lay a foundation, which of course they need to do with all evidence put into trial. They can't just bring these out of nowhere when they're questioning witnesses. They got to try to show a real connection between the crimes and the lyrics, and the prosecutor dove right into it today in her opening statement and really tried to make some connections right then and there.
Yeah, opening statements, not opening arguments, as it sounded like at the very beginning of today's proceedings. You know, this is the same statute and same court as former President Donald Trump's election interference trial. At least on a broader level, how could the verdict here shape future RICO charges?
I think a lot of people are looking to this as almost kind of a bellwether test for local state RICO cases. We see RICO a lot on the federal level, maybe not a lot, but it's at least more common. But state side RICO cases are perhaps a little more uncommon. And I think a lot of people who are interested in the RICO case regarding former President Trump and his associates are really looking to the Fulton County DA's office performance in this, just to see, you know, how much of a trial is this going to be when Trump and his associates finally get their day in court.
Yeah. According to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, jury selection took 10 months. The state expects to call about 400 witnesses, and the trial is expected to last half a year. What can we expect going forward here?
I think we can expect a long time and a lot of information for the jury to observe. We've seen perhaps celebrity witnesses, but then we're also going to be seeing a lot of non-celebrity witnesses, perhaps some dry testimony about gunshot residue, and then really just a lot of testimony about a lot of different incidents. That it's going to be really up to the DA's office to kind of put this all together for the jury in a manageable case later on, so that when they go back to deliberate 6-9 months from now, they're not just completely overwhelmed by what they heard, and they have some kind of roadmap that matches the charges they're going to be considering here.
Yeah, Meghann, before we let you go, I want to remind our viewers, you know, kind of what's at stake here for Young Thug and the other folks involved in this case. What kind of, when it comes to sentencing, when it comes to what they're being accused of, what kind of punishment are they looking at going forward?
20 years is floated around, and one of them, one of the defendants is actually already serving life in prison. He's now 19, and he was convicted of a murder at the age of 15. But the others have, you know, potentially years of freedom ahead of them that they obviously are going to be fighting for, and it's going to be up to their attorneys to try to secure that for them. But they're definitely looking at significant prison sentences if convicted here.
Yeah. Meghann Cuniff, thank you as always for joining us. It's always a pleasure. Hope to talk to you again soon. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me.
After the break, a new dating scam has restaurants saying gotcha to single hopefuls. How they're luring people into their businesses. One match.
All right, guys, exciting news. Jewel is gonna be joining us soon. She's gonna get in the queue here from Atlanta. She's been following this case forever, so she'll have some good perspective on Mark Belknap. She, I think, is familiar with his testimony from the preliminary hearing and some other stuff. Thank you, Slim, for the shout out. I like going on Scripps News. I go on Live Now from Fox all the time, but of course I've just started calling it Live Now because if you look at their studio, it's like they really try to minimize as the Fox. But I just want everybody to know that the people that I'm talking with on live now, it's like very separate from the Fox network. It's not exactly like Brett Baer and Greta Van Susteren, but I do go on there quite a bit. But yeah, it's fun. I'm hoping that it leads to some other stuff, and they seem pretty open to me talking about pretty much whatever I want to talk about. So if there's some other cases going on in LA and that kind of thing, I'll get those on here. So let me we get things going here. Let me play the other one that I did yesterday on live now. Some of you might have seen this, but I'll put this on here. Glad to have this. It would have been a while since I really used it.
Well, that Atlanta-based rapper, of course, Young Thug, he was indicted last year, along with more than 24 others, 5 of whom are set to stand with him. Trial is projected to last several months, but breakdown of what happened on day one. We're going to be joined right now by our friend, legal affairs journalist Meghann Cuniff. They're in Los Angeles. And Meghann, thanks so much for being with us. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving holiday weekend. We've talked to you so much recently. The Diddy lawsuit that his former lover and girlfriend Cassie brought, also just last week, the ASAP Rocky saga going on as well, and now this. From what I understand and what I've watched over the course of the last day, it seems like a lot of hiccups and missteps in day one for the Young Thug trial.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this was such a long time coming. I mean, there's been such anticipation about this for 10 months. I've been hearing requests, are you going to cover the Young Thug trial? And finally, it gets started today. And it seemed like not even 20 minutes into the opening statement, we had the hiccup, as you referred to. There was the mistrial request over the prosecutor's slide that hadn't been disclosed ahead of time as promised, and as is kind of standard in other trials. But what was remarkable to me was the prosecutor, of course, was against a mistrial. That's kind of a given. But she did say that there could be a curative instruction given to the jury to remind the jury that what she's saying in her opening statement is not evidence. So just the fact that we had a prosecutor 20 minutes in her opening statement saying, yeah, perhaps the jury does need a curative instruction because of the things I've just said, to me, that was remarkable and not something that we would typically see in a trial, especially when they've had.
Okay. All right, here. Get a few minutes of that. So, yeah, so I'm glad everybody was able to join us. I'm excited to welcome Jewel to the chat. If you guys have any questions about the case or anything, she's happy to join us. I'll get her on stage here. Thanks for joining us. How's everything going where you're at?
Oh, it's been a crazy week, but we have been dealing with this since the indictment last May. So a lot of the mishaps that y'all are learning about, we are not a stranger to. So it's crazy, but not unusual.
Yeah. So just the whole not starting on time, them, wanting to fight about stuff outside the jury. Obviously there was no jury in the pretrial stuff, but all this stuff, this kind of disorganization, was that pretty common throughout?
Absolutely. I mean, even think about the jury selection. We started picking a jury the first day of January when trial started, right? When court started. We didn't select a jury till this month. I mean, and I remember when we started in January, the judge said, I think about 6 to 8 weeks is a good benchmark because that's what it took in another high profile RICO case here in Georgia. And so we all thought, okay, 2 months for jury selection. And then it just kept going and kept going and kept going. So these delays and kind of odd timelines, we're pretty used to them now.
Yeah. Well, so you were at the courthouse for opening statements.
Yes, yeah, I was.
Both days of opening statements. What's the atmosphere like there? Is it pretty packed? Because for on camera, it looks, you really can't see any of the gallery. You just see the gallery that's taken up by the defense tables. But is there like a back kind of room where people are seated?
Yeah, so the courtroom is pretty large, and I will say this is actually one of two courtrooms that is being used for this trial. So in our courtroom, you have what you all can see on the camera, which is where the 6 defendants and their legal teams are seated. And then you have kind of some more seating where family members and friends, family and friends of the victims that were mentioned in opening arguments, they were seated there, as well as they let about 7 members of the media in, and everybody else gets sent to a media room. But there's also a second additional room on a higher floor in the courtroom for more family members and friends. And that's where Kevin Liles, who is the CEO of 300 Entertainment, the distributor of YSL Records, he was seated up there. Some other people from Warner Music were up there. So there's even another courtroom, a smaller courtroom where people are seated as well.
Interesting. So are there any victims' family members up there? Like, is there any kind of awkward interaction between defendants' families and victims' families? Or?
There haven't been any awkward interactions. There have been some, I think, tough moments for victims' family, like the family of Donovan Thomas has been in court this week. And so I think, there was a moment where a prosecutor showed a photo of him deceased alongside a Young Thug lyrics, the 100 rounds in a Tahoe lyric. And I think that obviously visibly upset his family. So they kind of got up and walked out for a little bit. We're teary-eyed, but there haven't been any awkward interactions between the two.
Yeah. Yeah. And now the witness that's testifying today, there was a preliminary hearing in this where he testified there. And
it wasn't much about what he would be speaking on. So a lot of what we're hearing today is what we're hearing for the first time, right? So he testified more to his qualifications. It was a qualifying hearing. So really trying to show the judge that he had the credentials and the experience to be qualified to be a gang expert in this case. But a lot of what we're hearing, the 70 slides and all of that, that stuff we're seeing for the first time.
Now, has there been any talk about how long he might testify for? Are we expecting the direct to go like into the day, or do we know?
What's interesting, we don't know for sure, but yesterday when the judge asked how many witnesses they had ready and they thought they might put up, they said 6, and then they said 3. Again, we know that everything is delayed in this case, so I don't know how long it will go, but I just know that originally they said they had 6 witnesses ready to go today, then they lowered it down to 3. Of course, you can see we're about to come back from lunch, so it's not really clear how many other, and it's a pretty substantial slide, right? So it's not really clear how many other witnesses we'll hear from today.
And so can you talk about, you've covered this since like the very beginning, right? Since the first indictment.
Well, yeah, because as an entertainment reporter here in Atlanta, I was covering Young Thug and I was covering Gunna and some of the rappers in the case long before the indictment ever happened. I did a profile, not a cover, of Gunna for GQ, and Young Thug was there. I went to his listening party when the album went to #1 in January of last year. And then months later, right, he's getting arrested and indicted. So I've been covering this the entirety of the trial and even them as artists before.
Now, how surprising was the indictment? Like, if were people kind of whispering that this could be coming, or was it a huge shock?
I don't think anybody expected it to come when it came, and I don't think anybody expected it to be as massive as it was, right? 56 counts, 28 defendants, it's a really like large indictment. But I also think if you talk to people in Atlanta and say, is YSL a gang? A lot of people will be like, yeah, so there have been rumblings and like talks about YSL and kind of gang activity or things like that. But as far as the indictment itself, I think, I was at home on Twitter like everybody else when this flashes up and I'm like, oh, what is going on?
Yeah. Well, how, other than the procedural stuff and kind of the typical snafus that we saw, how do you think the first couple days went? I mean, was this what you expected?
Yes, I think I was shocked by how unprepared the prosecution seemed a bit with their presentation, the typos, some of the factual errors that they went back and forth with for a while. Like you said, not presenting the documents that they were supposed to present. We've seen some of that, but for opening arguments, I was really surprised by that. And also, I think we've all seen kind of the jokes on Twitter about Young Thug's defense attorney and some of the the acronyms, the explanations for some of this. But I also think defense attorneys, with the case that they've been presented, they are putting on the best case that they can, and really trying to go overact for overact, charge for charge, and really explain all of this. My biggest question in all of this is there's a lot of names, there's a lot of defendants, there's a lot of alleged victims, there are a lot of attorneys, a lot of dates and times. And I wonder if this is going to become really overwhelming and too much for the jury to kind of parse through.
That's what I was wondering, because I was just thinking, like, I've covered, you know, much shorter trials with like 50 witnesses where the judge thinks that the jury should get like pictures of the witnesses so they can remember who they are. So it's like, gosh, if you really call all these people, like, how are you going to be able to sort that through?
Exactly. For the prosecution to say they have 400 part plan, that's down from 700 witnesses, right? So you're having to remember all of these witnesses. You have 6 defendants, but then you also have the defendants that have already taken plea deals, the affiliates, the victims, right? We're going through all these different years, and sometimes we'll talk about one year and circle back to another year. I worry that it can get a little confusing with all of these factual details.
Yeah, gosh, seriously. Well, you've seen the jury. What are they like age wise? Are there some young people in there? I heard the DA make those references to, you know, TPing a college dean's house. I'm like, are we just looking at a bunch of 21-year-olds, or where?
No, you know, I try not to speculate on people's ages, but from what I gather, there is one younger male on the jury. The other ones tend to be older, and I don't mean like senior, but older Black women. And there are 2 white people on the jury. I did not get to see them the second day. They sat us in a different place yesterday. And that was a little frustrating, but there's a wall between the jury and kind of us. So we weren't able to see them, which sucked because I really wanted to see how they were reacting to Brian Steele and some of the defense attorneys and some of those moments that we were all reacting to. But on day 1, I could see them, and they were taking notes and kind of, they were actively engaged on day 1.
And one thing you touched on with just like the range of the case and all the charges, but the difference in like the high end defense attorneys, which all of them seem really good, but then Roderick, the 19-year-old's lawyer, who she had the 6-minute closing where I mean, because really she has the smallest part of the case. There's only one charge, conspiracy. But when I was Googling it, I saw that she had raised an issue that she's appointed through public defense, and her salary for this was $15,000. So she was complaining about that. And it seems like, yeah, I mean, all the hours that she's been putting into this case and having to meet in court for that's a lot.
Again, we started having pretrial hearings for this the summer of 2022. We went through that for the rest of 2022. January started with the trial, right, with jury selection that went through November. And now here we are with opening arguments. I mean, we're a year and a half into this, and we just started with opening arguments. So she has put a significant amount of time into this for, you know, what, you know, she alleges is a really low pay, which I think is fair. And I do think it speaks to one of the things I'm interested in, and I know I cover celebrities, but I'm interested in the things that celebrities are afforded versus kind of the regular everyday people that are in these trials. So even when we had the bond hearings for Young Thug, right? He has several homes, and he's like, I can get these homes outfitted with surveillance, and I can get a off-duty security police officer to stand outside. And he was able to offer to foot the bill for a lot of these things in an attempt to get bond, which he didn't get. But right, he had the means to do this in a way that some of the other defendants obviously don't have those type of financial means to be able to put up that type of argument.
Yeah. I mean, I was just thinking the 15,000 range, that's probably what Brian Steele made in 1 or 2 trial days easily.
Exactly. So I mean, I think that is one of the things that I've been really interested in. And I think, you know, we all obviously are very interested in Young Thug and what happens to him, but I do think there are some defendants that are not Young Thug in this case, and some that aren't even rappers. There are a few, but some that aren't even rappers in this case that have really interesting stories.
Yeah, because I mean, the 19-year-old, it's just depressing to think about, you know, someone being warehoused like that for the rest of their life for something they did when they were 15.
Well,
yeah,
exactly. That was really what hit home to me when I was listening to the prosecutor's opening argument, the ages, right? Because we think some of them are in their early to mid 20s now, but 10 years ago, they were 15. And, you know, and to hear some of these ages, less than 100 pounds, and these are not things that are super uncommon here in Atlanta. There's the mayor here dubbed it the year of the youth because he wanted to really address juvenile crime here. So obviously this is something that we are all thinking about here in Atlanta, but to hear it on trial here, I think was really, really jarring.
Yeah, gosh. I mean, I was just kind of remarking, I mean, maybe it's just, you know, a West Coast thing, but I'm like, I can't imagine the LA County DA's office ever bringing a case like this. And in some of the testimony that we're hearing this morning, it just seems so old fashioned, this kind of gang talk about. I mean, like, you could apply this to a police department. Like the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has deputy gangs who like all have the same tattoo and like go out to bars to celebrate a police shooting. They celebrated one where a stray bullet actually killed a random citizen, and somebody within the sheriff's department complained about it because they heard that all the deputies were going out to celebrate.
So that's how it came up.
And yeah, there's been big problems with deputy gangs. So I tweeted out a moment of this expert's testimony and kind of joke like, no, he's not talking about the deputy gangs within the LHA, because he totally could be. But
well, I think I even imagine that the defense attorneys will there was a moment where he talked about what defines an affiliate. And, you know, kind of the idea that if you live in this area and you hang out with known gang members and kind of like this criteria for affiliate. And I can just imagine the defense attorneys pouncing on that and saying like, these kids can't control where they live. And like, you know, they're being friends with gang members or whatever, you know, I think about some of that. And I definitely think that's going to be some moments that the defense attorneys attempt to pounce on.
Has there been any indication of who is going to go first on cross? Is it going to be like it was an opening statement? Because is his first name Max, the attorney for the defendant with the most charges, right? Like he has a lot more charges than
yeah. Well, we don't know. I think even with yesterday, right, we found out just before kind of trial started, we talked to one of the attorneys, Jay Apt, and he was the one that told us that Steele was going to be up first. So we're finding out some of this kind of hour before kind of trial gets court gets started the day of. I mean, obviously, I think we don't know kind of what we knew that everybody wasn't going to present defenses or their opening statements yesterday, but we didn't know what the order of presentation was going to be. So it'll be interesting to see once the state is over with that. And we still have some defense attorneys that have to give their opening statement once the state is done too.
Oh yeah. Well, did the one who waved, the ponytail guy? I when I Googled him, I saw he kind of advertises his ponytail on his website. He's a liberal known for his ponytail around.
It's a very nice ponytail.
So he waved his opening, but so he can give it after the state is done presenting their case. He'll do an opening.
He'll do an opening, and we'll go.
Interesting. That's probably a good strategic thing. And that's one thing that it makes me wonder if he kind of coordinated that with some of the other attorneys, because it's a good idea. If they've got 6 openings, it's like, why not just save one for later if you can give it later? Like,
and they join in a lot on motions. They have these things. Somebody tweeted me yesterday asking what the Harvey rule is, because they mentioned it in the during opening statements. And it's really not a real rule. It's just something that the defense attorneys have agreed on, that, hey, unless we otherwise say so, we're joining in on each other's motions, because I think it cuts down on the procedural kind of element of 6 different attorneys for 6 different defendants having to kind of go through some redundancies. So they've kind of come up with some ways to kind of join in on some of these motions that benefit all of them.
Good. Are we anticipating any? I mean, obviously we're anticipating everything kind of happening because there's been so many snafus, but are there any big fights that we're going to be seeing outside of the jury over the next couple of days? Because I know we had that, it was a couple of hours you guys were at the courthouse last night, right?
I don't know that I believe that's going to be wrapped up and done. I think we're going to be having this argument for much of, because this is not a new thing. I know that for people who are just now kind of tuning in this week, it feels new, but these arguments about getting information and when they get information, that's how we got to the 400 witnesses, because the judge finally said, okay, that's enough. I'm assuming you're not going to call 700 witnesses. We need the final witness list. We've been asking for this. Please tell us what that witness list is going to be. So these are kind of redundant arguments at this point. And I know the judge says any more of this and he's going to start to cut stuff, but he's also been saying that for a while. So I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hearing some chatter that, I mean, he yells and acts really tough, but it's like, are you actually going to make them face consequences for doing this?
No. Yesterday Monday, there was a moment where we came back from lunch and he had given them the directive of, all right, I'm tired of arguing about these slideshows. Over lunch, defense attorneys get with prosecutors, hash out the facts. When I come back, if there is one more objection to these slideshows, I'm cutting them out. We come back from lunch and he says, did you guys hash it out? And the defense attorney said, we didn't get any new updates. And the prosecutor said, well, I updated it in the same link. And he went, that's it. I'm cutting it. No one can use presentations moving forward in these opening arguments. And then the defense attorney stood up and objected to that. And of course, the opening arguments and slideshows were used throughout the rest of the thing. So sometimes that is a thing that I'm mindful of as I'm live tweeting, is sometimes I try to give it a beat when he makes like these grand rulings, because he might walk it back a few minutes later. And I don't want to have to then confuse people who are watching this virtually by saying he just made this big ruling and then 5 minutes later, just kidding, we're not doing that anymore.
There's a federal judge like that in Orange County, where if you go and sit in this courtroom, you'll hear him talk and you'll be like, what? This is a huge story. A federal judge is about to do this. This is crazy. But then you'll wait around all day and he never actually does it.
Exactly.
Really yep. Weird day in court. Like, gosh. So any idea who is kind of the first chunk of witnesses? Are we going to be hearing from a lot of gang experts, or are they going to mix it up? Or is Lil Wayne next in the queue, or who's actually going to testify? I'm skeptical whether, I mean, they've totally left it open so that, yeah, it would make sense if he did. And especially her line about how you're going to hear that Lil Wayne hadn't threatened anyone. It's like, I guess they could get that in from other people, but are they depending on Lil Wayne's testimony to get that in?
I don't know. And I think it would be really interesting because Steele spent a significant amount of time on, that's his idol. Thug loves, Lil Wayne, and he got so much of who he is as an artist in the early days from emulating Lil Wayne. That's his friend and his, you know what I mean? And so if Lil Wayne was to actually take the stand, I think that would be a very interesting, I wonder what we would learn that we, otherwise would not have known about that relationship between those two rappers.
Yeah.
But we don't know yet. And the prosecutors were pretty tight-lipped about it yesterday when we were kind of trying to figure out what the lineup of witnesses would be today and in the coming days. But it does seem like we're going to kind of focus on those gang experts to start.
Okay. There are other rappers on the witness list? Isn't T.I. on the witness list? I guess when I was listening to openings, I didn't really hear how T.I. would actually fit in as a witness. I mean, is there kind of some thought that he won't actually testify, or do we?
I
don't
joke to everyone that if you live in Atlanta, T.I. pops up everywhere all the time. So if T.I. popped up, it would be another day in Atlanta. I don't know why it would, but I do know that T.I., Killer Mike, right? Like these kind of big figures have been a real part of kind of the protest against using rap lyrics in court. Killer Mike wrote the foreword for that book, Rap on Trial, that they bring up a lot in this case. And Eric Nielsen is on Thug's witness list. And so, I know that they are involved in that. So maybe they are going to be coming on to talk about kind of the prosecution of rap music, right? This kind of idea that Brian Steele is really using as the crux of a lot of his argument. But yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be some really great defense witnesses in this. Definitely the experts on that. But gosh, it's going to be it could be a good 4 months or so until we even get to the defense side of the case, right?
It's so interesting because the prosecution says 4 months, and then everybody's like, be serious, it's going to be 6 months to a year. I have given up on trying to have realistic timelines or even trying to predict on the record what a timeline for this trial is or will be. So I am just along for the ride, but I definitely think at least 4 months. Yeah.
Well, what are your coverage plans? Are you full-time somewhere? Are you writing? You're covering for Billboard and covering for some other outlets too, or how can people find your work?
I am, and my social media is the same across the board. Instagram, Twitter is at Jewel Wicker. So my name on the screen, and then show SHOW at the end. I am still, where I talked to Billboard today, still working through coverage plans. It is really difficult as a freelancer, which I'm sure you know, Meghann, to cover a trial, specifically a trial that is estimated to last 6 months to a year, and to try to kind of figure out what that looks like. But I'm really committed to seeing this through. I posted earlier today, I'd already kind of done a every other week newsletter where I kept people updated on jury selection in the case. My plan is to go to publishing that once a week now, just so that people can get the meat and potatoes of what's happening each week in the trial if they're interested. But of course, I'll be there on significant days, and I'll be live tweeting and posting about what's going on. So I think follow me on social media, subscribing to my newsletter. Even when I write for other publications, I post it all there, so you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great. And I mean, it's so nice to have this live stream. That it makes it pretty easy to monitor. But you know, nothing replaces actually like being in the courtroom. But gosh, just the way this goes, I can't imagine how painful it would be if there wasn't a live stream to monitor and you just had to be there all the
You're
time.
very right, but you always get to see the interesting characters if you go in person. And everybody's asking about Young Thug's girlfriend, who is also a singer, and if she's been there, and she's been there every day. She was there before us yesterday morning. She was the first person in court waiting. She had some clothes to give him. She's done that both days. And you know, so you go there and you get to talk to people. And I was familiar with her. I'd already interviewed her before this. But you go there and you get to talk to family members, and you get to talk to friends and people involved with the case that you quite frankly wouldn't be the attorneys. You get tips and things like that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get if you weren't in person.
Yeah. And do we have any insight into the transport process for him? I mean, everyone's in custody, right?
Everybody's in custody, but not at the same jail.
Okay.
Which is a thing that they are trying to bring up. I think one of the defense attorneys, I think it was Keratin, attorney Keratin, that brought it up, Keratin Matthews, who brought it up yesterday. The Fulton County Jail, where some of the defendants are housed, there were a significant amount of deaths this year at that jail. Somebody died covered in bed bugs over the summer, and there was the DOJ is launching an investigation into the jail. And so I think a part of their defense is going to be that these people have been housed for a year and a half now, some of them longer, in a jail that has some significant health risks to them.
God. Well, I mean, I was thinking there's just so many charges. I mean, the case seems to have a lot of problems with it for sure. And there's so many like defenses, but God, anytime you have this number of defendants and this number of charges, it's like, look, chances are somebody's going to get convicted of something.
We have to be honest.
It's just who and what, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think we can't negate, and I try to balance this. Obviously, as an entertainment reporter, I've talked a lot about the use of lyrics in the case and all of these things, but we cannot negate the fact that there are people who've died in this case, and there are actual victims in this case. And, you know, whether or not these people are found guilty of killing said victims, you know, debatable. We'll have to wait and see. But I don't ever want to minimize the fact that there are people who are actually dead and have been killed and harmed in these instances.
Because Donovan Thomas, you said some of his family members are there, and that was a pretty high profile murder in Atlanta at the time that it happened.
It was. And I think because Thomas was affiliated with a rapper named Rich Homie Quan, who is in a group. I'm not Rich Homie Quan, I'm sorry. He is affiliated with Rich Homie Quan, but YFN Lucci, who is a kind of rival of Young Thug's. Brian Steele brought him up yesterday, said that he made less money and used Young Thug's name for clout kind of thing. YFN Lucci is also in jail and in custody and is supposed to stand trial for a RICO case with several co-defendants in January. So kind of a brother case to this one. Whether or not we will have both cases going on at the same time, we will wait and see what happens in January. But I think Thomas was a big deal here locally in Atlanta, but also YFN Lucci talked about his death a lot in his music. And so I think even those outside of Atlanta, he was known as Nut, even those outside of Atlanta were familiar kind of with what he meant to some of our artists here.
And do we have insight into how they're actually going to be like incorporating the song lyrics into the testimony? Like, is the detective testifying today? Or are we going to start hearing about song lyrics later in his testimony, do you think? Or do you think there's somebody else who's going to bring that in?
I think we'll probably hear it sprinkled throughout. I'm not sure exactly what their plan is. I know that we had a hearing about the use of lyrics a week or two ago. I know Thanksgiving, so maybe 2 weeks ago. And the judge conditionally admitted 17 lyrics and said that he'll kind of make final decisions or, you know, about each lyric and how they can be used as they come up, right? But conditionally, those 17 lyrics will be admitted. I think that the prosecution's argument is that the lyrics cannot be separated from the crimes. So I don't foresee it being separated in testimony either, right? I think we're going to start to see a lot of these witnesses bring up how the lyrics are relevant to the specific crimes that they're alleging.
Interesting. And as we talked about, Donovan Thomas is a big one, but then there one of the other, well, there's two murders, right? Donovan Thomas, and
It's
then
three.
The victim's last name is Drinks.
Shamel Drinks.
Shamel Drinks. And the third one, who's the victim there?
I have to look up the name. I'm sorry. I remember Shamel Drinks and I remember Donovan Thomas. I'll tweet out for you guys what the name was. I'll look it up once we get off the team.
But three, like you were saying, like there's like real people impacted by this.
Absolutely. And the thing that the prosecutors brought up was that, you know, Donovan Thomas was this gang leader and kind of had a beef or an argument or of some sort with members of YSL. But the other kind of killings in this case were more random and more kind of victims who were kind of victims of opportunity or just kind of, you know, weren't affiliated with YSL in any way and just happened to kind of fall into some unfortunate circumstances and be killed for it. So it's really unfortunate.
Is Shamel Drinks he's not the 15-year-old, or is the third murder the 15-year-old?
Yes, the third murder is the 15-year-old.
Okay, who is also 15. That's another thing. I mean, I saw people online remarking how depressing and sad it is that a 15-year-old is like serving life, but it's also even more depressing and sad that a 15-year-old was murdered. I mean, think about his family and all that stuff.
It's horrific. It is absolutely horrific. We haven't, and again, there are two separate courtrooms. So if their family is in a separate courtroom and we're in one courtroom, we wouldn't necessarily see them unless we ran into them kind of in the hallway. But the family members that we have seen have been the family of Donovan Thomas.
And was there any complaint, like pretrial, from victims' advocates, or did they have lawyers saying that they should be allotted seats in the courtroom? Because I just see that as being kind of shitty for them, that they go to the courthouse and they have to go and watch it in another room when it's like, well, the whole thing's being live streamed. I mean, how is their experience any different than?
Yeah, they've been discussing the logistics of that courtroom for months now. Even when it comes down to media, we for the longest time were not allowed in the actual courtroom. We were relegated to the media room, and maybe a pool would show up where you could get the footage, and if they didn't, good luck. And so George Cheedy, who was writing for Rolling Stone, and a vlogger named Infamous Sylvia, filed a complaint and had a hearing before the judge where we were finally able to come into the courtroom. That only happened about a month ago. Before then, there was a time last year, so in 2022, we were allowed in the smaller courtroom, but in January, when they moved up to this larger courtroom, they really started, there were double security checks. They just really ramped up security and really closed off access to that courtroom. And it's the same for family and friends. I will say they've added some additional benches into the courtroom for a trial. So that this week is the first time we're seeing, I want to say it's like 2 or 3 benches that they've added. But it's still not enough for everybody to fit in.
Yeah. I mean, we had a lot of pretty unusual pretrial happenings though, with like a courtroom deputy caught smuggling with the attorneys were involved in some kind of smuggling incident or something.
Allegedly, we had an attorney who was arrested. There was an attorney who, because again, it's really unfortunate. We because they were on high alert for alleged smuggling incidents into the courtroom, they, in addition to, so I don't know if you guys have ever gone into a courtroom, you kind of go through the metal detectors and get searched when you walk in. Well, when we got to the actual courtroom itself, we got a secondary search where they looked through our bags and checked to make sure we weren't smuggling things. There was an attorney there who had some pills who he says they were his pill, they were prescribed to him, but they weren't in their original pill bottle, and he got arrested for that and spent several hours.
Yeah, so I can see the smuggling that maybe is a little overblown. It's like, yeah, maybe they were, well, he would say, wrongfully.
Yeah, where he's he's like, and according to Georgia law, I'm not required to keep my pills in their original container. So while, but he was arrested for that. And so it got a little, I mean, I think even as a reporter and the attorneys were kind of like, we don't feel comfortable coming into the court. You know, what is going to happen to us as we go into the courtroom on a day-to-day basis because it's such heightened security. But there have been other cases. I'm sure people have seen the footage where somebody allegedly handed Young Thug a Percocet in open court.
Right.
There was one where somebody smuggled, I want to say it was marijuana into their underwear. They had tried to smuggle it. And there was one where one of the deputies was supposedly having an affair with one of the defendants, and they caught it because she was kind of looking down at her phone and smiling, and at that like similar time he would be typing on his laptop and smiling. And so I think somebody kind of put two and two together and looked into it, and they have been having some sort of relationship. It is never a dull day in that courtroom. That is what I can tell you for absolute certainty.
Yeah, gosh. So the first day, were there so many people there trying to get into the courtroom? Was there a long line, or
it was pretty crazy. I would say day 2 was much better. And again, I'm assuming kind of as we go along on significant days, right? If Kevin Lyles is the CEO of 300 Entertainment, or T.I. or Lil Wayne comes, right, we'll see kind of people pop up. But I don't anticipate it being like that every day for a 6-month to a year trial. But on day 1, it was pretty packed, and they did a few fans came to sit in on the trial, and they had them kind of line up, and then they admitted a certain amount. So first come, first serve.
And how was the media room? Do you all have media credentials like bequeathed by the court, or did you get those early on, or how do you get those? Can anyone just show up?
So in you can just show up. In Georgia, we have what's called a Rule 22, where if you file it, you and you say, you know, I want to bring my laptop, or I want to bring my phone, or whatever you want to bring into the court, and that is approved, then that is how, because people are like, how do you have your phone in court, or how do you have your laptop in court? Because I filed a Rule 22 as a member of the media. So anyone can show up and report on this case, but if you don't have a Rule 22, right, you're not going to be allowed to kind of have your phone to go into the media room to record audio and things of that nature. So I filed that pretty early on, I mean, a year ago at this point, and have had it kind of through continuation. And the media room itself is the judge's dining quarter. They finally added, when we were pre-trial, there was a screen that was about the size of my phone that we were all, it was only 3 or 4 of us, but we would all have to look through that screen to kind of see it. But now they've added an actual small TV, maybe the size of a large computer screen. They've added that, and there's a very long, lengthy table where everybody kind of sits around and eats lunch and works and reports.
Yeah. Well, what should we anticipate through the end of the week? You're thinking maybe another gang detective after him, or more gang expert testimony like
I think
this?
we're going to begin to, and we heard this right before we went to lunch, right? He's now starting this, Belknap is starting to get into kind of the formation of Rock Crew, which is the gang that they say preceded YSL. So I think we're kind of starting to get some of the narrative of like, how did we get here, right? What is this original gang? How did it evolve into what we now know as, what prosecutors call young slime life, fans know as young stoner life? How did we kind of get to this? Why is it a gang and not a record label, as defense attorneys say? I think that's what the focus of much of the testimony this week is going to be. And then Friday is an admin day. So it'll be interesting to see what that first admin day will look like. Originally, the judge had said that he was going to take Fridays off throughout the trial. I think a year into this thing, and we just started opening arguments, we were like, okay, are we still taking Fridays off, or do we have to make up for lost time? So he hasn't made any real declarations about what Fridays will look like moving forward, but he did say that this Friday would be what's considered an admin day. So the jury will be off, but everybody else will still be present and accounted for.
Great. Well, it looks like they should be back in 15 minutes or so. Yeah. Although
allegedly
they started kind of on time during the last. Well, they started on time as in they came back from the 10-minute break not that long after to tell everyone it was now lunch, which was like, so frustrating.
Which is very, again, we are used to this. I have started to joke with some of the other reporters, and when he says we'll come back at 1:45, I'm like, so we'll get started by 2:30. What time do you think we'll actually get started? But that they're supposed to come back at 1:45.
Yeah, the Tory Lanes. Tory Lanez trial was like that too. Well, again, how can people follow your work and where are you writing for?
Yeah, absolutely. I've written about this case for Billboard, The Guardian. I was on podcasts for Vox and Vice. ABC has a documentary called Rap Trap or Rap on Trial. I don't remember the specific name. It aired in January. It's still on Hulu, so you can go and take a look at that. And my social media handles are at Jewel Wicker. So my name on the screen, Show, SHOW. You can find my newsletter there. You can find all the articles that I've written this week for Billboard and others. And yeah, that's the best way to stay in touch with my work.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'd love to have you on. And again, I mean, I'm like you, how much can we really cover every day of a 6-month trial like this, especially if it's kind of like this with so much downtime and just like
exactly. I'm really trying to figure that out, and I want to make sure that I'm a good resource and that I'm, I think kind of like you were with the Tory Lanez. There's so much misinformation that I really think having access to real credible reporters is essential in some of these cases, and I'm really committed to being one of several voices that are available. But again, I'm still trying to figure out that balance of how much do we cover on a day-to-day basis for a court case that is going to last this long.
Yeah. Well, if Lil Wayne testifies, we'll definitely know.
We will be live tweet. If Lil Wayne testifies, the live tweets will commence. I can tell you that.
Yes. All right. So, hey, well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. See you later on, and we'll be interesting to see how the afternoon turns out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Meghann. Appreciate you.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right. That was fun. She's done so much coverage on this. It's fucking really great to have like all that background on it. I mean, like she said, this has been going on for so long that like the people who've been covering the trial when all that stuff was going on yesterday and everyone's like, what? How could they be so unprepared? It's like, well, if you've been watching this, you would not be surprised at all that this is what they're doing. But let me see if we can go back to maybe play some of the old testimony here. Although I didn't think there were, I mean, if you asked me what the highlights were of the testimony so far today, I wouldn't bring anything out specifically, but some of the testimony about the gang experts, or some of the quotes from the gang expert, the testimony about the difference in respect compared to like respect, how we might think of respect compared to like how a gang thinks of respect. To me, it's like, let me see here.
This is just a more streamlined look at that.
I sustain the objection.
And going on further. What are cliques or crews or boys as it relates to non-traditional gangs?
Sometimes these less formal groups will refer to themselves, or have in the past referred to themselves by more casual names like that. They won't refer to themselves as a gang necessarily, but they may call themselves a clique or a crew or boys or whatever it is.
And the existence of a criminal street gang that you have on the screen right now, would you talk a little bit about the evidence that you would look for in determining whether one does exist?
We take as our guide what the law says potentially be evidence of a criminal street gang, which includes things like a common name or common identifiers, which include signs, symbols, tattoos, graffiti, attire, or other distinguishing characteristics.
During your time as an investigator with the city of Atlanta, have you heard of the gang or have you heard of a group called Raised on Cleveland?
I have.
Would you tell the jury when you first encountered that group?
I first heard of the gang Raised on Cleveland likely in late 2009 or 2010.
And would you describe what that group, how that group identifies? What were the identifiers that allowed you to recognize it?
Sure, and I believe we have a demonstrative for this. So the gang Raised on Cleveland, we began observing in the Cleveland Avenue area, the area surrounding Cleveland Avenue in Southwest Atlanta. We believe the gang was formed in 2006 or 7. As I've said, I came to the gang unit in 2009 and began interacting with them shortly after that. And we have identified over 100 members or associates of that gang through the extent of that investigation.
Yeah, what's going on here? It's cut out on me. You know what? I want to bring up one of the Atlanta TV stations, and we can watch the stream. Give them some love. Atlanta TV news. I could just bring up one of my old. I'm gonna finish playing that interview from yesterday. Hopefully, they're going to be back on soon. We're going to have continued direct exam from the detective here. But I wonder if the TV stations are maybe bailing on live streams sooner than later too. But I've got one up here. Here, let me. Oh, I didn't realize that when the first state witness walked in and the jury was seen. I didn't realize that, but it must have been like the camera panned to them real quick. No, I don't think so, because I mean it would take somebody like intimidating them and them feeling like they can no longer be impartial. But I wonder if that's been addressed in court. Just the fact that happened. Seems like something the judge would get kind of pissy about. Almost back here. Back to my interview from yesterday.
Let's just go back though, Meghann, if we can. Young Thug, his real name's Jeffrey Lamar Williams. For viewers who need to get caught up and up to speed on where you are following this trial, what's he being charged with? He's being charged under the RICO statute. Why?
Yes, he's being accused of basically leading an organized crime syndicate. That they're saying that this record label YSL that he said stands for Young Stoner Life actually stands for Young Slime Life, and it's a gang offshoot of the Bloods National Gang, and that he's been directing criminal behavior through it for years. So his RICO conspiracy charge encompasses overt acts, that some of them are crimes in themselves. The prosecutor did say that some of them might not be crimes in themselves, but it's all part of a conspiracy. And then other people are actually, some of the defendants are charged with crimes beyond what Young Thug is charged with. There's actually a couple defendants charged with murder counts. Young Thug doesn't have that on his any counts related to murder, but the RICO conspiracy charge does encompass other murders that they say were done on his behalf.
Yeah, I think that what's so interesting to me in this trial now going forward is whether or not a very high-profile musician or rapper, whether or not his art, his lyrics can be used against him and implicate him in a crime. And that is one of the central questions of this trial. And so let's talk about the First Amendment issues at play here, because prosecutors have put forth his own lyrics about whether or not they implicate him in committing these crimes, being part of this, what they allege, widespread criminal organization. Do you think the lyrics will be brought into this as evidence, and will prosecutors rely on them extensively, or are they protected? Will they not be admissible?
I think the judge has ruled that at least 17 sets of lyrics are admissible. This was a big pretrial argument that they had a couple of weeks ago, and the judge did make a decision that a lot of people view as controversial, but the prosecutors really feel that it will be supported by the evidence, that they'll be able to draw clear connections between Young Thug's lyrics and the specific overt acts that they're alleging. So I think we're going to really be hearing a lot about that in the prosecutor's case. That was a pretty big chunk of the opening statement today, was the prosecutor focusing on certain lyrics and saying that this is, he's not using this in a colloquial term. He's actually stating we are a gang. Wow. So while this is certainly controversial, and I know there's been a big effort over the last decades to really clamp down on the use of that, it's also not unprecedented. And we've seen it in the case of Tory Lanez, who's convicted of shooting Meghann Thee Stallion. The jury in his case never heard any of his lyrics, but when he was deciding whether to testify, the judge did tell his lawyer that any lyrics that he's written about the shooting or about Meghann, his victim, would be admissible if he testified. And he cited that as a reason that he didn't testify. And there's actually a new law in California that is aimed at making it harder for prosecutors to use that. It really increases the burden or the analysis that prosecutors need to do to bring that in, but it doesn't ban it outright. So I think that argument is the same argument that the prosecutors in the Young Thug case are making, is that they can make a clear connection between the crimes and the lyrics, and they plan to do so.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just my observations seem like a slippery slope here, kind of the criminality of art in question. But Fulton County Deputy DA Adrienne Love, she got into the lyrics today, telling jurors, quote, law enforcement didn't chase the lyrics to solve the murders. Instead, law enforcement chased the murders and found the lyrics. So I thought that was really telling.
Yeah, exactly. And you can tell that's a theme that she's going to be writing throughout the trial. And kind of the key is going to be, how is she able, and the other prosecutors, who I assume are going to be questioning some witnesses, how are they able to weave those lyrics into the witness exams and really get them entered in as evidence and be able to tell the jury in closing argument that, this is exactly the connection between the lyrics and the crimes. Because right now we just kind of saw a preview. So a lot of her opening statement did seem to indicate she's a little nervous about some of the witnesses that are going to come forward, because you're not quite sure how they're going to testify. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen in a courtroom when these witnesses get up on the stand, if they're going to recant or if they're going to say exactly what she thought they were going to say.
Depending on the outcome of this, though, I mean, do you think rappers, musicians need to think twice about their artistic expression, whether or not that can be, used against them or they could be implicated in something. Are we looking too much into that, or is that kind of an immediate concern here?
I mean, I'd hope that they wouldn't think too much about their art, but they would think maybe twice about their crimes. I mean, I think prosecutors might say that there's nothing to the art if there's no crime connected to it. And focusing so much on the art would be a mistake when prosecutors would say, well, we're focused on the crime and the art is what, contributes to the crime or is evidence of the crime. So hopefully this doesn't stifle artistry or rap lyrics, but I think prosecutors would say that if it stifles crime, then good, but that's their take on it.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so, you need StreamYard.
I guess I'm kind of curious too, Meghann, why now? I mean, this has taken so long. The jury selection has taken so long. There's so many defendants under the RICO statute. Several defendants took plea deals last December, including another famous rapper, Gunna, while others were removed from the case. And so I thought that was quite interesting. Let's put this tweet up. You tweeted out this portion of the proceedings today, and you were quoting here, I believe that's Adrienne Love. She said, "What you will not hear any evidence of is that the defendants were not involved in a criminal street gang." Meghann, you said, "My jaw actually dropped when the DA said this in her opening in the Young Thug trial. This is the kind of burden shifting that leads to convictions being overturned." Do you think she did herself a disservice today with this? Do you think this is a kind of foreshadowing of problems with the prosecution to come?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter to the jury in the end run. I mean, at the end of the trial, the chance of them even remembering that statement, I think, is slim to none. But it does show, to me, a lack of understanding of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, and just the idea that the burden of proof is on the prosecution. And there's some argument that defense attorneys always kind of take issue with statements like that from prosecutors and say that they're shifting the burden, and that really she was just making an argument that she shouldn't have made. But I think a lot of people just see that as blatantly trying to say that the defense should bring evidence, that if the defense wants to show that they're innocent, that they need to bring evidence. And it was just kind of surprising to hear that said, and also her kind of reaction when there was an objection. It seemed like that would be the kind of thing that would be shot down immediately. And if it was said in a closing argument, it would probably be a little more problematic than it was.
Yeah, I mean, Meghann, it was surprising to me because that's what the prosecution is kind of resting their entire case on under the RICO statute. So for her to say that seemed to undercut her case and how she's going to carry it out here. Of course, Live Now look there, Meghann, over the Atlanta skyline. Here on Live Now from Fox, we have covered extensively yet another major RICO case there in Fulton County in Georgia, of course, encompassing former President Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Kenneth Chesebro, Sidney Powell, and others for their role in trying to overturn the election results from 2020 in Georgia. That's a major one we're also focused on here. Is there something specific about why Fulton County prosecutors like the RICO statute? Is it, easy to prosecute? Is it less of a lift or heavy burden? Because now these two very high-profile trials going on under this rubric here, or is it just pure coincidence?
I can't imagine describing RICO prosecutions as easy, but I think they might point to the JFK quote as we don't do things because they're easy, but because they're hard, and that if they have a statute and they believe crimes are being committed under it, they have a duty to bring it. But there's also just some of course political posturing and some big city prosecutor stuff going on here, and just the politics of what's going on in Fulton County and who elected the prosecutor and why. I think, to flex her muscles and kind of make herself known and make it known that they're not afraid to tackle complex crimes in Georgia. I think that's the message they're sending here.
Complex crimes with very high profile defendants. Lastly, Meghann, I want to just ask, we always ask you what you're looking for next. Tomorrow, later this week, what do you have your eye on here?
I think I'm going to be watching the end of the defense openings, and it will be interesting to see the witnesses when the witnesses start getting called and how that starts going. And then there's also some local cases here in the Los Angeles, Orange County area. We just had a former U.S. Marine reservist who was actually sentenced to federal prison for terrorist-related crime. He was interacting with some people online and kind of indicating some support and trying to do some fundraising for some terrorist groups. So he was just sentenced to about 3.5 years in federal prison. So I'm kind of looking at some of those cases, and then we have some other celebrity cases that are coming up in LA Superior Court that we'll always have to tend. The Young Thug trial is going to be, dominating the week for sure, and really through 2024.
And we will be talking to you about it, no doubt. Meghann Cuniff, thanks so much. Have a good night.
Right, we are still not back yet. We're 5-7 minutes late or so. Hopefully they'll be tuning back in soon. Let me see if we can pull up some more of Belknap's testimony from earlier in the day when he's testifying about, I think the big moments of that were payback, that kind of thing, alternates. Are there 6 alternates? I'm not sure. I'll have to check. We can ask Jewel and some of the other reporters. Joseph, the AJC reporter who's covering this, messaged me back on Twitter, and he's interested in joining us. So maybe we can do that later on. I guess I can't think of anything else I could be doing tomorrow, so I'll probably be around tomorrow. But stuff is going to start coming up around like Southern California that I should really be covering instead. But as long as I'm around to do this live stream, I'll go ahead and keep it up. Maybe we can have Joseph just tomorrow. Here we go. Detective. He spent so long getting into this.
And I now teach a variety of courses on criminal street gangs, from initial recognition and identity to present in court at such time as there's a prosecution presented. Things line up. But we also have the opportunity to investigate, and that may shed light on our investigation. Then attempt to learn is more about the gang itself, so we get to know each other.
When I was accepted to SGU,
All right.
it was one of the greatest days of my life.
The faculty at SGU really
Other.
The court will give the law to the jury that it is to employ. But what legal definition of criminal street gang do you employ during your investigation? Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. So Atlanta Police Department uses the same definition that comes from our state law, and that is that a criminal street gang is any organization, association, or group
Looks like we're coming.
of 3 or more persons.
Contemporaneous jury instruction that you do the law.
Okay, here we go. So we should just get back to any direct examination. And unfortunately, I would not be surprised if this continues through the day and we don't get to cross. But hopefully we could do the cross-examination. This is such a big case because so many different times. I think this detective could be on the stand for the next 2 days. Just on direct. So I think thinking that we're even going to get to the cross today is a little much. But, you never really know what's going to happen. PTA is so unprepared.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue, madam.
Detective Belknap now. I'm going to give this back to you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
And just as soon as we start back sharing, when we left off, I was about to ask you about clothing and attire, specifically examples of gang wear that you have experienced and seen during your time as a gang investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you had spoken about tagging prior to going to lunch, as we get that straight, you talked about tagging before we went to lunch. How is it that you're able to discern specific paintings or markings that you see on the sidewalk or on the side of buildings as gang-related graffiti versus something else?
Sure. So I've certainly been trained on this over the years. I now actually teach about gang graffiti and recognizing gang graffiti versus tagging of another kind. And in most cases, the way I explain it is gangs tagging is usually not as subtle as other types of tagging. Gangs generally want the thing to be clear as to what it is. And this photo that we were using as an example of rock gang tagging, you can see ROC is spelled out very clearly. They've got very clearly the red 5-point star. It says blood down at the bottom, and it also says, excuse the language, fuck Crip. None of those things are masked or hidden in that meeting, and most gang graffiti is of this type. There are really two things that I look for to determine whether something is potentially going to be gang graffiti, and one is the content, which, as I've said, is usually fairly clear. But what does the graffiti actually say, or what is it actually an image of? Is it an image or, bless you, is it an image or language directly related to a specific gang? The other is the context. Where is it? Gangs typically tag their own territory to assert their dominance or their control over a particular area, or they may potentially tag in a rival's territory in order to disrespect the rival gang, which can sometimes begin a violent back and forth. While gangs could potentially tag in other areas, usually that's what we're going to see. So I regularly get sent pictures of graffiti to review for possible gang affiliation. That's sort of the first two filters that I put it through. And generally we're able to discern what it is using that technique.
Now, the area that is depicted on the screen, currently labeled gang tagging, you said that it's generally in an area occupied by the gang. And this particular area,
Objection to repeating the direct.
overruled. Would you please tell the jury what area it is that is depicted in this particular image?
This intersection is the intersection of Mount Zion Road and Hable Road. which is in that Cleveland Avenue corridor.
Now, when we're talking about gang clothing, if you go to the next slide.
I've collected the
Okay. As we're talking about gang clothing, looking at the slide here now, would you tell the jury what it is that you've seen during your time as an investigator and the significance that it holds for you?
So we began seeing members wearing the particular shirts that they had made. Obviously, it says very large on the front of it, it says, "So what, we blooded." And this was the first really public statement that I recall for one of our local gangs making this big, bold statement that they were associated with a national or traditional gang. And they were wearing these obviously quite publicly. You'll notice on the back of it, it says Red Cartel and Creek City Records and Rock Gang. Those three crews that I mentioned earlier. And the words, "So What We Blooded," is actually also the title of a song that was published by some members of Red Cartel as well about their blood gang affiliation.
Is there significance to the fact that there's this abundance of red on both shirts?
There is, and actually this is the front and back of one shirt. I want to make sure that's clear. But the shirt is obviously in red. That color is associated with Bloods street gangs or gangs that are associated with the Bloods.
Now, you mentioned that that was a song that was published by a member of Red Cartel. Is Red Cartel a record label?
I don't believe Red Cartel was ever actually a record label, but I don't know that for sure.
Was Red Cartel a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is being a rapper or a performer and being a criminal street gang member, are those two mutually exclusive?
They're not mutually exclusive.
So you could be both?
You certainly could be.
You go to the next one. You've talked about the types of activity that you've seen or that Raised on Cleveland engaged in. Did this activity remain confined to strictly the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about how it touched other parts of the county?
So the crime that Rock Crew members were suspected of. One of them, actually two of the more notable ones that we investigated early on in our working of this gang, one was ATM theft.
Objection. What's the basis, Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, under 704.
Okay, I got it. I got it. I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
Your Honor, this is other people not on trial. I would object to that.
Your Honor, these are incidents that have formed, these are personal experiences as well as experiences that Detective Belknap is.
Your Honor, I object to speaking. Objection.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You may continue.
One of those crimes was ATM thefts. Members were suspected and in some cases arrested and prosecuted for stealing ATM machines all around the metro Atlanta area. Some members were also engaged in armored car robberies. They were robbing the operators of armored cars in several places around the metro area. Their narcotics trafficking and sales were predominantly in the Cleveland Avenue corridor in that turf or that territory. But some of their aggravated assaults, some of their shootings, and even some of their homicides were in other parts of the city.
Was there a particular person who was known to be the head of Rock Crew?
Yeah, the leader of Rock Crew was Quentin Porter. They called Big Boo.
Now, did Rock Crew remain a single unit or a sort of singular gang, or did it transition into something different?
So we saw a change in Rock Crew around 2012 into 2013, away from using the name Rock Crew, and we started seeing other things pop up in that area.
Do you know, or are you aware of what it was that happened before that precipitated that change, or that may have contributed to it based on your experiences?
There were, I would say, two.
Your Honor, based on confrontation clause in admissible testimonial.
Overruled.
Without speaking about words someone else said specifically, just generally the things that occurred.
Okay, I'll do my best to abide by that. There were, I would say, maybe 3 things we observed that coincided with this change or this shift that appeared to have some influence on this change. One was law enforcement attention on rock crew. They had been obviously responsible, as I've mentioned, for a number of high-profile crimes, and the Atlanta Police Department, along with federal partners, including the FBI and the U.S. Marshals, had conducted multiple investigations that led to many arrests of rock crew members. And at that point, quite a number of them were in jail, at the very least, what we were told in some of our interviews.
Here's and confrontation clause.
Without getting into.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection as to that. You can rephrase it.
Okay.
Law enforcement was paying a lot of attention to rock crew, leading to the arrest and incarceration of many members. Another thing that occurred was this next piece. I don't know if I can say without it being.
Okay. Let me ask you the question then.
Okay.
Did you all ever conduct any wiretaps that involved rock crew?
We did.
And during the listening to and reviewing of those wiretaps, did you all observe or hear members of rock crew talking to one another?
We did.
Foundation.
Would you tell the jury what it was?
I sustain as to form. As to form. You can rephrase.
Would you tell the jury what it was that led to you all having a wiretap on rock crew?
Overruled.
In 2011, there was a 30 Deep gang member who was being prosecuted in a murder trial here in Fulton County. One of the witnesses in that case had an intent.
This had nothing to do.
Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele? Don't do that. You can approach.
Don't do that as a no speaking objection. It's been told many times. Still just can't help it. In speaking objections, they mean saying more than just objection. It's trying to explain verbally why you're objecting. Hold on. I'm sure it'll just get a little sidebars. The last trial I covered in LA federal court had so many sidebars. Sidebars every 2 seconds. Some judges don't allow them. Other judges allow them all the time. It varies. They've got their earpieces on. They can listen. That's what Thug is doing. He's listening to what they're saying up at the judge right now. Some courts actually play white noise, so people in the courtroom can't like overhear anything that is actually being like said up at the bench. Other courts don't, like they don't hear, and maybe they usually do, but if they did, it would make it so you can't overhear as well through your earpiece. So it's just unusual for them to have this many players involved in the case. But frankly, for the sidebars that I see in California court, the defendants don't go up there and participate in the sidebar. Like they stay back at the defense table and can't hear what the attorney is saying. The attorneys go in there and deal with the legal issue. So, that's a good scene. Listening in. Usually, what happens beforehand is supposed to be your clue about what exactly the sidebar is about. But paying all that sort of close attention, but they should be back there in a few minutes. Okay, what is it? It's about 2:10 p.m. in Atlanta, 2:15 almost. So they've been going until 5 p.m. or so, at least. But it seems like 5 p.m. is probably a good day, time for them to stop. So we probably got about 3 hours of this left. Again, I kind of be surprised if they get to cross-examination, but they might. And, cross-examination will be the interesting stuff. But he's definitely getting into the the meat of why we're here. This is kind of the early days of YSL. This group that he's talking about right now is what they think is the birth of YSL. So it should amplify, get more interesting in news here. I think the next 3 hours is getting more and more interesting and more relevant in the testimony as this continues. But there's the guy behind Thug in the middle there, the two. He's got the ponytail. He's the one who waived this opening statement. I'm not sure who the guy is in the class, the woman next to Thug, but I'm assuming it's somebody like another attorney who's working with Steele. She might be a paralegal or something. But, Brian Steele definitely has like on the team. Working the case.
Okay, the objection is overruled, and I note a continued objection for the record.
So Detective Belknap, on that wiretap, were you all able to observe or overhear interactions between members of Rockford?
We were.
And were those one of those members Quentin Porter or Big Blue?
It was.
And who was the other member?
There were other members for sure involved in those conversations, but the target telephone was Timothy Thomas.
Did you observe it or overhear, or did you all detect or identify or discover a telephone call between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
Not during the wiretap, no, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you all learn of a conversation between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
That was during an investigation of a separate incident that coincided with and was picked up on our wiretap.
During that time, did anything happen to Trontavia Stevens?
Objection. Form and engagement at the time.
I'll rule the objection.
Something or anything that you all found significant in terms of what happened with Rock Group and its members thereafter?
So Mr. Stevens was suspected of committing an armed robbery on Cleveland Avenue of Javoris Crittenden, who at the time was an NBA basketball player. And after that time, during our investigation, Mr. Crittenden was accused and later convicted of shooting at Mr. Stevens and shooting and killing an innocent third party.
Did the shooting occur in close temporal proximity with the call from Quentin Porter to Mr. Stevens?
It did, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What other events occurred during that time that coincided with the split or eventual change in the structure of Rock Group?
Around this time on social media, there was also posted a picture.
Your Honor, we're not talking about a statement, out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. We're talking about an observation
I'll rule the objection.
on social media.
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A picture of a page that came from a discovery package from an Atlanta Police Department homicide investigation was published to social media. In the picture that was posted to social media, the investigative summary stated that Mr. Porter had given a statement.
And objection clause.
Bless you.
Foundation.
All right. That's your objection. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, as to what was in the report that was posted to social media, again, we are not offering it for any truth of the matter asserted, and we can actually get through this testimony without.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. That was your objection. What was your objection, Mr. Harvey? I didn't deal with that, sir.
Testifying about an investigative summary that is being here. And if it's not being offered for the truth, then it has no relevance under 401. It's more prejudicial to prove it under 403. And I would ask you to give a cautionary 105 instruction to say this testimony is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
And I object to arguing these. We have come to the bench for the defense objection. I think we should come to the bench for the argument on our objection.
Okay, since you made the objection, Mr. Harvey, come on up.
It's love, I can't hear you.
Okay, I sustain the objection.
Detective Belknap, without speaking specifically about the content of the report, were there members of Rock Group, or were there persons who were sort of put on blast?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the gang culture, can you tell the jury whether it is unusual or if it is often that things of that nature, homicide reports or investigative reports, parts of it are put up on social media?
With increasing frequency, yes, we are seeing that.
And what is the purpose of that generally as it relates to the gang?
Objection goes to other person's speculation.
Overruled.
And go ahead. What is the purpose of that as it relates to gang culture and law enforcement investigations?
Currently, what is probably our greatest challenge in investigating street gangs is witness tampering. And this activity has been a significant part of that, where potential witnesses or victims that are cooperating with police can be outed on social media to a large number of people on a very short amount of time, thereby making it very difficult to get people to testify, to report crimes, and to be witnesses in crimes.
What was it that you observed or that law enforcement observed as it relates to the structure of Rock Crew shortly after these events?
Well, essentially, Rock Crew, as we had seen it, nearly disappeared from Cleveland Avenue. We didn't see that name in use anymore, and we didn't see the same activity centered around that set of identifiers happening on Cleveland Avenue.
what was it that you saw in his place?
Starting in 2013 and going into mid-2013, we started getting reports, 911 calls for service from a variety of people in the Cleveland Avenue area. From
A surrogate competition clause.
Overruled, Mr. Steele. Overruled, sir.
We received calls from several of the schools in the area, as well as some parents in the area, and the general reporting.
Your Honor, objection. This is exactly violating your order. Yes, sir.
Come up here, Mr. Short. All right, stop right here.
Mr. Sharp, I can't hear you.
Detective Belknap, in what context did you start to hear? Did you learn of sort of an evolution from Rock Group?
One of the earliest places we saw that was from reporting of incidents within the community.
And
Hold on one second. If you have a device that is a camera with a shutter or anything else that is making noise, please put it on man mode. I told you that yesterday, or I'm going to have it removed. I apologize to all of you. Go ahead, sir.
And what words were you hearing coming from these sources?
Whoops.
They were reporting that the activity was related to a group called Slime Gang.
And are these coming from adults, from schools, from middle age, from high school?
Speculation, competition clause, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain it as to one of the basis form, and so you can rephrase that, okay?
Yes, sir. Are these reports coming into the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they coming in through civilians?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Not quite.
And
Overruled right for now.
And are they related, the reports that call your attention to this slime, are they related to adults, or are they related to children, or what?
Basis.
Going back to your order.
No.
Question.
Well, the form of the question. I'll stand as the form of the question.
What is the age group of the persons that these reports are related to?
We were receiving reports.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objections to form.
Who had just objected?
That was Mr. Steele. Let me ask a question, Ms. Lowe. Why were you getting these calls, Detective Belknap?
We were getting these calls because citizens in the community were reporting criminal activity related to this slime gang.
Were these reports coming from the schools?
Where were the reports coming from?
Some of them.
That's the form.
Yes, sir. So some of the reports were coming from the local schools, from South Atlanta High School, Crawford Long Middle School. Other reports were coming from parents within the community reporting incidents involving their children.
Thank you. Did APD's investigation, or did APD begin investigating any particular groups as it related to those reports?
We did.
What was the group?
What we began to discover was activity by a group calling themselves Young Slime Life.
So, what are you able to tell the jury about the group called Young Slime Life?
Through investigation, we discovered that the gang was formed in late 2012. We've identified over 100 members and associates as of the present time. They were based in the same area as the previous rock crew, and in fact, what we discovered was many of the members now claiming to be YSL actually had previously claimed to be members of rock crew.
Right. Now, did this group called Young Slime Life, did it consist of 3 or more members?
It did.
Would you tell the jury whether or not there were any other indicators about this group that would qualify it as a criminal street gang?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's beyond the ken, it's not beyond the ken of the jury.
All right, overruled.
I believe we can advance the slide. We have a demonstrative. What we observed was that the group had a common name, which was Young Slime Life. Among the symbols that they used included wearing red bandanas, but also we saw the use of green bandanas. They used expressions like the word slat, which we discovered stood for slime life all the time. And they used that word slime in a variety of different ways. We saw people tattooing certain identifiers on their person, including the letters YSL, the phrase slime life, and also using 5-point stars and red accents in some of those tattoos. Graffiti was similar identifiers, but seeing that tagged in the community. Their attire, again, using those gang flags or gang bandanas in the red or green colors, and also custom clothing around the idea of slime. And we also saw them using other distinguishing characteristics, like using snakes, lizards, including emojis of snakes on social media. Some members refer to the group as Rudy Gang. That refers to a gang member who was shot and killed in 2016. His nickname was Rudy. And we also saw them using other blood gang identifiers, specifically often those associated with the Sex Money Murder Bloods.
Were there any crimes that you observed or that were investigated that were committed by members of Young Slime Life in furtherance of the group itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you talk to the jury a little bit about those types of crimes and the types of crimes that were investigated?
I same objection as to the relative to Mr. Williams and Ward 3.
All right, I'm overruled the objections.
You may talk about it.
So as we've discussed already, and what we saw as continuing activity was predominantly narcotic sales in the Cleveland Avenue area, the narcotic sales and distribution.
I didn't even know that I was starting my menopause journey.
ATM thefts and other things of that nature.
Now, were there any other groups that you found to be associated with Young Limelight?
As Rock Crew had an association with 30 Deep, we found that YSL also had an association with 30 Deep.
And were there any rival groups of YSL?
Well, they were not initially rivals. During the course of our investigation, we discovered a rivalry between Young Slime Life and the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods. There are three gangs in Atlanta that are associated with the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods specifically. Those are ABG, which is Atlanta Blood Gang or Anybody Get It, the Haiti Gang, and also Bird Gang.
Are you familiar with the record label called Young Stoner Life?
I am.
Is that the same entity that you are referring to when you say Young Slime Life?
No, it's not.
Would you tell the jury the distinction, please?
So Young Stoner Life is a Georgia corporation that was, I believe, incorporated in July of 2014 as a music publishing arm. When I refer to YSL, what I'm referring to is Young Slime Life, the gang that we investigated for these activities that we've discussed.
Now, let me talk a little bit about artists, music artists in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County. Are you familiar with Jeffrey Williams?
I am.
Is he the only artist or musical artist in Fulton County?
No, ma'am.
Now, are there other artists that in their music talk about illegal gun sales or illegal drugs or anything like that that the Atlanta Police Department is aware of?
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase or lay more foundation.
Has the Atlanta Police Department ever investigated anyone because of something that they wrote, music-wise?
This is inappropriate. I object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
I honestly feel like I can speak for the police department and its history in that question. Okay.
All right. So, as it relates to a musical artist's words, is there any crime in saying words?
There are certainly potentially crimes in spoken words.
All right. Now, I'm not talking about crimes being described in words. I'm speaking of, is it a crime to speak the words?
As a generality, no. Outside of
Your Honor, that was the answer to the question. And
So it's non-responsive, is that what you're saying? Okay, I'll sustain this and non-responsive.
Have you ever sought to arrest anyone for speaking words in a song?
No, ma'am.
When you talk about Young Slime Life and Young Slime Life, did you or have there been any correlations between those two entities?
Well, to the extent that I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. Does the Atlanta Police Department and you as a gang investigator consider Young Stoner Life to be the same as Young Slime Life?
ask and answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
Through the course of our investigation, we did not view those two entities as being the same. No.
Next. Would you talk a little bit about gang colors as it relates to your expertise as a gang investigator?
Sure, and as mentioned, gangs often represent their gang through the use of specific colors, just as a visual identifier to represent that gang. Of course, all of these colors can be used in completely non-gang related and lawful ways, but gangs will particularly adopt the use of these colors, and oftentimes will use them in a particular way. So for example, gangs that associate with the Bloods will use the color red, as we've mentioned. They'll also often associate those colors right side of the body. This is a counter to the rival Crips, who often associate their colors and identifiers with the left side of their body. So we may see those colors used on the right side. Picture here, and just an illustration of wearing a bandana, a red bandana on the right side of the body. Here's another example of use of a bandana, maybe worn tied around the head, tied around the neck. I think we saw a picture earlier of using the bandana tied around belt loops. We often will see that tied on the right side of a belt loop. This also, as you can see, is an example of a gang tattoo with the letters YSL tattooed on the right side of the face.
And in the event that I did not ask this question already, in your opinion, Young Slime Life is a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go on and talk about gang colors as it relates to the image that is depicted on the screen?
Sure, and this is a picture of Mr. Stevenson, who went by Rudy and who is unfortunately deceased, and the use of the green bandana that we saw used with YSL.
Next time. And you can't use the clicker now, so I'm going to see it first.
All right, and this photo, again, the use of the green bandanas, and also we're beginning to see hand signs in this picture. The YSL hand sign made this way.
Now, as the YSL hand sign that you just held up, would you explain to the jury what, because I saw fingers, would you explain to the jury what it is that you're doing with your fingers?
Sure, so this would be the Y here, and then I guess these fingers form your S, and then this is the L.
And is that distinguishable from the classic peace sign?
It is.
Now, go to the next slide. What about gang tattoos? Would you talk to us a little bit about that and YSL as you see them?
As I mentioned, we began seeing members of this group tattooing themselves with YSL. So this photograph was taken during arrest of Trontavia Stevens. And he has YSL tattooed on his body. And this was in addition to previous tattoos that we had seen and tattoos observed on this day, where he had Rock Crew Cleveland Avenue tattooed across his fingers. Here's another example of this tattoo. You can see on the right shoulder it says slime, and on the left shoulder it says life. And here another example of YSL being tattooed on the right side of the face.
Let's go a little bit more into hand signs. Would you go to the next slide? Would you talk to us about what we're looking at on the screen?
Sure, so this is an example of the YSL hand sign again, being thrown here.
And so the person wearing red, is the person wearing red throwing the YSL hand sign, or is the person wearing white throwing the YSL hand sign?
Yes, I apologize. The person on the right wearing the red is throwing the YSL hand sign in this picture.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is another example of the YSL hand sign. This is I'm sorry.
Go ahead, what are we looking at?
This is an additional hand sign used by YSL members. It's to indicate wiping your nose, and they will draw the index finger across the lip underneath the nose in a fashion you can see here.
And are there any, go back, are there any markings or tattoos that are related to YSL depicted in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Additionally, you can see the word SLAT tattooed across the index finger.
Next slide. Talk to us a little bit about gang clothing that you see in relation to YSL.
So here's some examples of some of the clothing we began to see YSL gang members produce and wear. This hoodie on the left has a definition of the word slime as seen on here, which says, I can't be trusted, or a repulsive or despicable person, wipe your effing nose, is you slime enough? And on the right, you see a hat that says, Make America Slime Again.
What gang graffiti have you observed as it relates to the gang YSL?
So this is an example of what we've seen, where we'll see YSL and then slat, or some combination thereof, tattoo in various places around Cleveland Avenue area.
You talked about the activity that you see committed by members of YSL. Did that activity constitute criminal street gang activity that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that activity been confined to the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
It does not.
Has a large part of that activity occurred in the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
I would say so, yes.
What is the significance of 30 Deep, the group 30 Deep, as it relates to YSL?
So 30 Deep existed prior to my time coming into the gang unit. They were believed to be founded in 2004. As you recall, I came to the gang unit in 2009, and we immediately were tasked with investigating crimes committed by 30 Deep. They're based in the Mechanicsville neighborhood, which is in southwest Atlanta, and we've identified over 100 members or associates of 30 Deep.
What about 30 Deep allowed you to categorize it as a criminal street gang?
So looking at this from the perspective of our direction from our gang law, we see that 30 Deep has a common name, which is 30 Deep. They also had several, as we mentioned before, of these sets, of these sort of subsets or cliques within the gang. Some examples of that are DRC, which stood for the Robin Crew, YRC, which was Young Robin Crew, BRC, which stood for Baby Robin Crew. That group has now taken on the name KT, which stands for Cutthroat. We saw them using signs and symbols. They make a 3-0 hand sign, and that was actually pictured in the photo before, and we'll show you another picture of it in a minute, I believe. We see them tattoo certain identifiers on their body. They use the number 30, of course. They also use 272, 372, and 972. Now, this is a good way to benchmark when a game started because those numbers correspond with numbers on the telephone keypad. Now in the era of smartphones, we probably can't even say the last time we saw a telephone keypad, but at the time, this predated wide adoption of smartphones. So the number 272 corresponds with the letters BRC on a telephone keypad, 372 corresponds with DRC, and 972 corresponds with YRC. We'd also see them tattoo their neighborhood name, Mechanicsville, sometimes Zone 3, which is the patrol zone that they were in conjunction with these other identifiers. We would see graffiti and tagging of that number 30 Deep, as well as other identifiers. And while 30 Deep started out as a non-traditional neighborhood-based gang, we did see over that time period that I mentioned earlier, 2009, 2010, 2011, that they began also taking on blood gang identifiers, wearing red bandanas and other gang-related clothing, also making custom clothing. They were often referred to as the Smash Gang because their staple crime was committing smash and grab burglaries of commercial stores.
And their identifiers. What types of identifiers did they utilize?
So the ones previously mentioned, and also began taking on other common blood identifiers.
Were there any associated gangs as they relate to 30 Deep?
Yes, so we found they were associated with ROC, as mentioned, then YSL. They also had an association with the Goodfellas street gang.
how is that association reflected in what you observed or what you learned about or investigated during your time with gang?
And what we saw was a cooperation between those two groups and their criminal activities such that the line was blurred between the two groups. They were regularly together, both associating with each other and committing crimes with each other.
As it relates to gang colors and what is depicted in this slide, what is it that you are able to tell the jury about 30D and its identifiers?
So what you see here is the use of red banners again, and we're beginning to see that use here in these pictures. And what you're also seeing is the 30 deep hand sign that everybody is throwing up in this picture.
And are you able to make that hand sign?
I can. So this is the 3 right here and then the O in the middle for 30.
Next slide.
Here's another example of the hand sign. This is an example of that tattoo I mentioned earlier, tattooing 30, some part of their body, in this case on the face. Here's an example of the 372 for DRC. And here's an example of KT for cutthroat, tattooed on the throat. And this is an example of their gang tagging. You can see the 30 sort of in the middle on the left, also DRC in there with it. There are a couple other sort of clicks from that area that are on here as well.
And going to the next slide.
Here's another one, a large 30 tattooed. And this is also going into that period where they're associating with the Bloods, and the person you see depicted here is throwing up a hand sign we'll discuss more, I believe, in a minute, which is the two guns hand sign associated with the sex, money, murder Bloods.
And you got into exactly what I was going to ask next. How are you able to tell that just this number 3 and 0 with face is associated with 30D?
Well, again, there are two ways that we do this. One is that we look at the content of it, and it's the number 30. There's also a 5 there, as you see in the middle, that 5 again relating to the Blood Gang. But this picture was taken in Mechanicsville, and the person depicted in this picture is a member of 30D.
And what are we looking at in the slide depicted here?
This is another picture of a gang tag, and in this case, this picture is actually a tag that was put on the side of the Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters building across the street from our city municipal court. So here we have 30 deep in Mechanicsville tagged on the wall.
Now, what's the significance of the slide with the shirt depicted here and the lettering on the shirt?
So the initial message is obvious. It says 30 deep. And then again, excuse the language, it has the word bitch below. What you notice is something we mentioned earlier, which is the crossing out of the letter C, using the letter X in place of it as a disrespect to Crip gangs. The shirt itself is in red and white, the print on it is red. The wearer of the shirt has a red bandana tied around his head and is throwing that sex, money, murder gang hand sign. Here's some more gang clothing. So they have the 30 right here with the DRC, so 30 and the Robin crew. The picture on the right, YRC, DRC for life. In the picture on the left, you also see the wearer throwing a B hand sign that's associated with blood gangs.
And are you able to show the jury how that is made with your hands?
Yes, it's made like this.
And what about what we're looking at here?
So more gang clothing, the 972 KT4L, the 4L stands for life. So cutthroat for life. On the right, you see BRC with the 272 in KT and the gang moniker below that.
Next slide. As far as the criminal activity that 30D was known to commit within Fulton County and other areas, could you talk about that?
Sure. 30 Deep was heavily involved in narcotics distribution and sales in the Mechanicsville community, but what they're most known for, I've mentioned already, which was smash and grab burglaries. They essentially pioneered the art of stealing a car, driving it through the front of a store, and then sending, 5, 6, 7, 8 people inside to run in and grab as much stuff as they could, run back out, and then sell those things on the street. And when I came to the gang unit in 2009, the Atlanta Police Department greatly expanded the gang unit to respond to that exact trend. And we were tasked with attempting to interdict those crimes and stop this rash of smash and grab burglaries. But members didn't just do property crimes. They were also involved in quite a number of shootings, several murders, a lot of aggravated assaults, a lot of stolen cars, high volume theft from autos, sometimes breaking into 20, 30, 40 cars at a time. So everything from property crime to violent crime.
You talk about sex, money, murder. Tell the jury the significance of sex, money, murder, and what exactly it is.
Sure. So sex, money, murder is a traditional gang that was formed back in 1992 in the Soundview housing projects in the Bronx in New York. That gang was initially a drug trafficking organization, and it later was part of the original group that formed the UBN, or United Blood Nation, which was formed within the Rikers Island prison facility there. The formation date, October 31st, 1993. There's a second date that some people benchmark that, of July 16th of 1993. Both those dates are used in gang literature. Sex, Money, Murder joined the UBN on June 6th of 1996, while its founder was being held at Rikers Island.
And what were some of the identifiers that you have, through your training and experience, to be associated with sex, money, murder?
So the gang's name is Sex, Money, Murder. They may call it Murder Gang or some variation of that as well. They use common blood gang hand signs and symbols, including red bandanas, 5-point stars, which represent that number 5. The number 5 actually comes from the number of the 5 original UBN sets that formed the United Blood Nation. They say blat. We mentioned slat before. Blat means blood, love all the time. As a sort of counter to that, Crips will say CLAP, which stands for Crip Love all the time. So there's all these different variations across different gangs. These guys say blat. They use the letter B heavily. They may use Boston Red Sox logos, Bentley logos, things like that have a capital letter B in them. They'll tattoo S&M on their persons, sometimes substituting the number 5 for the S to get that additional identifier in there. They'll use 5-point stars, and they'll often include red accents within their tattoos. They will tag all of these identifiers, including the gang's name, the number 5, blat, and they'll cross out tagging for rival gangs as well. They'll wear red bandanas and clothing to signify their association. And this is one of those traditional gangs that we talked about way back at the beginning of this morning, where they actually have books of knowledge that actually list out the rules and codes for the members of the gang.
When we're talking about the United Blood Nation, what 5 groups does that consist of?
So the 5 original gangs that formed the UBN are Sex, Money, Murder, the 9 Trade Gangster Bloods, the 1-8 Trade Gangster Bloods, the G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods, and the Valentine Bloods.
And within Sex, Money, Murder, or within the United Blood Nation, was there a particular hierarchy or ranking?
There is. It starts at the top with the Godfather, the founder, which is Peter Rollick. Then in each state, there are 2 statewide leaders. One is called the High O20, who's a statewide leader with some national authority or influence, and the Low O20, who's a statewide leader with statewide authority. I've kind of summarized the middle management piece of this because they have a bit of a complex middle management rank structure. Essentially what they do is they divide areas by groups and give leadership chains to certain geographical areas. It was a little much to put on one slide. And then below that, they have the members of the gang, the foot soldiers they're sometimes called.
And have there been high O20s and low O20s identified in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the names of some of those?
The high O20 for Georgia is Kyle Ory, who's currently being housed in the Department of Corrections.
And what is Kyle Ory? Does he have a nickname?
He does.
What is it?
Nasty New.
And as we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about the rules and codes as it relates to sex, money, murder.
Sure. This is a sample of some of the rules and codes that they use. The gang itself has 31 codes that members are expected to follow that are listed out in that book of knowledge. They will sometimes use the phrase Peter roll, and that means to kill someone. So that refers to murdering somebody if you Peter roll somebody. That Peter is a reference to that founder, Peter Rollick. They refer to the gang and its members as Blazing Billies. They use the phrase rollacking, sort of a general term for just the gang's activities. As you can see, sometimes when they write it out, they'll cross out that C in rollacking. They use that expression, blood love all the time, or blat. One example of many codes that they use is buck 50. In the prison system, that's a phrase used to refer to slashing somebody's face with a razor and causing them to have 150 stitches. That's the idea behind that. And then they'll use things like 311, the numbers 311. These refer to, these numbers reference back to the alphabet. So C is the third letter of the alphabet. K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. So they'll use 311 to mean crypt killer.
Now, you spoke about a book of knowledge. The next slide. What is the next slide? What are we looking at?
So these are examples, pictures from a book of knowledge that was recovered by the Department of Corrections.
And generally, where are these types of documents found? Are they published and sold online or what?
They're not. Typically, they're found with members. And so a prospective new member will get a copy of this, or they'll be expected to copy it from somebody else's copy of it, and then learn these rules and codes and be able to recite these things on command. So that's part of their initiation process, is learning the history and learning the oath and learning the codes for the gang. So members will also often be found in possession of this. We still find written versions like this. Oftentimes nowadays in the modern age, we'll find these in a digital version on a phone or on social media, things like that.
And looking at the next slide, is this more of an example?
It is, and this is that list of those 31 rules for within the gang. And these are rules that govern the way that members are to conduct themselves and things they're responsible for doing and not doing within the context of the gang. You'll notice a couple things we talked about are actually here in the rules. Number 20 is that they're expected to always capitalize the letter B, slash the letter C. They also will sometimes use a money sign and replace the letter S. And other things like 18, where it says that they're not allowed to snitch, and obviously many other rules they follow.
And when you said 18, number 18, they're not allowed to snitch. It says no 999. What's the significance of that?
In their gang lingo, 999 means snitching, so they say no 999 or no snitching.
You talked about the founder of Set Money Mark. Looking at the next slide, who is that?
So this is Mr. Rollick.
And is Mr. Rollick still alive and well dead?
He's still alive, yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Rollick known for doing anything? In particular, is he notorious for doing anything?
He,
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You almost stand objection.
Your Honor, are we allowed to refer to where Mr. Rollick currently is?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask him.
Where?
Hold on, is there something you said something, Mr.? Yeah, I'll stand objection.
Does Mr. Rollick currently still have any significance within the gang itself?
Mr. Rollick is still considered to be the founder and leader of the gang, although he's not, I don't believe he's currently in operational control of the gang.
And as we go to the next slide, we can tell the jury what it is that is significant about that.
So this is an example of those gang colors that we talked about before, and the use of a red bandana, oftentimes seen in the back right pocket.
As we look at the next slide, what are we looking at?
So this is a gang hand sign that they use, and this is their two guns hand sign. We mentioned it and saw some examples earlier, but as you can see, they'll make their fingers into the shape of a gun and will often hold it sort of the traditional ways in front of the chest like this. They may now hold them separate or even just do one of those, but the two guns is their kind of primary hand sign.
Looking at the next slide. What are we looking at?
A large tattoo, as you can see, is sex, money, murder, with some bandana print sort of elements to it as well. And there's also at the top, there's a 5-point star with a capital B in the middle with SMM below it.
And moving on to
Here's a large SMM tattoo.
and what's that underneath it?
It looks like a person holding a smoking gun.
And going forward to gang tagging that has been observed.
Yeah, so this is a picture actually from Mount Zion Road at I-75 several years ago, sex, money, murder tag. You see some stylization in the tag itself, but it clearly says sex, money, and the SMM for sex, money, murder.
We talked earlier about two different entities, Young Stoner Life and Young Slime Life. In gang culture, is it unusual to find legitimate organizations or legitimate businesses associated with criminal street gangs?
Well, we've certainly seen it's not a new thing for criminal organizations to get into in quasi-legitimate businesses, although typically criminal organizations don't get into purely legitimate businesses. They're used as sometimes front companies, sometimes avenues to launder money or to otherwise mask criminal behavior.
What types of organizations have you seen that have used that type of structure?
I think
Give some examples of some.
sort of the classic example is the mafia crime families that were in waste management and have been in gambling and things like that as avenues for money laundering and avenues to get income through contract, paying off people to get contracts and things of that nature. So these are kind of just old kind of classic examples of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Fulton County, Zone 3, the Cleveland Avenue area. How much interaction have you had with Zone 3 and Cleveland Avenue area members of those communities?
Quite a lot over the years.
And in terms of economic opportunities and poverty or wealth, does the absence of an abundance of wealth necessarily correlate with participation in criminal street gang activity?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I understood the question.
All right. Out of the area, Cleveland Avenue, Jonesboro South, are the majority of young people in those areas that may not be wealthy, are they going and joining criminal street gangs?
It's actually speculation.
I'll sustain it as to form. You can rephrase if you like it. If you like to.
Is it always the case that when young people in those communities, the vast majority of the ones that you have interacted with in those communities, are they availing themselves of the opportunity to go and get involved with criminal street gangs?
I'll sustain it. You can lay a little more.
Have you had an opportunity to interact with young people from those areas?
I have
How many young people?
hundreds over the years.
What ages?
All ages.
And under what circumstances?
Under a variety of circumstances, certainly in our investigations of criminal activity out there, but also just patrolling the area. I had the opportunity to respond to crimes out there. I've interviewed victims of crime, interviewed moms. I've had many conversations with citizens who live in the area and deal with crime issues in the area.
Of those young people that you dealt with, have the majority of them been involved in a criminal street gang?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Relevance, also confrontation.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule your objection. Confrontation, I'll overrule that as well.
You can answer that. What did you say?
No, not at all.
So, based on your expertise as a gang investigator, does the lack of wealth necessarily mean one is going to be?
I sustain the question as to form.
Hypothetically, if there is a young person or group of young people in the Cleveland Avenue community who have to share clothes or something like that, based on your experiences in the Cleveland Avenue community and your investigations as a gang investigator.
This is outside his expertise.
Overrule the objection. Overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Based on your experiences, your training, and your background, do those factors necessarily mean that a child is going to get involved in criminal street?
So what we would say is that these areas are high-risk areas. The youth that grow up in high crime, high poverty areas are at higher risk for joining street gangs, although they join street gangs in a very small percentage. The vast majority of children who grow up in these neighborhoods do not join street gangs.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have further questions on direct, but based on whether or not there is cross-examination, I would like to reserve the right.
Whoa, that was surprising.
All right.
Here we go.
Before we begin cross, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? We need to take a break. Can we take one? About 10 minutes? All right, okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll resume with Detective Belknap. All right, all rise.
All right. So who's going to be doing cross? Direct exam just ended. It was kind of surprising, but prosecutors are done with Belknap. They have no more questions. So they're doing a 10-minute break. And
Our jury's left us. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
so it'll be interesting to see who is up first for cross exam. Cross exam is going to be pretty spicy. It's going to be interesting to see what the first question is, because I've always said, I appreciate it when an attorney asks a question in the very beginning of cross that kind of encompasses the whole point of what the cross examination is going to be. And I could see something like this that's kind of spicy about the racist implications of this, or just the idea of qualifying them as gang members based on, the bandana. I mean, some of that stuff just seems a little passionate. But it'll be interesting to see who goes first and how aggressive they are right out the bat, and whether they're kind of come in swinging or if they kind of try to build up to that. Just the way Brian Steele was kind of postured there, I wouldn't be surprised if he's first for cross exam, but we'll find out pretty quick. So that definitely went a lot faster than I thought. I was talking about earlier, obviously I was saying he could be up there for days, but they've got so many other gang experts, gang detectives that I'm sure they're trying to piece out everything over the course of the trial. They'll be able to get a bunch of different things in from different witnesses. So what, it's like 3:15 in Atlanta, and they've been going until about 5. So there is a real chance that they could actually end with him today. I mean, maybe. The cross will probably go up until the end of the day, and then they might want a little more redirect on him, especially with 6 attorneys. That's the thing. Steele will probably go first. I see that, and then it'll be interesting to see how long he goes, and then who else goes, like how aggressive the other cross examinations are. Because I've actually never covered a trial with so many defendants where they all are going to get a shot at the witness. So it'll be interesting to see how long the cross goes, but definitely a shorter direct examination than I anticipated. So let me see if I can bring up that CBS Chicago interview that I did. I was talking about Joseph about at AJC about joining us later. I haven't really gotten that set up though, but I think I might just end it after this because I've kind of got to save my voice a little bit. But let's see what's going on. I just uploaded my own version of the CBS Chicago interview that I did earlier today. So yeah, I thought that the guy was a Keratin, I think is his name. I see that comment. He was good too, and yeah, his tone, because I mean, Steele was fun and he had some good lines, but it was also just like it was a little over the top, and just he's so slow and dramatic and stuff. It's like, oh come on. Keratin had like a realer tone to him for sure. So,
accused of leading a violent street gang alongside other artists associated with his record label, who faced additional charges such as murder and armed robbery, many of which settled with plea deals. To break down the latest, a friend of the stream, court and legal affairs reporter, Meghann Cuniff, joins us now. Meghann, thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
So if you could help us catch up, a lot going on here, always is with the RICO case. The core of the indictment here, the accusation is that Young Thug's record label, YSL, is a front or is simultaneously a violent street gang in Atlanta?
Exactly. I think they'd say simultaneously that he is leading an organized crime syndicate, that he acts as a record label, but actually works as a criminal gang in the Atlanta area. So, like you said, RICO cases are always big, and I think sprawling would be a good word to describe this. And I did see the New York Times describe it as epic too. And I think this is an unprecedented prosecution for Fulton County, and it's also an unprecedented prosecution for the hip hop world to have a rap star in a record label basically on trial like this.
Yeah, it's such a well-known rap star, and the New York Times is pretty steady in its use of adjectives. So yeah, calling it epic says something. You've covered a lot of high-profile cases. This one took nearly 10 months to sit the jury. Am I right on that? 10 months to sit the jury?
Yeah, and that was so highly unusual.
I've got a question just beyond that, but I just wanted to make sure I had that fact right. 10 months to sit a jury. Then Young Thug's lawyer filed for a mistrial on day one. You've posted some interesting quotes from both the defense and the prosecution in this case. What do you make of I guess what's turning out to be kind of a mess right out of the gate?
Yeah, it did start off not very smoothly for the prosecution. And I think a lot of the times in trials, we'll see mistrial motions made that maybe don't have the best chance of being granted. And it's the defense attorney's way of kind of preserving the record and making sure that their objections are preserved for perhaps some kind of appeal. But what was so unusual about this mistrial request, 20 minutes into the opening statement, was that the prosecutor herself, while she objected to the mistrial, she did acknowledge that perhaps the jury could get an extra instruction and be told that, what she's saying and what's being presented on the screen in her opening statement is not evidence, to try to make up for the fact that the defense was complaining that some of the things she was putting on the screen were not accurate. Just to have that kind of fumble right out the gate just seemed unusual, and also perhaps a sign of things to come. All right. I'm going to switch over to kind of a highlight from the testimony that we just saw from the detective, the rules and codes, and him going through the gang colors, because I suspect a lot of this stuff is going to be addressed in cross-examination. Let me pull this thing up here.
Mr. Raleigh is known for doing anything. In particular, is he notorious for doing anything?
Your Honor. Basis, sir. He almost said objection.
Your Honor, are we allowed to refer to where Mr. Raleigh currently is?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask him.
Where?
Hold on, is there something you said something, Mr. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Does Mr. Raleigh currently still have any significance within the gang itself?
Mr. Raleigh is still considered to be the founder and leader of the gang, although he's not. I don't believe he's currently in operational control of the gang.
And as we go to the next slide, we can tell the jury what it is that is significant about that.
So this is an example of those gang colors that we talked about before, and the use of a red bandana, oftentimes seen in the back right pocket.
As we look at the next slide, what are we looking at?
So this is a gang hand sign that they use, and this is their two guns hand sign. We mentioned it and saw some examples earlier, but as you can see, they'll make their fingers into the shape of a gun, and will often hold it sort of the traditional ways in front of the chest like this. They may now hold them separate or even just do one of those, but the two guns is their kind of primary hand sign.
Looking at the next slide, what are we looking at?
A large tattoo, as you can see, it says sex, money, murder, with some bandana print sort of elements to it as well. And there's also at the top, there's a 5-point star with a capital B in the middle with SMM below it.
And moving forward to
Here's a large SMM tattoo.
and what's that underneath?
It looks like a person holding a smoking gun.
And going forward to gang tagging that has been observed.
Yeah, so this is a picture actually from Mount Zion Road at I-75 several years ago, sex, money, murder tag. You see some stylization in the tag itself. It clearly says sex, money, and the S in them for sex, money, murder.
We talked earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the whole
about,
smoking
two
gun
different entities, Young Stoner Life and Young Slide Life.
unique.
In gang culture, is it unusual to find legitimate organizations or legitimate businesses associated with criminal street gangs?
We've certainly seen it's not a new thing for criminal organizations to get into in quasi-legitimate businesses, although typically criminal organizations don't get into purely legitimate businesses. Those are used as sometimes front companies, sometimes avenues to launder money or to otherwise mask criminal behavior.
What types of organizations have you seen that have used that type of structure?
I think
Give some examples of some.
sort of the classic example is the mafia crime families that were in waste management and have been in gambling and things like that as avenues for money laundering and avenues to get income through contract, paying off people to get contracts and things of that nature. So these are kind of just old kind of classic examples of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Fulton County, Zone 3, the Cleveland Avenue area. How much interaction have you had with Zone 3 and the Cleveland Avenue area and members of those communities?
Quite a lot over the years.
And in terms of economic opportunities and poverty or wealth, does the absence of an abundance of wealth necessarily correlate with participation in criminal street gang activity?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I understood the question.
All right. Out of the area, Cleveland Avenue, Jonesboro South, are the majority of young people in those areas that may not be wealthy, are they going and joining criminal street gangs?
Speculation.
I'll sustain it as a form. You can rephrase if you like it. If you like to.
Is it always the case that when young people in those communities, the vast majority of the ones that you have interacted with in those communities, are they availing themselves of the opportunity to go and get involved with criminal street gangs?
I'll sustain it. You can lay a little more.
Have you had an opportunity to interact with young people in those areas?
I have.
How many young people?
Hundreds over the years.
What ages?
All ages.
And under what circumstances?
Under a variety of circumstances, certainly in our investigations of criminal activity out there, but also just patrolling the area. I had the opportunity to respond to crimes out there. I've interviewed victims of crimes. I've interviewed moms. I've had certainly many conversations with citizens who live in the area and deal with crime issues in the area.
Of those young people that you dealt with, have the majority of them been involved in a criminal street gang?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Faces.
Relevance, also confrontation.
I'm going to overrule your objection. Confrontation, I'll overrule that as well.
You can answer that. What did you say?
No, not at all.
So, based on your expertise as a gang investigator, does the lack of wealth necessarily mean one is going to be?
I sustain the question as to form.
Hypothetically, if there is a young person or group of young people in the Cleveland Avenue community who have to share clothes or something like that, based on your experiences in the Cleveland Avenue community and your investigations as a gang investigator.
This is outside.
This whole exam was so painful. This
Overrule the
was your
objection.
easiest witness. And
Overrule the objection. Sharp.
Based on your experiences, your training, and your background, do those factors necessarily mean that a child is going to get involved in criminal street gangs?
So what we would say is that these areas are high-risk areas. The youth that grow up in high crime, high poverty areas are at higher risk for joining street gangs, although they join street gangs in a very small percentage. The vast majority of children who grow up in these neighborhoods do not join street gangs.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have further questions on direct, but based on whether or not there is cross-examination, I would like to reserve the right to recall the case.
All right. Before we begin cross, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? We need to take a break. Can we take one? About 10 minutes? All right, okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll resume with Detective Belknap. All right, all rise.
Yeah, about 10 minutes, so 25 minutes, whatever. Get back up to the live stream on it. I think it still just says they're on a break. Yeah, it does. So let me see if there's another stream to cover here. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in. So far so good. I mean, I'm home anyway, so I figured I should do it. But you know, if enough people get into it, and you know, there starts being a lot of super chats, or there starts being, you know, it's worth staying here. I'd love to keep covering it. But as Jewel and I were talking about, covering this whole trial like every day would be a little much, especially with how slow it's going. I mean, what have we really gotten today out of this testimony? It's just, I mean, there's so much downtime with the lunch. And that was one thing I was talking about, the judge who doesn't allow sidebars and is so, you know, uptight about his scheduling. He doesn't even allow lunch. He does 8 to 2. It's like 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And he'll do three 10-minute breaks or two 10-minute breaks. So it is rough. I mean, you don't get a lunch, you just power through. But some other judges in LA federal court do that too, the 8 to 2 or 2:30 schedule with no lunch. Some of them give more breaks. Like I covered one with a judge who did 3 20-minute breaks. But the overall word on the street is that jurors prefer it because they get out of there at 2 o'clock and they can beat the LA traffic home. And I mean, the whole idea that the jury likes just like hanging out at the courthouse and having a 2-hour lunch or something. It's like, no, they'd actually rather just get all the trial done when they can and go home. But you know, all courts are different. So and personally as a reporter, I prefer the ones that have a lunch because you get hungry. And you know, if you're trying to do updates for articles and that kind of thing, the break is really important for getting notes out and covering, you know, getting a bunch of pre-write going. So, yeah. No, I need to take it easy. I'm just losing my voice too. I'm so much talking online. But I gotta get back to that. Yeah, but let's see I wonder how long they go today. Probably 5 o'clock. So at least another 90 minutes or so of cross, but it'll be definitely interesting to see. Oh, here we go. Looks like they're coming back here. Maybe soon. Be interesting to see who maybe it's Steele, but how, I'm not sure. Do I really need comment moderators right now? I mean, people can share their opinions here. I mean, I don't see anyone being like particularly vulgar or anything like that, or like nasty to people. I don't know. I think when we get into like really big numbers is when moderation becomes a need, but we haven't really gotten there yet. Although it is kind of good to have a moderator who can like ask questions in the chat to get everything going, to get kind of a good conversation going, and maybe share links and stuff about that. I did share that clip here. I'll bring that up. I shared a clip on Twitter of the you know, the painful questioning of that detective, just the style of questioning from the DA about, have you ever, you know, is it a crime to speak words and that kind of thing. It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird trial. pull it up here. We almost there, guys. Come on. You just waste so much time because you don't really feel like you can just go out and get a quick walk in because it could start like anytime. Like I said, I want to see the first questioning. I think the cross kind of right out of the gate will be interesting. It's always interesting to see if they start strong. Oh gosh. Well, if this is just going to be on a break like this, I'm going to rewind again and you guys can watch some of this detective's previous testimony. Okay, how long has the break been? 24 minutes? Ridiculous. Getting tattoos, we saw that. Rules and codes. Game colors. Oh, yeah. I mean, when I see the picture of the bandana, I'm like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people wear bandanas like that. I mean,
Head tied around the neck. I think we saw a picture earlier of using the bandana tied around belt loops. Judge will use the color red, as we mentioned. They'll also often associate those colors with the right side of their body. This is a counter to the rival Crips, who often associate their colors and identifiers with the left side of their body. So we may see those colors used on the right side. Picture here, and just an illustration of wearing a bandana, a red bandana on the right side of the body. Here's another example of use of a bandana, maybe on the head, tied around the neck. I think we saw a picture earlier of using the bandana tied around belt loops. We often will see that tied on the right side of a belt loop. This also, as you can see, is an example of a gang tattoo with the letters YSL tattooed on the right side of the face.
And in the event that I did not ask this question already, in your opinion, Young Slime Life is a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go ahead and talk about gang colors as it relates to the image that is depicted on the screen?
Sure, and this is a picture of Mr. Stevenson, who went by Rudy and who is unfortunately deceased, and the use of the green bandana that we saw used with YSL.
Next. And you can't only use the clicker now, so I'm going to see if it works.
All right, and this photo, again, the use of the green bandanas, and also we're beginning to see hand signs in this picture. The YSL hand sign made this way.
Now, is the YSL hand sign that you just held up, would you explain to the jury what, because I saw fingers, would you explain to the jury what it is that you're doing with your fingers?
Sure, so this would be the Y here, and then I guess these fingers form your S, and then this is the L.
And is that distinguishable from the classic P sign?
It is.
Now, go to the next slide. What about gang tattoos? Could you talk to us a little bit about that and YSL as you see them?
As I mentioned, we began seeing members of this group tattooing themselves with YSL. So this photograph was taken during arrest of Trontavia Stevens, and he has YSL tattooed on his body. And this was in addition to previous tattoos that we had seen and tattoos observed on this day, where he had Rock Crew Cleveland Avenue tattooed across his fingers. Here's another example of this tattoo. You can see on the right shoulder it says slime, and on the left shoulder it says life. And here another example of YSL being tattooed on the right side of the face.
Let's go a little bit more into hand signs. Would you go to the next slide? Would you talk to us about what we're looking at on the screen?
Sure, so this is an example of the YSL hand sign again, being thrown here.
And so, does person wearing red, is the person wearing red throwing the YSL hand sign, or is the person wearing white throwing the YSL hand sign?
Yes, I apologize. The person on the right wearing the red throwing the YSL hand sign in this picture.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is another example of the YSL hand sign. This is I'm sorry.
Go ahead, what are we looking at?
This is an additional hand sign used by YSL members. It's to indicate wiping your nose, and they will draw the index finger across the lip underneath the nose in a fashion you can see here.
And are there any, go back. Are there any markings or tattoos that are related to YSL depicted in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Additionally, you can see the word SLAT tattooed across the index finger.
Next slide. Talk to us a little bit about gang clothing that you see in relation to YSL.
So here's some examples of some of the clothing we began to see YSL gang members produce and wear. This hoodie on the left has a definition of the word slime as seen on here, which says, I can't be trusted, or repulsive or despicable person, wipe your effing nose, is you slime enough? And on the right, you see a hat that says, Make America Slime Again.
What gang graffiti have you observed as it relates to the gang YSL?
So this is an example of what we've seen, where we'll see YSL and then SLAT, or some combination thereof, tattooed various places around the Cleveland Avenue area.
You talked about the activity that you see committed by members of YSL. Did that activity constitute criminal street gang activity that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that activity been confined to the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
It has not.
Has a large part of that activity occurred in the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
I would say so, yes.
What is the significance of 30D, the group 30D, as it relates to YSL?
So 30 Deep existed prior to my time coming into the gang unit. They were believed to be founded in 2004. As you recall, I came to the gang unit in 2009, and we immediately were tasked with investigating crimes committed by 30 Deep. They were based in the Mechanicsville neighborhood, which is in southwest Atlanta, and we've identified over 100 members or associates of 30 Deep.
What about 30D allowed you to categorize it as a criminal street gang?
So looking at this from the perspective of our direction from our gang law, we see that 30 Deep has a common name, which is 30 Deep. They also had several, as we mentioned before, of these sets, of these sort of subsets or cliques within the gang. Some examples of that are DRC, which stood for The Robin Crew, YRC, which was Young Robin Crew, BRC, which stood for Baby Robin Crew. That group has now taken on the name KT, which stands for Cutthroat. We saw them using signs and symbols. They make a 3-0 hand sign, and that was actually pictured in the photo before, and we'll show you another picture of it in a minute, I believe. We see them tattoo certain identifiers on their body. They use the number 30, of course. They also use 272, 372, and 972. Now, this is a good way to benchmark when the game started because those numbers correspond with numbers on the telephone keypad. Now in the era of smartphones, we probably can't even say the last time we saw a telephone keypad, but at the time, this predated wide adoption of smartphones. So the number 272 corresponds with the letters BRC on the telephone keypad, 372 corresponds with DRC, and 972 corresponds with YRC. We'd also see them tattoo their neighborhood name, Mechanicsville, sometimes Zone 3, which is the patrol zone that they were in conjunction with these other identifiers. We would see graffiti and tagging of that number 30 Deep, as well as other identifiers. And while 30 Deep started out as a non-traditional neighborhood-based gang, we did see over that time period that I mentioned earlier, 2009, 2010, 2011, that they began also taking on blood gang identifiers, wearing red bandanas and other gang-related clothing, also making custom clothing. They were often referred to as the Smash Gang because their staple crime was committing smash and grab burglaries of commercial stores.
And their identifiers, what types of identifiers did they utilize?
So the ones previously mentioned, and also began taking on other common blood gang identifiers.
Were there any associated gangs as they relate to 30D?
Yes, so we found they were associated with ROC, as mentioned, then YSL. They also had an association with the Goodfellas street gang.
How is that association reflected in what you observed or what you learned about or investigated during your time in gang?
And what we saw was a cooperation between those two groups and their criminal activities, such that the line was blurred between the two groups. They were regularly together, both associating with each other and committing crimes with each other.
As it relates to gang colors and what is depicted in this slide, what is it that you are able to tell the jury about 30D and its identifiers?
So what you can see here is the use of the red bandanas. Again, we're beginning to see that use here in the pictures, and what you're also seeing is the 30 deep hand sign that everybody is throwing up in this picture.
And are you able to make that hand sign?
I can. So this is the 3 right here, and then the O in the middle for 30.
Next slide.
Here's another example of the hand sign. There's an example of that tattoo I mentioned earlier, tattooing 30, some part of their body, in this case on the face. Here's an example of the 372 for DRC. And here's an example of KT for cutthroat, tattooed on the throat. And this is an example of their gang tagging. You can see the 30 sort of in the middle on the left, also DRC in there with it. And there are a couple other sort of clicks from that area that are on here as well.
And going to the next slide.
Here's another one, a large 30 tattooed. And this is also going into that period where they're associating with the Bloods, and the person you see depicted here is throwing up hand sign, we'll discuss, I believe, in a minute, which is the two guns hand sign associated with the sexually murdered Bloods.
And you got into exactly what I was going to ask next. How are you able to tell that just this number 3 and 0 with face is associated with 30D?
Well, again, there are 2 ways that we do this. One is that we look at the content of it, and it's the number 30. There's also a 5 there, as you see in the middle, that 5 again relating to the Blood Gang. But this picture was taken in Mechanicsville, and the person depicted in this picture is a member of 30D.
And what are we looking at in the slide depicted here?
This is another picture of a gang tag, and in this case, this picture was actually a tag that was put on the side of the Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters building across the street from our city municipal court. So here we have 30 deep in Mechanicsville tag on the wall.
Now, what's the significance of the slide with the shirt depicted here and the lettering on the shirt?
So the initial message is obvious. It says 30 deep. And then again, excuse the language, it has the word bitch below. What you notice is something we mentioned earlier, which is the crossing out of the letter C, using the letter X in place of it as a disrespect to Crip gangs. The shirt itself is in red and white, the print on it is red. The wearer of the shirt has a red bandana tied around his head and is throwing that sex, money, murder, gang hand sign. Here's some more gang clothing. So they have the 30 right here with the DRC, so 30 and the Robin crew. The picture on the right, YRC, DRC for life. In the picture on the left, you also see the wearer throwing a B hand sign that's associated with blood gangs.
And are you able to show the jury how that is made with your hands?
Yes, it's made like this.
And what about what we're looking at here?
So more gang clothing, the 972 KT4L. The 4L stands for life. So cutthroat for life. On the right, you see BRC with the 272 in KT and the gang moniker below that.
Next slide. As far as the criminal activity that 30 Deep was known to commit within Fulton County and other areas, could you talk about that?
Sure. 30 Deep was heavily involved in narcotics distribution and sales in the Mechanicsville community, but what they're most known for, I've mentioned already, which was smash and grab burglaries. They essentially pioneered the art of stealing a car, driving it through the front of a store, and then sending, 5, 6, 7, 8 people inside to run in and grab as much stuff as they could, run back out, and then sell those things on the street. And when I came to the gang unit in 2009, the Atlanta Police Department greatly expanded the gang unit to respond to that exact trend. And we were tasked with attempting to interdict those crimes and stop this rash of smash and grab burglaries. But members didn't just do property crimes. They were also involved in quite a number of shootings, several murders, a lot of aggravated assaults, a lot of stolen cars, high volume theft from autos, sometimes breaking into 20, 30, 40 cars at a time. So everything from property crime to violent crime.
You talk about sex, money, murder. Tell the jury the significance of sex, money, murder, and what exactly it is.
Sure. So Sex, Money, Murder is a traditional gang that was formed back in 1992 in the Soundview housing projects in the Bronx in New York. That gang was initially a drug trafficking organization, and it later was part of the original group that formed the UBN, or United Blood Nation, which was formed within the Rikers Island prison facility there. The formation date, October 31st, 1993. There's a second date that some people benchmark that, of July 16th of 1993. Both those dates are used in gang literature. Sex, Money, Murder joined the UBN on June 6, 1996, while its founder was being held at Rikers Island.
And what were some of the identifiers that you have through your training and experience, to be associated with sex, money, murder?
So the gang's name is Sex, Money, Murder. They may call it Murder Gang or some variation of that as well. They use common blood gang hand signs and symbols, including red bandanas, 5-point stars, which represent that number 5. The number 5 actually comes from the number of the 5 original UBN sets that formed the United Blood Nation. They say blat. We mentioned slat before. Blat means blood, love all the time. As a sort of counter to that, Crips will say CLAP, which stands for Crip Love all the time. So there's all these different variations across different gangs. These guys say blat. They use the letter B heavily. They may use Boston Red Sox logos, Bentley logos, things like that have a capital letter B in them. They'll tattoo S&M on their persons, sometimes substituting the number 5 for the S to get that additional identifier in there. They'll use 5-point stars, and they'll often include red accents within their tattoos. They will tag all of these identifiers, including the gang's name, the number 5, blat, and they'll cross out tagging for rival gangs as well. They'll wear red bandanas and clothing to signify their association. And this is one of those traditional gangs that we talked about way back at the beginning of this morning, where they actually have books of knowledge that actually list out the rules and codes for the members of the gang.
Next slide. When we're talking about the United Blood Nation, what 5 groups does that consist of?
So the 5 original gangs that formed the UBN are Sex, Money, Murder, the 9 Trade Gangster Bloods, the 1-8 Trade Gangster Bloods, the G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods, and the Valentine Bloods.
And within Sex, Money, Murder, or within the United Blood Nation, was there a particular hierarchy or ranking?
There is. It starts off with the godfather and the founder, which is Peter Rollick. In each state, there are 2 statewide leaders. One is called the High O20, who's a statewide leader with some national authority or influence, and the Low O20, who's a statewide leader with statewide authority. I've kind of summarized the middle management piece of this because they have a bit of a complex middle management rank structure. Essentially what they do is they divide areas by groups and give leadership chains to certain geographical areas. It was a little much to put on one slide. And then below that, they have the members of the gang, the foot soldiers they're sometimes called.
And have there been high O20s and low O20s identified in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the names of some of those people?
The high O20 for Georgia is Kyle Ory, who's currently being housed in the Department of Corrections.
And what is Kyle Ory? Does he have a nickname?
He does.
What is it?
Nasty New.
And as we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about the rules and codes as it relates to sex, money, murder.
Sure. This is a sample of some of the rules and codes that they use. The gang itself has 31 codes that members are expected to follow that are listed out in that book of knowledge. They will sometimes use the phrase Peter roll, and that means to kill someone. So that refers to murdering somebody if you Peter roll somebody. That Peter is a reference to that founder, Peter Rollick. They refer to the gang and its members as Blazing Billies. They use the phrase rollacking, sort of a general term for just the gang's activities. As you can see, sometimes when they write it out, they'll cross out that C in rollacking. They use that expression, blood love, all the time, or blat. One example of many codes that they use is buck 50. In the prison system, that's a phrase used to refer to slashing somebody's face with a razor and causing them to have 150 stitches. That's the idea behind that. And then they'll use things like 311, the numbers 311. These refer to, these numbers reference back to the alphabet. So C is the third letter of the alphabet. K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. So they'll use 311 to mean Criff killer.
Now, you spoke about a book of knowledge. The next slide. What is the next slide? What are we looking at?
So these are examples, pictures from a book of knowledge that was recovered by the Department of Corrections.
And generally, where are these types of documents found? Are they published and sold online or what?
They're not. Typically, they're found with members. And so a prospective new member will be given a copy of this, or they'll be expected to copy it from somebody else's copy of it, and then learn these rules and codes and be able to recite these things on command. So that's part of their initiation process, is learning the history and learning the oath and learning the codes for the gang. So members will also often be found in possession of this. We still find written versions like this. Oftentimes nowadays in the modern age, we'll find these in a digital version on a phone or on social media, things like that.
And looking at the next slide, is this more of an example?
It is, and this is that list of those 31 rules for within the gang. And these are rules that govern the way that members are to conduct themselves and things they're responsible for doing and not doing within the context of the gang. You'll notice a couple things we talked about are actually here in the rules. Number 20 is that they're expected to always capitalize the letter B, slash the letter C. They also will sometimes use a money sign and replace the letter S. And other things like 18 where it says that they're not allowed to snitch, and obviously many other rules they follow.
And when you said 18, number 18, they're not allowed to snitch. It says no 999. What's the significance of that?
In their gang lingo, 999 means snitching, so they say no 999 or no snitching.
You talked about the founder of Sex, Money, Murder. Looking at the next slide, who is that looking at?
This is Mr. Rollick.
And is Mr. Rollick still alive and well today?
He's still alive, yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Rollick known for doing anything? In particular, is he notorious for doing anything?
He,
Your Honor.
Basis, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna stand objection.
Your Honor, are we allowed to refer to where Mr. Rollick currently is?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask him.
Where?
Hold on, is there something you said something, Mr.? Yeah, I'll stand objection.
Does Mr. Rollick currently still have any significance within the gang itself?
Mr. Rollick is still considered to be the founder and leader of the gang, although he's not, I don't believe he's currently in operational control of the gang.
And as we go to the next slide, would you tell the jury what it is that is significant about that?
So this is an example of those gang colors that we talked about before, and the use of a red bandana, oftentimes seen in the back right pocket.
As we look at the next slide, what are we looking at?
So this is a gang hand sign that they use, and this is their two guns hand sign. We mentioned it and saw some examples earlier, but as you can see, they'll make their fingers into the shape of a gun, and will often hold it sort of the traditional way is in front of the chest like this. They may now hold them separate or even just do one of those, but the two guns is their kind of primary hand sign.
Looking at the next slide, what are we looking at?
A large tattoo. As you can see, it says sex, money, murder, with some bandana print sort of elements to it as well. And there's also at the top, there's a 5-point star with a capital B in the middle with SMM below it.
And moving forward to
Here's a large SMM tattoo.
and what's that underneath it?
It looks like a person holding a smoking gun.
And going forward to gang tagging that has been observed.
Yeah, so this is a picture actually from Mount Zion Road at I-75 several years ago, sex, money, murder tag. You see some stylization in the tag itself. It clearly says sex, money, and the SMM for sex, money, murder.
We talked earlier about two different entities, Young Stoner Life and Young Slime Life. In gang culture, is it unusual to find legitimate organizations or legitimate businesses associated with criminal street gangs?
Well, we've certainly seen it's not a new thing for criminal organizations to get into in quasi-legitimate businesses, although typically criminal organizations don't get into purely legitimate businesses. Those are used as sometimes front companies, sometimes avenues to launder money or to otherwise mask criminal behavior.
What types of organizations have you seen that have used that type of structure?
I think
Give us some examples of some.
sort of the classic example is the mafia crime families that were in waste management and have been in gambling and things like that as avenues for money laundering and avenues to get income through contract, paying off people to get contracts and things of that nature. So these are kind of just old kind of classic examples of that.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Fulton County, Zone 3, the Cleveland Avenue area. How much interaction have you had with Zone 3 and the Cleveland Avenue area and members of those communities?
Quite a lot over the years.
And in terms of economic opportunity and poverty or wealth, does the absence of an abundance of wealth necessarily correlate with participation in criminal street gang activity?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I understood the question.
All right. Out of the area, Cleveland Avenue, Jonesboro South, are the majority of young people in those areas that may not be wealthy, are they going and joining criminal street gangs?
Objection, speculation.
Unsustained is to form. You can rephrase if you like it. If you like to.
Is it always the case that when young people in those communities, the vast majority of the ones that you have interacted with in those communities, are they availing themselves of the opportunity to go and get involved with criminal street gangs?
Unsustained. You can lay a little more.
Have you had an opportunity to interact with young people in those areas?
I have.
How many young people?
Hundreds over the years.
What ages?
All ages.
And under what circumstances?
Under a variety of circumstances, certainly in our investigations of criminal activity out there, but also just patrolling the area. I had the opportunity to respond to crimes out there. I've interviewed victims of crimes. I've interviewed moms. I've had certainly many conversations with citizens who live in the area and deal with crime issues in the area.
Of those young people that you dealt with, have the majority of them been involved in a criminal street gang?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Cases.
Relevance, also confrontation.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule your objection. Confrontation, I'll overrule that as well.
You can answer that. What did you say?
No, not at all.
So, based on your expertise as a gang investigator, does the lack of wealth necessarily mean one is going to be?
I sustain the question as to form.
Hypothetically, if there is a young person or group of young people in the Cleveland Avenue community who have to share clothes or something like that, based on your experiences in the Cleveland Avenue community and your investigations as a gang investigator.
This is outside his expertise.
Overrule the objection. Overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Based on your experiences, your training, and your background, do those factors necessarily mean that a child is going to get involved in criminal street gangs?
So what we would say is that these areas are high-risk areas. The youth that grow up in high crime, high poverty areas are at higher risk for joining street gangs, although they join street gangs in a very small percentage. The vast majority of children who grow up in these neighborhoods do not join street gangs.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have further questions on direct, but based on whether or not there is cross-examination, I would like to reserve the right to recall the case.
All right. Before we begin cross, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? We need to take a break. Can we take one? About 10 minutes? All right, okay. We're going to take a 10-minute.
Okay, so that was like an hour ago. And yeah, somebody says jury shown on TV, major issues in courtroom. Maybe that's what they're talking about, and the judge isn't allowing cameras while they talk about it because he wants to see what's going on with the camera guy. I mean, if it was just a brief second, I mean, it depends on what's going on with pictures of the jury. I mean, I covered a case where the problem is this is so high profile. I've never covered a case that's, high profile like this and being streamed everywhere. Because I covered a case where the student newspaper showed up at Chapman University because the president of the university was speaking, or he was actually a witness. He was a defense witness for this guy charged with insider trading. And the student newspaper showed up, and they had a sketch artist in court, and the sketch artist actually sketched the entire jury and published it in the student newspaper. Just didn't know that he wasn't supposed to sketch the jury, and it published during trial. But of course, nobody noticed until like weeks after the trial ended. And I mean, nothing ever even happened about it. But it was just such a low profile case that if that's what they're in talking about right now, it seems like I wish I haven't seen any reports from the courtroom about like what's actually going on. Like, is that screenshots of and people are really irresponsible. They're posting screenshots, drawing attention to screenshots, retweeting them, anything like that. Just don't. Like, people are just such morons. And I mean, I saw that the Daybell case, the judge is going to allow streaming, but only on his YouTube. I'm like, that makes sense. Like, but I'm looking at like the AJC reporter who's at the courthouse, Shaddy. Oh, okay. Okay. Here, Shaddy's just reported. Judge Glanville is meeting with all of the attorneys in chambers right now. Something's going on. So he doesn't say anything about the juror being shown on TV, but that could very well be it. I hate to just speculate like that, but if that is, I mean, if word is going out on social media that that's happening and that word came back to the court, that definitely would be something that would like get the judge's attention enough to like halt proceedings and take everyone back there. It'll be interesting to see like who the camera is, because I mean it's Law and Crime's feed. That's the one that we're watching, obviously, but it's the same feed. Like if you go to the Atlanta TV stations and watch their feed, it's the same camera. I mean, it's a pool camera, and I think sometimes they have like producers from the TV stations are the one manning the cameras. They probably like work in shifts or something. But let me see here. Let's see if I can bring up. I was going to try to bring up the tweets that I was seeing about it, because this is when, you know, trying to cover a trial like 1,000 miles away, or how many thousands of miles away at a courthouse, it's just, or instead of actually being at the courthouse, makes it pretty impossible. Like, I mean, how would I ever know about anything like this? But here, I should be able to bring up. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. See, gosh, the camera's so much better than this one. Just get off this. Okay, here. I mean, well, sorry, am I like mute? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Here. Yeah, I just pulled up. Yeah, I just pulled up the no jumper. No jumper. They're just so freaking reckless. But because I mean, on the one hand, they are not the camera people who showed those jurors. But yeah, let me pull up that post from No Jumper because this has got to be what it's about. Because I mean, yeah, that camera angle showing the jurors is like, and of course, with a case this high profile, it's like if this was a low profile case and it was like one reporter covering it, like I've been in court before and heard stuff that was like supposed to be off the record or it was supposed to be sealed or something. And like Judge Carter's just like, now, Meghann, just don't tell anyone about it. It's like, yeah, whatever. But when it's like a huge national audience, you know, you can't really do anything. And it's so irresponsible for people like to actually try to identify the jurors. I mean, they might have to declare a mistrial because of this. I mean, God, after you seat the jury for 10 months, but you know, having them on camera like that and then having this no jumper post, I'm like, am I being irresponsible for even bringing it up? Gosh, I'm having login problems here, so it won't let me bring up that post here. Yeah, let me see here. Okay, I just tweeted something about that because yeah, that no jumper post is like, whoa. This is going to be such a case study on like a media circus, the dangers of not being prepared. You know, having a cameraman who, I mean, they just made a little bit of a mistake. They panned over too much, but panned over way too much, and then all these malicious bad actors online, like if they have to declare a mistrial, which I mean, if these jurors' names are out, because in No Jumper's credit, I don't think that No Jumper has actually posted anything identifying the jurors themselves. They were just pointing out that people online are doing this. So, yeah, that doesn't sound good. That would just be insane if they declared a mistrial after like 2 days, after they spent 10 months selecting that jury. I mean, what a joke. But I'm kind of looking online for more information and not really being able to see anything here. And just judging by the way that judge judges, they could be back in chambers for a long time. I mean, he might be fucking steaming mad, yelling at him and all this stuff. Like the idea that they are just going to come back on camera soon, it could be a while. So we're kind of at at the whim of the people who are actually in the reporters, or who are actually in the courthouse. Well, let's see here. Let me see. I wish I could just switch over to my other computer for this stream. I'm just kind of worried if I do that, I'm going to kill it. Because I can bring up tweets on my other screen, but I'm having trouble logging in here. Okay. Okay, we're still on here. Good. I was afraid that was gonna like crack out of it here, but yeah, let me pull up. I'm trying to think who else is at the courthouse right now, because I know a couple of reporters who. Here's Kathy. Oh, murmurs about a mistrial. Kathy says, if there's a mistrial, this will just be the weirdest last couple of days. Like, what? Here, let me. Of course, Kathy is not at the courthouse either, and this is the law and crime producer who monitors all these trials. She's not at the courthouse either, but Shaddy has it. All counsel to the back. So it sounds like only like the last 20 minutes this in chambers thing has been going on. So that whole hour-long break, I mean, he might have been dealing with it himself, but it sounds like the reports of them being back in chambers is only like an hour. I need to reach out to her too. I know she's been covering this really close, but I think she's at the courthouse. Because I mean, that's the only real way to find out about this stuff. Let's see. And they're just standing outside. I mean, it's not like the judge is going to let them back in there so they can hear what's going on. But I'm assuming if they do leave chambers and come back on the record, it will be on TV. Yeah, I mean, they do have 6 alternates. Like, I mean, the judge just has to be looking for any way to not declare a mistrial here. Like the clip that I saw from No Jumper here. Let me bring it up. It definitely wasn't the whole jury that was shown. It was only a few of them. But like already, it was a few. I mean, if you have to get rid of all those people. But also, are they actually identifying them? Have the jurors actually been threatened? And the big thing is, it's not just like, okay, people know what a juror looks like. It's like, so is anyone contacting that juror? And is that juror now feeling compromised? Because the big question that the judge would ask any of those jurors is like, do you still feel like you can be impartial in the case here? And so I don't know. It might be. So here's the No Jumper post that I saw. Good old No Jumper. They're all over it. Fans on social media are already identifying jury members. Of course, that's kind of a stretch because, like, do you actually know that's the identification of the jury member, or are they just making up names? But yeah, here's the clip. Yeah, I mean, you can see 3 or 4 maybe. For them to freeze it like that. But okay, so are you going to strike those people? But have those people been contacted? Have they actually been compromised in any way? But still, it's a bad scene, and it's kind of unprecedented in that this is such a high-profile trial. And I mean, if I was a juror, I wouldn't feel real comfortable about that. But I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one for the judge to grapple with, and I do hope they have some of this discussion on the record, because I think it's something that other courts would be interested in too. Oh wait, God, I should not give No Jumper the benefit of the doubt on anything. I said earlier that, oh, in No Jumper's credit, they're not actually posting the juror's identity. Yeah, they are. They posted it right there. God. So yeah, that, I mean, maybe it's about something else, but that has to be uh what it's about. And I mean, right now it's kind of a question of the jurors might not even know that this has happened. I mean, how would they know unless they're, they're going to go home tonight, and maybe, and it's like a safety issue for them. You gotta, do you tell them about that? I think you kind of have to. Gosh, what a predicament for sure. Let me see. I mean, I'm just kind of refreshing Twitter and looking for any kind of updates we can get. Let me keep it on Shaddy's page. I know he's at the courthouse for sure, but it's just, the judge isn't going to let him into chambers to hear the discussion himself. So as long as they're just talking back in chambers, we're not going to hear anything. And he's not really going to know anything until, they all walk out. Let's see here. Oh, here. There we go. So yeah, and if you guys are looking for somebody to follow who's at the courthouse, I know Shaddy's there today. It's the AJC, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, because that's the thing. I mean, new media and No Jumper is getting all the attention, of course, but AJC is an institution in Atlanta, and they are, I think, have been pretty instrumental in some of the like heavy lifting foundational coverage on this, and it would be a different coverage area if we didn't have like institutions like that, like kind of fighting for us, well, I mean, I guess we just do a waiting game, right? Like, let me see. Yeah, everybody is just waiting around. Well, I'm still here. I gotta get off camera for a little bit. All right. Let me see here. I like that. I like that comment. Are we going to finally have a mistrial? It's like, what? It's been 3 days. But, yeah. Any updates? Okay. Just waiting like everybody else. I'd love to like go for a walk or something, but you just don't know when things are going to get going again. Here's still the feed. Still nothing. So we're not allowed to see the in-chambers discussion. Oh, here we go. Hey. Yeah, right? Yeah, the second I do something, they're going to come back. And I want to like keep something on the screen, but I mean, it's just the same tweet from Shaddy. But yeah, my tweet is getting some action. I don't think that No Jumper could really face legal action for that, because I mean, you might argue it's irresponsible of them to repost the thing that supposedly identifies the juror, but they're kind of just reporting, you know, or to repost the video. But you know what happened? They're not the ones who put it on there. I mean, I definitely don't think they could face any kind of legal action for it. It just shows that, like, you know, ethics and standard are a little different. Like the Atlanta Journal-Constitution would be not involved in something like that. But we're just playing around. Yeah, I mean, I think he's right. Oh, playing around or not. I mean, they were kind of just reporting the news. I mean, arguably. I mean, that is news that was going on, and it's not like No Jumper, you know, posted a photo of the jurors and we're like, hey, let's identify these people. You know, that would just be super irresponsible. But it was arguably kind of journalistic of them to do that post. But I don't know. There's just like different standards that they're not adhering to. You know, but yeah, and one great thing about my audience is I have obviously a ton of hip hop people from Tory Lanez and on, but even before that, I have a lot of lawyers on there, kind of the law crowd on Twitter. A lot of them have left Twitter in the last year. I kind of got them through Ken White, who was Popat, and he left Twitter, and they're all big on Blue Sky now. But this is obviously of interest to them in the legal community. Mistrial and reselect the jury. Wow. That would just be so insane. Because when people say it should lead to some prosecutions, it's like, I can see why, especially if there's a mistrial, people are going to be so freaking pissed off about this. It's going to be one of those things where it's like, somebody has to be held accountable for this. And it's like, look, it was an accident. You know, the cameraman, I bet, did not mean to do that. It was just a split second. And it was really irresponsible of people to like jump onto that. But, you know, the information was out there and they all kind of have, yeah, I'm not sure if there's really any legal action that could be taken unless I'll be interested to see what the actual order was, because there had to have been a court order from Judge Glanville probably authorizing the use of cameras in court. And how specific were they in the order about not showing jurors? And did they write in there there could be consequences if jurors were shown? It'll be interesting to see what kind of agreement they had there, because it's always no, don't show the jury, but like how much of that was discussed in the order, you know, if it could be yeah. And exactly like somebody says it's camera panning. Wrong comment. I'll do that one. Somebody said it's camera panning, like they were panning the camera to show the witness. Yeah, it was an accident, and they brought it right over real quick. But you know, that stuff happens, and then I mean, I don't think the cameraman should like certainly not be charged with a crime. That'd be crazy. But also, I'm saying if like the judge's order was specific about, you know, consequences if jurors were shown or something like that, perhaps there could be some room there. But you know, it's just like I was saying, like I've covered trials and been in court before for where something that was supposed to be like sealed, or it was supposed to be, you know, in chamber stuff, and I was the only one there and I accidentally heard it or something. And it's just like, oh, just act like you didn't hear that kind of thing. You can do that when there's only one reporter covering the trial. When there's a huge stream to like a national audience, you know, because that's the thing. It's not like the jurors' faces are secret in the courtroom. Like you could just go walk into the courtroom and see the jury and figure out who they are. But the problem is exposing them to a really wide national audience like that is of course the problem. And that's what they were trying to prohibit, and etc. So, so let's see here. It is a shit show. Shatty. Could very well be. I wonder what people say to that. Yeah, no jumper. I mean, we don't know for sure, but what else could they be meeting about in there? Like, it's got to be about that. Golly, it's just the waiting game. I feel so helpless. I don't want to just like leave you guys high and dry waiting stuff, but yeah. And I wonder, did the judge say, and if it happens, etc.? Because sometimes you'll hear in an order that, you know, any violation of this order, you could be subject to penalties, including contempt of court, blah, blah, blah. I think that'd be a little much, because as somebody said, when you look at the camera angle that No Jumper shows, it's clearly an accident by the cameraman. Like he wasn't like, oh, I'm going to show the jury real quick here. Like he's just panning to show the witness and accidentally caught them on here. But the problem is, I mean, sites like this, like just there they are. They even freeze in on it, you know. And there's somebody and yeah, I mean, I would be a little freaked out if I was. I mean, all these people get called in for jury duty like that. The court has a duty to protect them, you know, and not expose them to stuff like this. So, yeah, I mean, as this person says, make a federal case out of it. Yeah, I feel bad for the jurors. Yeah, I mean, these jurors get their lives totally disrupted and called into court, and I mean, on the one hand, you do, you know, oh, the cameraman, it was an accident. It's like, dude, you need to be a lot more careful. Like, what the hell? I mean, and there's another court reporter in Orange County. We cover some of the same trials, and there's just stuff that we know to do. Like when we're out in the hallway or going through security in the courthouse, we're always really careful about talking about the case. Like, because if you see them and you're all going up to the same trial, it's like, oh, hey, so-and-so is going to testify today, like blah, blah, blah. But you don't know if other people around the courthouse area or around the security area are jurors. They might be. And it might seem, I've had some people tell me that we're being too paranoid. It's like, no, dude, I don't think you want a juror to have to go up and tell the judge that they heard a couple reporters talking about the credibility of one of the witnesses. And they, it's just better just to stay quiet about that stuff out in the hallway. So, gosh, this seems like a big one. And like I said, just judging by how the judge handled like seemingly kind of simple questions about like, hey judge, there's a demonstrative in this witness presentation that should have been disclosed earlier, and they spend like 90 minutes talking about it. I can imagine an issue like this is going to take a long time for them to figure out. So, an M Chambers discussion like this, gosh, we could be there for a freaking while, man. Yeah, cameras being banned. I mean, I don't know. That'd be crazy after all this, but I see the complaints about cameras in the courtroom. I mean, it just leads to problems like this, but I don't know. Well, how's everybody doing? Just use the court artist and call it a day. Audio only or something. I mean, it would be pretty disappointing if they had to turn off the cameras because, but also it's like the cat's already out of the bag. Like if it was a problem that happened, I mean, those photos aren't going away. And if those people are going to start getting emails and stuff being like, hey, you're on the Young Thug jury, like, could really lead to problems. All right, where are we going? Oh, here we go. Click your back. There we go.
Chris, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could just grab your attention right quick so we can go ahead and get started. Before we go ahead and summon our jurors, I just wanted to pose an inquiry to our members of the media here. Due to some security issues not attributable to anybody in this courtroom or the parties, and the fact that we have had an inadvertent recording of some of our jurors on the front row, would it be appropriate or okay if you all would not continue to film Detective Belknap? You're welcome to go ahead and do the audio, but is that something that you all would be willing to do, please? Everyone okay with that? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and call for our jurors at this point in time, and let's summon Detective Belknap, please. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
All right, jurors.
Hey, I'm Hannah Maloof. Check out my haul from eBay Motors to get this Charger to rip. To make it roar, I installed this catback exhaust. Then I threw on some Ferrata wheels and Yokohama tires. Then to top it off, I installed an aggressive carbon fiber hood by Carbon Creation. With eBay Motors, you can get the perfect haul too. With parts guaranteed to
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All right, Judge, President Counsel.
All right, thank you, Ingram. Okay, Ms. Love, is there any further examination you'd like to make of our witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead and resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding, have you investigated people for words and you paused, could you explain why it was that you paused?
Excuse me, I can't hear the question on the microphone.
It's on.
It's on. Why don't you, well, you can relocate a little further up if you want, Mr. Harvey. Okay, all right. Repeat the, do you know what the question was now? Ms. Wicker, can you repeat back the last question, please?
Detective Belknap, what I asked you earlier regarding have you arrested people for words and you paused? Could you explain why it was that you paused? Well, let me read that again. Detective Belknap, what I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused?
Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused, would you explain why it was that you paused?
I always try to be as fair and.
I'll say the question. Or say the answer, I should say. You can rephrase now.
Okay. Asking the question about investigating people for words, without getting into your fairness, could you explain to the jury why it was that you paused?
Some of our investigations involve words that may arise to the level of terroristic threats. So we certainly do sometimes investigate crimes that are committed only with words.
All right. And so if I'm not talking about someone making a direct threat to another individual in person, if I'm instead talking about an individual's song that is released over the radio, have you or do you know whether it is the practice of your agency to go out and investigate or arrest artists based on the lyrics that they have written in a song?
Objection for the jury to determine.
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
Objection legal.
Overruled.
No, it's absolutely not our practice.
And is there anything that you deem criminal with respect to singing or releasing any particular song?
As a generality, no, ma'am.
And to the extent that you come upon or are even considering things like lyrics in an investigation, would you explain how or of what relevance something like that would be to something like a gang investigation?
Your Honor, the conduct of law enforcement is not relevant to the issue that the jury is sworn to do. That's for the jury to determine.
I'll sustain the questions to form once you rephrase.
Sure. If lyrics are not criminal, if it's not a crime to release a song saying whatever you want to say, is there ever any evidentiary value to be found in things like a song?
Your Honor, this is not, this goes to the state of mind of somebody. This is not the jury. They make a decision about that basis.
It is not, Your Honor, and I can respond with the court's permission.
Why don't y'all come on up? Mic check, huh?
Yes. This was one. Can you guys hear me? I do. Yeah. I can hear that. Let me tell you last. This is the last. Okay.
One thing I'm noticing here is we're not on cross, are we? I mean, this is the prosecutor again doing more redirect, isn't she? She's trying to follow up on questions that she asked last time. It's like I thought she was done and we were going to get to cross-examination, but she must have realized that she should have asked him some more questions. It's like, okay, this is a cluster of a trial, guys, and he seems like a pretty basic witness. I mean, it's pretty prosecution friendly.
I've sustained Mr. Steele's objection, overruled Ms. Westmoreland's objection. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Belknap, as an expert in the area of criminal street gang investigations, can you tell the jury where it is that you look to find evidence of whether or not a particular act is criminal gang activity?
Objection, that's intent.
I'll overrule the objection.
Could you repeat the question for me?
Yes. As an expert in the field of criminal street gang investigations, would you tell the jury some of the sources of information that you obtained to determine whether or not activity is rightly deemed criminal gang activity?
So as I mentioned much earlier now, some of the core things we're looking for in a particular crime are going to be evidence of the motive for the crime itself, evidence of any group affiliations of the people involved, either as a perpetrator or a victim, the display potentially of gang identifiers and things of that nature.
I'll overrule the objection.
During the crime itself. And to find those types of evidence, we may do a number of things. That may include interviews with victims and witnesses. It may include, as mentioned before, some of our techniques like listening to jail calls, could be wiretap investigations. It also frequently is social media, particularly more in the current time. Social media is certainly a source for that. And we often find now as gangs move into other areas, we may find that in music or in lyrics at times as well.
When you talk about social media, in terms of investigations into gang activity, how significant is the role of social media?
At this time, it's very significant. Gang members, like the rest of us, spend quite a bit of time on social media, and so it can be very, very important to our investigations.
And in your experience, how have gang members traditionally used social media to elevate their status or to represent their gang?
Social media is today's public square, and where gang members have for years posted up on a corner or in a neighborhood to be out and be visible and be seen. Now they, like the rest of us, can be seen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on social media. And so it's become a platform for criminal street gangs and other criminal groups and other criminals to leverage, to promote themselves, to promote their gang, including posting pictures of themselves with other gang members, wearing gang identifiers, with either pictures or captions referencing the gang and their association with it. We see gang members even post threats to other gang members. We see them post taunts to other gangs after they commit crimes. We see them flaunting sometimes the proceeds of their crimes. All aspects of this show up on social media, whether otherwise or not.
And when those type of things are seen in social media, is it your practice to look into them further and to determine whether or not any of that information leads to any viable leads?
It is.
Is social media used by gang members to silence other people as well as to represent their gang?
Basis. I'll sustain this to form.
You spoke earlier of witness intimidation as it relates to criminal street gangs. Is there any role of social media in witness intimidation that you see during your investigations?
There is.
Would you explain that to the jury?
One way that we've mentioned is the publishing of information on social media to out someone who may be testifying as a victim or a witness in a gang-related criminal trial or proceeding of some kind. That's
You still have objection?
Yes, we entertain hearsay and best evidence rule at this point. We're just talking about, no idea.
No, I'm going to sustain. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. You may continue with the jury, please.
So in addition to that, gang members will often post overt threats on behalf of other members of their gang, which is going into part of the strength of the group and the threat of the group. When we're doing gang investigations, it's not just the one person or the group of people maybe that are in that particular case. The power of the gang and its fear in the community is that there's a large number of them. And even if a few are locked up, the ones that are remaining are still out there on the street to pose a threat to victims or witnesses. And that often happens through social media.
And do music lyrics ever become a part of your investigation into gang cases?
They do.
Would you explain to the jury how?
Gangs have been involved with music for decades now. This is not a new thing. It has reached new levels, though, over the past 10 or so years that I've been investigating gangs, where before we didn't see the kind of overt gang references in music to the extent that we do now. It's a much greater extent. And we see gangs much more directly referencing themselves and their rivals, and even sometimes specific people in other gangs in activities that are actually going on the street at that current time. We even today have some of our gangs that will go into the studio tonight and make a song about a shooting they did this afternoon. And they'll turn them around very quickly and very explicitly and very directly related to the crimes they're committing.
And as a gang investigator, what role do you see that type of activity playing in the promotion of the gang itself?
State of mind, Your Honor. 704.
We're not asking about anyone's.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection.
You may answer that.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Sure. What role, as a gang investigator, do you see that type of activity that you just described? You said that a gang member may well go into a studio tonight and make a song about a shooting that the gang member did just this morning. What role in promoting the gang itself does that kind of activity play? If any at all?
Music is certainly a part of most of our lives, if not all. And it's a medium that can have a farther reach and certainly be entertaining, but can also attract a lot of attention and give a platform that's large, especially if someone is talented and becomes popular. So composing music and expressing that pursuit of money, power, and respect through the music can be a way for the gang to talk about what they're doing, to again keep pushing that wall of what they call respect, what we would call fear, out into the public and establish who they are, what they do, and what's going to happen to people if they go against them.
If I say to you the term studio gangster, what, as a gang investigator, would that mean to you?
I'll overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
So the term studio gangster has also been around for quite a while, and that refers to someone who may go into the studio and talk tough and talk like they're violent and talk like they're into doing crime and they're dangerous, but they may actually not be in real life. They're just taking on that persona in the music studio for the purpose of their music.
Do you, as a gang investigator, have you had occasion to see actual criminal street gangs either embrace or reject the notion of being a studio gangster?
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
I have.
Would you give the jury some examples of what you mean?
So that allegation is a very significant slur to a gang member who actually is within a criminal street gang and has this reputation as being a dangerous or a potentially violent person, and has that respect within the community. So to say that somebody's a studio gangster would be a huge sign of disrespect. And what we've seen with our gangs over quite a bit of time is that they'll push back against that notion that they're studio gangsters and actively refute the idea that they're studio gangsters. And in fact, we have some gang members who are rappers who will say, I'm not a rapper, saying, I'm a gangster who raps, I'm not a rapper, taking on the persona primarily of being a gang member who just raps additionally to that.
And are there any overt signs of that type of pushing back that you've observed within the city of Atlanta or Fulton County as it relates to any particular gangs, not necessarily the ones that you've mentioned today?
Yeah, I'd say one example of that is a tag we saw in the Pittsburgh community some time ago, and it was a tag for the gang BMF, a large mural on the wall, and it says BMF, but behind that it says no ENT. We had this practice for a while. You saw some of that today in the demonstrative, where some of our gangs 10, 11, 12 years ago, when getting attention from law enforcement, would stop calling themselves a gang and start calling themselves an entertainment label or a record label instead, in an effort to mask their activities. But in this particular tag, BMF put this tag up and then it says no ENT, basically saying there's no entertainment at the end of this, we're just BMF.
And in your time and experience as a gang investigator, you mentioned earlier efforts that you made to curtail interest in criminal street gangs. Would you please tell the jury some of the ways that you have interacted with the community in order to simply curtail criminal street gang activity as opposed to locking up criminal street gang members?
Confrontation clause and hearsay.
Judge, I'm not certain what the confrontation part is. I'm asking him specifically some of the ways that he specifically has sought to curtail activity.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You may.
One of the things I mentioned earlier that I've done since I've been a police officer is talk to people. Particularly, I like to talk to young people. I like talking to teenagers, especially when I run across them when they seem to be on that line or on that path, maybe to go their own direction. I always try to take the effort to encourage the folks that I see in that place to go the right direction. And I go so far as often to give them my business card with my cell phone number on it and tell them, hey, if there's anything I can do to help you do the right thing, you call me. Not that I can do everything for you. I'm not here to save you or anything like that, but sometimes what you need is a little help. And if there's something I can do.
Your Honor, he's not bolstering his testimony.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor.
Now that I might sustain.
Your Honor, as it goes to protect Belknap's experience as a gang investigator and his expertise, I believe that it lends insight into his credibility for the jury.
That would be objection.
Okay.
So can we move on from that?
We shall. Okay. Detective Belknap, I'm going to show you a blow-up of one of the maps that you included in your presentation that the jury has seen, and we're about to wrap this up. It is labeled 1 lowercase bravo. And I'm gonna ask you if you recognize this area that is depicted on this
I do.
board, all right? Is this a fair and accurate blow-up of the area that you included in your PowerPoint presentation that you showed to the jury?
It is.
All right. Ms. Hilton, may I have your assistance? And what, without showing it to the jury, what area is depicted in State's Exhibit 1 lowercase Bravo?
It's part of the area around the Cleveland Avenue community.
Your Honor, the state tenders 1 Bravo as evidence.
Or is it demonstrative aid?
Yes, it is.
Sir, will this aid you in giving your testimony in front of the jury?
I'm sorry, sir.
Will this aid you in giving your testimony in front of the jury?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the presentation you gave earlier?
No, Your Honor.
Any further, any objection, counsels? As to 1 Bravo, 1B.
Not on the exhibit list that we provided this morning, or late last night.
Any further objection? Okay, I'll admit 1 Bravo for demonstrative purposes only.
Detective Belknap, I'm going to send Ms. Hilton over and a white to you with 2 markers and ask you to identify to the jury the area that you described Rock Crew as occupied with the red marker in your hand.
So I'll say, Ms. Love, not all of the area is on this particular map.
Draw an arrow towards where or how far out we need to go in terms of if it extends to the right, then place an arrow to the right.
Any counsels are welcome to get up and relocate themselves to look at the demonstrative 1 Bravo, okay? If you choose to do so.
And you can stand up and explain to the jury the area that you're identifying on the exhibit as well.
Okay, you want me to draw on the map?
I absolutely.
Okay.
And you put your name in the top right corner.
Okay. I would say the territory is going to go further south in this direction.
What direction are you referring to, sir?
North,
North, south, east, west, southeast?
South, Your Honor.
He's pointing down to the bottom of the exhibit.
You said south. You said south?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we've had activity also going up a little bit further to the west as well. As far as territory, but I would say that covers. I would say that covers it.
And so the entirety of this area depicted is area that Rock Crew operated within.
Judge, to a forward question, it's not a question, that's a statement.
I'll ask it.
You mean it's, you mean you object us to form, Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Okay, I'll sustain that. You can rephrase.
Is the area that is depicted, all of the area here, areas that Rock Crew operated within? Inclusive of the areas where you drew the arrows?
It is, with the exception that I would say this area on the northeast corner of the map of Lakewood would be outside of the bounds of where we saw their activity.
Would you take your red marker and just delineate? So if it's just exclusive of that upper right, then draw a line separating it out, like you're cutting a piece of cake out.
And the only exception to that would be potentially the school right here.
That school is,
Being Kit Vision Primary School, I don't recall specifically Kit Vision Primary School having activity. I don't want to exclude it unnecessarily. I would say that's pretty accurate.
and so would you write ROC over the side of the map that is intended to convey our area that Rock Crew operates in?
Okay.
Now with your green marker, would you please indicate on that same map the area that YSL operated within?
I would say that it would be the same area.
Okay. Would you please use the green marker to indicate if the area needs to be expanded out any further like you did with the red marker for Rock Crew?
Yes. Leading.
I'll sustain the objections. You can rephrase, madam.
Is there any area that is not shown on the map that YSL predominantly operated within?
There is.
Would you indicate with the green marker the directional of those particular areas?
I will.
Thank you.
Sorry, this one. There you go.
And would you write YSL over the side of the map that you are intending to indicate covers the area that YSL predominantly operated within?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right.
Would you please publish that to the
Cross-examination.
and just walk in?
One of you guys is going to go. Or are they going to stop it for the day? They might stop it for the day.
And to be clear, one more question. Would you just give the boundaries of that area that is described? Set up and give the boundaries that we're talking about for the jury.
What's not pictured to the west is where I-85 starts to come south. So it'd be roughly bounded by I-85 to the west.
Yeah, I hope they ended today.
And Metropolitan Parkway. Then to the north.
Ms. Love, I'm gonna actually have to get the marker back out and carve out just a little bit more of this.
Yeah.
I would say for predominant activity, I would also block off the Polar Rock area.
The what area?
Polar Rock. And to be clear, there may be some activity spilling outside the bounds of these boundaries, but as far as the predominance of activity, that's what I understand the question to be.
It is a question.
Okay.
And so you're indicating with the red marker, so is this for Rock Crew?
This is for Rock Crew, and I'm gonna do the same thing for YSL.
Okay.
So the boundaries to the north would, it looks like essentially follows along this south river water boundary that you can see on the map. And I would say predominantly south of there, over to the area of Jonesboro Road here to the southeast. As I said, Metropolitan Parkway, maybe I-85 to the southwest. And to the south, Mount Zion Road is not pictured here lower in the map, and that area would be included as well.
Is that Rock Crew or YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any cross-examination of Detective Belknap at this point in time, counsels? Mr. Matthews? Ms. Hingerty? Mr. Williams? Mr. Harvey? Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, I'll let you serve.
All right, Mr. Stu?
I'll do the same, Your Honor, since he's coming back. As the state said, I'm going to cross him with one-time test.
Okay, so the witness is going to be
miss anybody?
testifying later as.
Okay, all right. I guess we'll temporarily excuse Detective Belknap at this point in time, madam?
That would be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
You will have the right, you're granting the state's request to reserve the right to recall Detective Belknap.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And the defense, if they choose to do so, may cross-examine him at that point in time. They're just going to defer that until such time. Detective Belknap, I'm going to go ahead and temporarily excuse you as a witness. Just stay in touch with the state, and you'll be recalled at some point in time. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the parties in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to release you at this point in time, okay?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
I think he's also coming back as a fact witness, so they're going to cross them all at the same time then. So, I mean, they should end for the day. Like, God, I'm crazy if they call for witness like 5:30 before jury.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:35. So I think it's a natural stopping point for us today. What do you think? Okay, all right. Fun meter peg for the day? All right, okay. We'll go ahead and recess you for the evening and ask that you come back tomorrow. If I could ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, to be here by that time for an anticipated 9:30 start time, okay? And then we'll have a pretty much full, we'll probably work till early to mid-afternoon, and then we'll conclude. As I mentioned to you earlier, Friday will be an administrative day for you all because I have some other ancillary business to take up as the chief judge. So we won't be having court this coming Friday. We will otherwise reconvene on Monday, December the 4th. At 9 o'clock. So that's our next couple of days. And as I mentioned to you earlier, we're going to work ladies and gentlemen, the 4th will be a full day. The 5th will be a full day. The 6th, that's a Wednesday, that will be a full day. The 7th, we may go for a few hours, and the 8th, we will go That should be, day 8 is a Friday, that should be a regular day. The week of the 11th, and looking at our schedule, I haven't said anything yet, Mr. Harvey. I haven't said anything yet. All right. I'm gonna move you up front. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Ponytail guy. Hippie.
And then we may work a portion of the 15th. So I'll give you kind of those days as we kind of go along to kind of just prepare you. So I respectfully ask that you not make any appointments until such time as that will conflict with the court schedule. Okay. I'm going to try and give you our schedule a little bit out in advance so you can make appropriate plans. I can tell you with reasonable certainty that the week of the 16th of December through the end of the year, you will be down. Okay, and that's to give you all an opportunity to prepare for the holidays and for the rest of us to do the same. So if you want to go ahead and start to kind of think about the week of that particular week, and that would be the week of the 16th of December, you can start to kind of plug your schedule in, because I don't think we'll be looking for you that week, nor the week that involves Christmas, okay? So, and then we'll reconvene probably on the 2nd. So that's kind of roughly the schedule that we'll have through the first of the year. So that's, and I'll try and, like I said, update you accordingly or give you the day-to-day breakdown. But if you have any things that you're looking to kind of schedule, attend to, or whatever, the week of starting the 15th would probably be the best week for you to do that, okay? All right. What are your ministerial inquiries of me, ladies and gentlemen? Say again? No, I've got you all trained, but that's not even the question I asked you, okay? No, a ministerial inquiry is a question. Okay, you're confusing that with my ad nauseum admonitions. I've got you all kind of just, tethered up about that. But what is your question for me, madam?
My question is, the week of, I think you said 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we return to work, everything?
That's up to you. I don't think your boss is listening right now anyway, but I will leave that within y'all's wise discretion. This is an administrative day, so administrative days, I mean, you're technically subject to being called back, but I'm telling you that I'm going to give you those days because you all need to prepare for the holidays, and we're asking a lot of you. So, you need to take those days as you see fit. Okay? But technically, no, you're still on jury service. We're just not. You sell that like you mean it, okay? All right, okay. Does anybody else have another question of me at this point? If you do, ladies and gentlemen, there's no harm in asking any question at all, right? But, okay, so if you don't have any questions, but just a recap, I will go ahead and, tomorrow we'll have our day. Friday will be an administrative day for you, and then we'll start back with the week of the 4th, and I'll give you the day-to-day breakdown as to whether or not we'll be working a full day, half day, or an augmented schedule. But I'll keep you firmly in mind and tell you exactly where we're going each day. Okay. All right.
I do have a question.
I always knew there's somebody. What's your question, madam?
Will I be excused for the
of what? The 5th of this? No. No. Yes. I can't. I can't. Hold on. What's on?
Is that it? You are welcome so much. Yes, in the morning I will be. I might cut out at like noon. I might go up to LA court because there's hearing with Ron Jeremy tomorrow, that porn actor who's James from the LA Times actually did a story about how he's like so out of it, like physically incapacitated, that he was going to get released to his home and not have to deal with his criminal charges because he's charged with all these counts of rape. But now James's story caused a stir with Ron Jeremy's victims. So there's going to be a hearing tomorrow because his victims are pissed that he might get released. So I might, that's at 1:30 in LA. But given the time difference with Atlanta, that gives me some time in the morning. So yeah, because I want to see how this goes. Although this trial is just so painful. I mean, what a boring day. I mean, it was just like so much downtime and just, I mean, that guy, I mean, it went okay for them, but I'm just, it's not, they're going to need a lot more than that prosecution wise to get it in. So it'll be interesting to see who's up tomorrow. But yes, I would like to do the stream. And I'm trying to figure out if there's a way, because I'm gonna, have to leave here at like 11:30 my time, but that's till like 2:30 Atlanta time, so I'll be able to do a lot of it. But there should be a way for me to just leave the stream on, and I'm wondering if there's a way for me to control it from my phone if I have the YouTube app on, because I know sometimes the stream will go to ads that you need to close out yourself, and I'm wondering if there's a way for me to get that going, or I also could just like take my laptop with me and stream it from my phone on the way up or something. But I mean, I'd like to be able to just leave it on here and you guys can just watch it that way, and maybe I can stop it that way because I can control StreamYard from multiple places. But somebody asks how confident I am in the prosecution to get this across the line. They seem so messy. Yeah, it just seems so messy, and the trial's so long. It's like, oh, what could go wrong here? Everything. I mean, the first day is already the first day was a disaster. This was all right, I guess. But the big thing that stands out to me is when we left for lunch, she was done. Like we were all expecting cross. She was like, I don't have any more questions, unless there's going to be questions on cross, I think I'm done. But of course she gets a chance after cross-examination to do a redirect where she follows up on questions asked in cross. So it was supposed to be done. And then all of a sudden, when we're back, she's asking more questions. So obviously they talked about it in chambers where she realized that she needed to get some more stuff on the record from this witness and ask more questions. But I'm like, that right there just shows like a lack of preparation, and I don't know. I mean, trying a case is of course easier said than done. And this is such an unprecedented big case, but still, gosh, yeah. And it was just like kind of boring and draining today. So the idea of just doing this all day tomorrow when I could go up to LA and catch that Ron Jeremy thing. And, I haven't been up to LA and done some things around there in a little bit. So, but I'd like to definitely in the morning. So I think 7 a.m. my time, 10 a.m. Atlanta, or 6:30 my time, 9:30 in Atlanta. They're going to do this. But yeah, the defense, yeah, they definitely said some outlandish thing. I mean, Brian Steele, they have a lot to back up, but it'll be interesting to see how the case goes. I thought somebody had a good point where, I mean, Brian Steele got all the quotable stuff, and he's Young Thug's lawyer, so he gets all the attention. But Keratin, the guy who went at the very end, the older guy, he had the same kind of good substantive closing, and he was like a little more real in his tone than Brian Steele. I mean, because I think Brian Steele was very authentic, but it was also just like, oh, come on, man. It was like so over the top. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes on. So some drama today and just kind of a lot of lag time. But thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will be around tomorrow and streaming again. So ask your questions in the chat, and I'll try to get some more reporters who are at the courthouse to like join us during the breaks or something and talk about things. So thanks again.